Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of What If Naruto was in Claymore. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. The battle hadn't stopped after she said those words. If anything, it had turned up. Naruto ducked under a slicing blade and allowed Raphaela to slip overhead, Roxanne barely blocking her weapon only to stumble as the younger woman's eyes pulsed gold. Lucila's weapon came around for the older warrior's back and barely bit into cloth before Roxanne vanished, reappearing several meters away. They're not bad, she realized, some sweat falling down her cheek. Yoki manipulation, a sharp intuition, godlike reflexes, and that last one had come from Naruto, the human. The one who was nearly just as hard to fight in this chaos as his partners were. She caught one of the sisters' lines of sight and blocked her, Lucila's blade trembling against her own. Roxanne's eyes locked with the younger woman, who tilted her head to the side to allow a spear to come down towards her eye. Roxanne skirted around the two with a small burst of Yoki before swinging her blade behind her to deflect Raphaela's blade. Tisk! The younger woman grit her teeth before her eyes throbbed again and Roxanne's body froze for a moment, allowing Lucila's swing to slash at her thighs before the ninth jumped away, crushing the ground beneath her feet where she retreated. HMPH, you've all gotten stronger, haven't you? Roxanne said with a bright smile that was twitched with a smidge of annoyance. Spending all those restless nights together and your days training, you must have had quite the paradise. Don't fuck with us, Lucila grimaced. You've been a problem for way too long. Leave Naruto alone and you'll leave here without having to fend in these forests with 4 cut-off limbs. Roxanne's smile relaxed, almost becoming angelic, before the air thickened with a sickening aura as her eyes burned and her face throbbed with violent veins. Don't fuck with me, she hissed out as Naruto landed behind the sisters. Now, who first? She'd not even finished talking before Naruto kicked Raphaela to the side, Roxanne appearing there much to the disbelief of the younger of two sisters. What? Lucila choked. She disappeared from our senses. How? Naruto grimaced as Roxanne pulled and he was soon face to face with a beautiful woman. Hi Tilda. Not interested. Naruto expanded the sage energy around his leg and slipped out of the surprised Roxanne's grip. Her blade came up and blocked Raphaela with ease, the tense kick not budging her forearm. I'm busy. Her sword arm raised only to be locked down by Lucila as the eighth's blade came towards her face. Annoying, her legs buckled, 2 flaring pains in her shins the reasons, the sisters getting away. She stopped mid-fall, thighs covered in throbbing veins as her head turned to see Naruto standing there, eyes glowing gold much to her intense fascination. I'm going to enjoy your flesh with my own Tilda, was all she said, the tone lustful and hungry all in the same breath. Naruto hopped back and dodged a downward slash of a blade before kicking to his side with all his strength, allowing Roxanne's strength to toss him out of harm's way once he hit her blade's handle. She gave chase only to skid to a stop by a descending blade only for the handle to slam into her noggin, sending her head snapping back. Taste Uranus's technique, you monster. Raphaela thought as she brought her Claymore's handle back and swung low. Roxanne's legs came up and her slash missed before Raphaela was sent flying back by a mule kick, the older woman covering her face as she stood up unnaturally. You child, she grinned, removing her hand to show the healing pockmark on her forehead and the angry veins on her face. My face. She lunged around Lucila's blade, zeroed in on Raphaela who looked at her with pained eyes, before she grinned and her hand reached out below her. Naruto's limbs throbbed as she latched onto the raised elbow of his reared back spear arm. Roxanne's eyes widened too late as she met with 4 golden eyes. Which was quickly followed by Naruto's arm thrusting forward as Raphaela let go. A hole tore its way through Roxanne's stomach before she was sent flying back and through several trees of the nearby forest, Lucila landing next to her precious people. Good job, she grinned as they nodded. Combining the thrown weight with Naruto's crazy reach was perfect. Why yeah, well, I'd enjoy not getting kicked in the face again, Raphaela winced as the bruises on her face slowly went away. But that's not enough to stop her. She's right, Naruto said as he rubbed his ankles. And I'm pretty sure she's gonna up the ante. Yoki thickened the air once more, almost sickeningly so to the point that it felt a bit hard to breathe. Damn it. She's not gonna last like this, though, Lucilla said, eyes closed. If she awakens, she's going to attract Elizabeth. She'll try to end it before that, Rafaela frowned. If she even goes that far and doesn't just cut her losses. She won't, Naruto said sadly as the yoki in the air damn near quintupled. Oh shit, he cursed as all their eyes widened at a mound growing in the forest. A large metallic-looking being that bore a feminine form with no arms, but in their place were 4 long blade-like whips on each side with dagger-like fruit below them. Her head was Iron Maiden-shaped while her body was more of a long blade that worked as a spine. Her voice echoed towards them, stature easily standing over the forest, a giant of blades that had them all grimacing. Ah, yes, let's try things this way, yes. NRK. Sistina's eyes widened as she jumped off the roof with a curse. Damn it, Roxanne. She landed on the ground outside the organization before taking off. Stay alive, you three. As she ran, she expanded her senses towards Elizabeth. Sistina. Came the familiar cry of Odie as the older woman already passed the 10-mile mark away from the organization. What? Sistina skidded across the ground in a crouch, not stopping. Go tell the organization Roxanne awakened. She shot off again, leaving a pale Odie in her wake before the 29th took off in horror. Shit. NRK. Isley blinked, senses peaked. Ha ha ha, I see, he grinned as Rigoldo ran into his office. Another single digit awakened. What should we do? Rigoldo asked. If this is true, she'd be a powerful asset. Then again, there's nothing but men here, so that's a bad idea. Exactly, sadly, getting even one, this week, wouldn't be good. It'd cause havoc amongst my men and that's not the type of trouble I ever want to deal with. Should I go and watch her? Yes, it'll be interesting to see if she's worthwhile. Maybe we'll call her an abroad project. What if Riffle approaches? Kill the awakened being if her fight truly drains her. Though, if Riffle does go, it'll be hard to get away. Isley made a curious sound. Curious, I just got the fiercest hunch that this fight includes that young man from years back, he smirked. If he's there and this being has awakened, it would mean he found a way to get more powerful, no? Rigoldo raised his brow at the idea. That's a big assumption. Mere hunches, but if it's true, I'm more and more curious about how someone that smells like a human can progress so far. NRK. She perked up, tan eyes alight with interest as her long dark brown hair fell past her fair-skinned face. Sitting atop a large boulder in a simply sandy-colored dress, she tilted her head with a smile. Curious, I didn't think we'd get an opportunity so soon. What with their last failure, she said to a large man at her side. Doff, we'll need to go and approach this one. All right, Riffle, the lumbering man said, rather smooth, fair-skinned expression lighting up at her words, blue eyes looking out into the horizon where the flare of Yoki had come from. Will this one work out, Riffle? The other one didn't, Doff said, ruffling his short blonde hair, his simple brown tunic and pants shifting in the wind. Riffle hummed. I'm not a sensory type, but her Yoki is so clear and obvious, I think we can promise another chance at her affection, if she joins us, she grinned before getting up. All right, let's go. NRK. Shit, Lucilla grimaced while Naruto's eyes narrowed. Sis is coming, she told Odie to go tell the org, so we need to hold out, Naruto said with narrowed eyes. But I don't like those whips. Roxanne chuckled as her eyes latched onto the 3 blondes while her lips widened slightly. An ultimatum wouldn't be so bad, would it? She offered the sisters whose faces began to fill with throbbing veins. Oh, too bad, her face had said it all. She lied as she breathed. But you should know that awakening's rather amazing. I now realize why the organization would want this. This power, these new appendages, my new projectiles. Naruto's eyes widened as he lunged forward into a jump. Lucilla moved in front of Rafaela, eyes closed with a strained sweat, as the man was sent crashing back down, a large dagger-like projectile barely diverted to the side. Naruto. We need to keep dodging. He shouted as he got up shakily. Nature, keep me steady, keep me strong. Naruto begged the energy around him as he funneled it into his legs, packing it around his feet. Keep going. More dagger-like projectiles flew from one lashing-out whip appendage, the speed barely visible to their eyes as they tried to dodge. Ah! Rafaela cried out as she hit the ground, leg cut off by one of the daggers. Damn it, heal. She told herself before being picked up by a rushing Lucilla, the woman's closed eyes trembling as she barely dodged around the stained projectiles. I'm doing it, but only because of Nidine's technique. She couldn't look for Naruto like this and she had to help Rafaela until she could heal. Naruto. Keep going. I know. He called back for her sake, barely dodging another projectile before another screamed by his leg, clenching his mouth shut at the graze that seemed to send flares of pain into his soul. It's so fast and full of yoki, it was like it burned him like acid, eating at his flesh like it licked a popsicle. Tisk. He closed his eyes once more. Predict. You can see her flow of energy. Each time she's about to throw another one, it spikes with yoki. So, he needed to use that to dodge before it even came flying. The next dagger missed him by mere feet as he jumped back before his legs throbbed as he turned on a harsh dime and lunged out the way of another one, more of them coming down around him. The only saving grace they really had was that outside of the general aiming of her arms, Roxanne couldn't control her attacks mentally. They just hit where they were directed, whether it was at him or in his general direction. Still, as he ran, he noticed several things about the awakened being. They're really slow. He began to realize, only to flip back in an instant, dodging another projectile but feeling the breeze on his stomach. Shit. Sis, please, he needed you here. I can't keep throwing these, Roxanne realized as she watched the slowly forming nubs of her next set of dagger flesh on two of her bare arms. And still haven't done enough damage yet, which was fair. She'd not awakened before, she didn't know her limits yet, but this was still a bit infuriating. Rafaela had barely healed but was now back in the running, hurrying towards Naruto, who was slightly injured, she was sure, but was still able to move. Lucilla was the only one perfectly capable of dodging her fully, rather annoying that one. Sistina is on the way, give her, 5 minutes and she'd get here. That's a number one for you. Despite her time passing, she's still a force to be reckoned with, and Roxanne wasn't sure if she could defeat her like this. Then she felt 5 other presences, 2 from the west, 1 from the north, and 2 others behind Sistina. Who are they? She recognized Elizabeth and Odie's signatures but not the other 3. They're awakened beings, no. And one of them was worryingly large when it came to yoki capacity. Riffle of the West. Bad, very bad. Had her awakening enticed the Lautrec Abyssal one? If so, that meant bad things. Those other 2 sources of yoki weren't even all that shabby, either. Likely, she could contend with both at once, but Roxanne didn't like her chances even then. Tisk, how annoying. How very annoying. She'd gotten nothing done, nothing had gone her way, and now she was essentially being forced to leave. No, she'd be damned if she didn't taste Naruto's flesh once more. Her pupils dilated, their wicked yellow irises glowing brighter as her attention focused completely and utterly on Naruto Uzumaki. And the man choked as he realized that fact. You have to move, Lucy. Naruto shouted as he skidded to a stop outside of the forest, spear out. He widened his stance, focused his weight on his back leg, held his spear parallel to his body, and closed his eyes. The golden film he covered his body with condensed not just around himself, his key points to his defense, but around his spear. He tightened sage energy as much as he could, coiling it around his spear's shaft and around his limbs. If he didn't parry every blade that had hit him, he was dead regardless. Focus on your next move. Naruto saw Roxanne's grin as her whips, one pair, now that he was looking at them, were arms, raised. Tuck in your energy and control every movement. Lucilla's eyes shot open. No. She skid into a turn before rushing towards Naruto with a pale expression. Damn it. Every second, no, every millisecond was focused on defense. She couldn't keep throwing those digits of hers. The air around the blonde picked up. Rafaela hissed as she moved by Roxanne before closing her eyes and raising her hands. The awakened being's appendages slashed forward, tearing apart the ground, the trees, and air to send powerful, almost impossible to stop projectiles his way. Naruto breathed out, lunged forward a mere 3 feet, and swung out his spear tip at the side of the projectile. Sparks. His will versus the very yoki that imbued Roxanne's blade. They fought a powerful battle that left his arms quaking as it ended with an explosion at his side. He hopped back a foot and swung out at his side, an explosion of dirt in front of him and a close encounter with a horrid projectile fighting his spear. Naruto grit his teeth as the sparks sprung to life once more. He fought it off again. The former ninja stomped down, stance ironclad as he saw all of them. Every one of those powerful yoki signatures that aimed to eat him. He saw them and he parried. The fourth sent him skidding back. The fifth nearly knocked him off his feet and he had to use the sixth as a painful stabilizer. My limbs feel like they're breaking, Naruto thought, tightening unconsciously as 3 more daggers crushed the area around him. She's boxed me in. More. Dance more. Make your flesh delectable. Roxanne's mind cracked, drool spilling past her lips. Keep fighting until the very last drop. Yes, how delicious. She sent another volley, one last set on her arms. Naruto grit his teeth, regaining his original stance, before blinking as he shifted around with slight twirls of his spear. They're not missing. His eyebrows rose before they caught sight of someone by Roxanne's legs. He grinned before jumping out of his current predicament, and prepared to parry once more only to blink at a back against his own. You amazing dumb bastard. Lucilla growled as she copied his energies, form. I love you way too much. Naruto led the charge with a grin. Sorry. Spear pointed forward, the moment it made contact with the first dagger of the second volley, he allowed his energy around his spear's tip to expand lopsidedly like before and parried, with all his strength. The next was fended off in a slightly similar manner by a beautiful shadow coming past his back, her muscles more appropriate to his form of surviving. Lucilla couldn't imagine the pain her lover was in, not even close, but she'd bear more of that burden. They were all in this together. Roxanne's eyes simply widened to no end. What? How? Her eyes narrowed as she grit her teeth. She looked down at her feet to see a familiar pain in her side. Rafaela. A cracking whip came down on the tense location and she barely dodged, breaking her yoki manipulation. The awakened being kissed her teeth in annoyance. My lost volley and not even my first have regenerated yet, a horrid thing to realize. She was losing, even as an awakened being, to 2 pathetic warriors and a human. Her mouth lost its drooling hunger and relaxed expression. No, Roxanne frowned as her eyes set into a glare she knew she shouldn't have but did. You've all lived for long enough, she said with a glower. Why are you getting in my way? She crouched and the trio flinched before she lunged at Naruto and Lucilla. I will devour you. Tisk. Naruto grit his teeth. Lucy. Her sword was on her back and he in her arms in an instant before they were moving, Naruto gritting his teeth as he minded Roxanne. And then felt the other signatures coming their way. Oh fuck, he said in horror. Please tell me you're just being dramatic, Lucilla begged as she jumped over a lashing out whip that tore apart the ground. Damn it. A form came out of the woods before grabbing them and pulling them to safety barely a moment away from disaster. Rafa. The 2 shouted as Rafaela grinned nervously, landing with the 2 regaining their composure. We need to run. They did as she said, the 3 barely dodging life-ending slicing whips and the enraged awakened being behind them. Damn it. Naruto grimaced as they reached the edge of the forest and started tree-hopping. Keep your signatures down, he whispered to the girls who nodded. Behind them, Roxanne's eyes narrowed as her senses reached for the 3 and came back with weak signatures that were already decorating the battlefield. I need to learn to separate my senses from my own projectiles. That made this awakening more useless than she thought. You can't hide forever, in fact, she grinned as all 4 limbs raised. Let's trim the hedges. The 3 hiding in nearby trees choked. Not good. Naruto grimaced. We have to stop her somehow. We'll do it from here, sis, Lucilla said as she closed her eyes and raised her hands. All right, Rafaela followed suit. Roxanne's mind shuddered. They're able to do it while hiding. That was bad news, very bad. They're going to try and alter my strikes, they don't want their comrades caught up in my attack, do they? Roxanne just let her yoki rage about her body and grinned at the lessening effects on her movements. Let's have a parade. Her arms lashed out in every direction, not a stone, unturned, and not a tree left, grounded. Attacking anything and everything, her yoki tore down her arms in bursts as she kept attacking the world around her. 20 seconds, she kept going for 20 seconds before bringing her arms down and letting out small gasps of exertion as her eyes kept searching for her targets. Tilda, where are you? Tilda, Roxanne asked in a sing-song tone, waiting for the diced earth, plants, and dust to clear. Nothing. No life, no signatures, nothing. Roxanne chuckled at herself before nodding. Not a speck of life. Had she gotten Sistina as well? She didn't sense her nor Elizabeth. They might have hidden, but I don't need to worry about them. Roxanne turned before jumping. She devoured between her and the horizon. Goodbye, young Naru, you would have been a delectable treat. Tilda. The giant monster left, leaving the area silent, the only sounds being the crumbling of still rolling stones and broken trees. And moments later, Rigaldo appeared in the wasteland, eyes narrowed in his full awakened form. She's gone and her levels aren't low enough for me to attack, how bad? He then felt Riffle's signature and grimaced before taking his leave, dust kicking up as the feline Yoma left within an instant. More time slipped by for the diced area, the signature of Riffle of the West and Doff going to the side and Rigaldo leaving gave one large stone the go-ahead to flip over. Ayak. Thanks, sis, Naruto coughed out as Sistina nodded, her hands removing themselves from Elizabeth and Odie's shoulders. Talk about barely living, he groaned on the ground as Lucilla and Rafaela dusted off their hands before grimacing. She basically beat us, the twin-tailed one said with a wince as Rafaela sighed. That was pathetic, Lucilla groaned. I barely did anything, Rafaela cringed. I was barely able to make a difference. We're all here because you made a difference, Rafa, Naruto said with a moan. My limbs are killing me, I don't think I can stand. Like seriously, he said with a look of pain. Oh ouch. Naruto's right, I could feel you all from far off, Sistina said with a frown as she looked off into the distance. This is very bad, she grimaced as Odie frowned and Elizabeth nodded. Roxanne not only awakened and left alive, she knows about the Soul Link project, the fourth grimaced. And Riffle's going to find her. Which might mean she'll learn about the project. Lucilla slowly dragged her hand down her face. Fuck, this is so fucking grand. Alright, easy, Odie said with a sigh. I'm sorry but that's all I can really say. Nah, I'm sorry, this is just, damn it, this is so bad. Ignoring that now the forests by Kiss are gone, Rafaela rubbed the back of her head as they all winced at that one. We've now got another powerful awakened being on the loose and Rigaldo was here. Isley probably sensed Roxanne, Naruto said as Elizabeth helped him up, one of his arms over her shoulder. Thanks. For now, let's just head back, this is too important to hold on to. NRK. The news had the elders frowning ferociously, LMIT holding his head with a growing headache. No, we'd forgotten, Rubel said with a shrug and a smile. I guess Roxanne caught wind, somehow, and left to find Naruto Uzumaki on her own. It's fair to say, this was unfortunately almost impossible to predict. You said she had numerous projectiles, it'd be good to examine them, Day said with a smirk. More awakened material, good, this worked out in their favor somewhat. Still, your concerns are valid, it seems that things may need to be expedited. What? Elizabeth frowned. The Soul Link project's secrets might very well be leaked this very moment, we can't wait another 3 years, the date will be altered, LMIT said. The following year, we will be delving into the project. The sisters and Naruto winced while Sistina sighed but saw the logic. This isn't going to do them any favors, she thought as they were dismissed. As they left, the guards ensuring their distance from the chambers, LMIT turned to Day. Did you watch them? He asked the scientist who grinned. The young man's abilities are downright incredible, Day chuckled. He struggled to do this, of course, he did, but he parried every one of Roxanne's projectiles when they were aimed at him. With but his body and his spear, it was rather inspiring. His mastery over this, sage mode, must be more than we expected because he should be dead right now. Many of them looked intrigued. Is this skill teachable? I don't know, from the very beginning, this has looked like a unique skill only he can use. As far as I know, his body's blood is downright brimming with possibilities. I've been testing it with specific levels of Yoma flesh and found something curious. In small doses, it's like the Yoma flesh simply devours it, rather readily, at that. His blood entices Yoma. Rubel asked, eyebrow raised. I could imagine that'd be rather useful. What if we could lead Yoma to a location? Yes. That'd be true, Rubel, if it didn't have other effects. Rubel frowned. What do you mean? The blood's vitality is more than I expected. It's like it fights the Yoma energy after enough consumption. They all looked surprised. Of course, I don't have enough to handle more experiments, but it's been the most notable result so far. If this natural energy can boost the spiritual strength of a human, it'll essentially fight back. What does this mean? One of the other elders asked. Can we use this? I sadly don't know. I don't know what'd happen to a Claymore if this entered their bloodstream, and we don't want the man noticing, so we'll have to do this at the other locations. I'll be giving him a checkup soon. It's best he's in his best shape to do this. NRK. Naruto huffed with a wet towel over his face on the sister's larger bed with a groan, wearing just some black pants. 2 times in a row. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Don't wish for that, please, Lucilla said as she combed her hair while wearing a new maroon-colored dress with long sleeves, the sound of the shower running reaching their ears. Honestly, you got hurt, the most, again, she grimaced. How, I'll never know. Because I'm nosy. She snorted but didn't disagree. As they both relaxed, Rafaela left the cool bathroom with a towel around her body and sigh. That helped, at least, she said as they both nodded, immediately throwing her towel over a rack by the bathroom door. Naruto's blind state to her, well, not her, benefit. She'd like for him to look, but she guessed it just wasn't the time for that. Lucilla nodded. So, we have a year, now, she said as Naruto nodded and Rafaela sighed, putting on some underwear. I don't know, I feel like if we had the right time, we'd be good, but now that it's been shortened, It feels like we lost out on training, her sister said, getting a nod out of her. It does. I don't feel as confident as I did before. Well, we'll make ourselves comfortable somehow, Naruto said. You guys are barely behind sis, that's crazy good, and she's the he added encouragingly as they hummed. You're still the 8th and 10th, you've learned Uranus and Nidene's styles and water walking is almost doable, he chuckled. I'm getting it, Lucilla pouted as Rafaela chuckled, a long white skirt on as she put on a black hooded tunic. I guess you're right. And, partial awakening, we didn't use it in the fight, Rafaela said. That still takes too much concentration and we can only do 2 limbs at a time. On both of you, Naruto made sure to specify. That's already awesome. You guys can do this. Sadly, only Rafa had weapons that could reach Roxanne and it wasn't safe enough to use it. Man, when you say it like that, this is more delicate than I thought, Lucilla winced. Timing it, would we just use it out the gate? I think that'd be the best we could do, Rafaela explained as she sat down next to Naruto. If we're fighting the abyssal ones, it'd be a bad idea to not immediately go all out. The two nodded. They knew what Isley felt like up close and now Riffle from a bit away, to take them lightly would get them, everyone, killed. There's a high chance we'd still need backup, Lucilla said as she finished her hair, getting up and going over towards the bed. Move. Naruto snorted, rolling over before Rafaela slipped around to his side by the wall while Lucilla occupied the one by the edge of the bed. She laid her head down on his bicep and just let her body drop. I feel like I did 50 marathons in the training area, Lucilla whined as Naruto and Rafaela laughed a bit. I understand that, the younger sister yawned a bit, head in the crux of Naruto's neck. Yoki manipulation on an awakened being is taxing, she whispered as she let out soft snores. Lucilla blinked in disbelief while Naruto winced. She was really working, he sighed as she nodded, laying back down and closing her eyes. We'll keep on working together, like always, the former ninja said as he laid down fully. They slept for the entire day, they were really tired, it seemed. NRK. The year following that event had been painfully fast and even a bit anxiety-inducing. They'd gone up in numbers, too, now being the 7th and 8th for Lucilla and Rafaela, respectively. Literally 1 week before the event, Naruto had brought the two outside for one last trip to Teo village. Sitting in a small park, he opened up a box before handing the two gems. Naruto. Rafaela choked as she took the small silver pendant, a crystal-like yellow gem on it. My goddess, she handled it with care while Lucilla smiled softly, placing her own, a red gem, around her neck. She grinned, 2 important pieces now on her person. Always a real amazing boyfriend. Well, if you want, Naruto began slowly as the two stared at him. It can be a bit more than that, he insinuated slowly as the sister's eyes widened to no end. He was tackled without remorse. NRK. A week later, the top 10 Claymore, minus the sisters but with the addition of the 11th and 12th, were standing at the ready as Lucilla and Rafaela stood in the middle of a wasteland in Suter. Naruto frowned next to Rubel, Day a bit further down from them, and LMIT further up with a few of the elders scattered about with more men in black and guards. This is it. Are you excited? Rubel asked the blonde man who grimaced. No, not in the least, Naruto said with a sigh. Despite all your training. You better not mean me and, yes, even with it. Awakening, it's not normal, it changes them, I can feel it. If Lucilla becomes different, this might have failed even before now. Rubel's eyebrow rose. So, even you can tell that, huh? He was honestly rather impressed by the man beside him. Every time, Rubel had worried he was but a pawn to be used, but the more he observed, the more he realized that he might be a key. A key to what was for him to know. The test will commence in a few moments. Day announced as Sistina landed behind Naruto with a neutral expression. Be on the ready for the possible worst. Naruto and Sistina winced at that while Rafaela and Lucilla swallowed before nodding. The time was now, this was what they were training for. Rafaela messed with the 3 pendants around her neck, holding onto Lucilla's 2 since they knew it'd be broken if she transformed with it on. Next to them, a Claymore, the 3rd, nodded. Do it, she said. They did, eyes closing in unison as Rafaela's hands raised, trembling a bit. It's fine, Lucilla told her sister with a smile, standing in nothing but a cloak that covered her underwear-only clad body. We know you can do it, she grinned. Rafaela took a deep breath before nodding. Go all out. The rise to an awakened being was done bit by bit under Lucilla's own power. 10 seconds, veins throbbed around her face, the woman breathing out softly. It's beckoning me, she thought as she pushed past the 30% threshold, body wriggling a bit. Ignore it. The call to awaken was within their blood and yoki, it was always sitting in the back of their minds, and that fact never left a warrior untouched, but Lucilla knew better. She knew what it was, she knew that Naruto was right in that it fed on her negative or, more specifically, more primal emotions. Anger, fear, primal joy, the feeling of power, and lust. Like a beast, it made every one of those emotions raise in response to their growing yoki and gained more of a foothold. Don't let it get you, Lucilla grit her teeth as her arms bulged. Don't let your focus, your will, lose. Focus. Rafaela could feel it and sink their yoki. You can do this, Lucy, please. She pulled on her siblings' consciousness and intertwined their minds. I'm here. I know, Lucilla said softly, voice deeper, rougher, but still hers. I know, I'm going to go beyond 70%, Rafa, I'm here, I'm scared, too, she responded, holding her siblings' larger shoulders, her eyes still closed. You can do it, all observations show you can still go back to a normal form after this. We just need to break this barrier and control it. Lucilla nodded, clawed arms wrists forming a sort of blade-like extension, much to the group's surprise. It wasn't the full thing, I guess, Naruto said as he closed his eyes with Sistina. Sis. I know, Sistina said. Their combined sensory abilities saw it all from the mental realm and they grimaced. Her flesh is fighting her every step of the way, Sistina grimaced as Naruto nodded. But she's holding strong, Raphaela's mind is settling her own, she said softly. Naruto's eyes narrowed as they watched. Before, something was off. Huh. He looked to his side. Something, was that Rubel's soul? What's that? Naruto pointed out as Sistina looked with a frown. A small golden energy signature sat near the man's presence and signature, something odd. What is that? We felt that thing a long time ago, we thought it was the flesh of a Yoma but, now, Naruto grimaced. That's not Yoma flesh, he realized, feeling a rising horror in his gut as he looked at Lucilla who was doing very well, actually. What is he doing? Sistina asked in concern and Naruto's eyes widened in horror. No. It was going well. The Soul Link project was going well. Day's eyes shined as he grinned wickedly. Yes, this is it, he said as Lucilla's form had long since grown beyond that of even an above-average human's size. She was bordering on the size of a medium-sized home and still kept a sort of consciousness as Raphaela coached her through it, holding onto her face as she did. LMIT smirked a bit. If this can be perfected, we can send it all to the mainland, with both them and the young man in tow. Having them battle and breed would make more powerful members for their side with the methods to fight off those accursed Isurakam. Rubel nodded to them, already feeling the impending doom from his side. I've lived a long life, all for his people. His Dragonkin kingdom. Messing with one of their scales in his pocket, he nodded. A chain reaction to use in case anything went too much in the organization's favor, he fiddled with it before grasping it tightly. Apologies, young one, I'm not blaming you for wanting to help people. The scale cracked as Naruto tackled him. But I have my side to protect. Why? Naruto growled at the smiling Rubel before the air rumbled, distorting their vision, even startling Rubel. No, he turned. Sistina tackled him and Rubel out of the way of a lashing-out tail. Damn it. A large, deep, feline roar rumbled the earth as yoki of a ridiculous amount slammed into every individual there. No. LMIT roared out as Raphaela hit her knees, eyes trembling at the now Roxanne says no. She was even bigger than Roxanne. A large light tan humanoid body mixed with darker russet red feline traits like her hind legs, claw hands up to her elbows, and face, 2 long blade-like portions sprouting from her elbows, 3 on her thighs, and 2 more up her back. Her face had seemingly contorted into a perfect mix, having a human-like shape but feline muzzles, 2 of them set atop one another with a vicious gaping length. Her head was bordered by a large 11 horn-like bits, 6 by her mouth acting like whiskers, 2 large ones on her forehead, 2 more above those which seemed to hold hearing functions, and one last one atop her head. The last 2 additions, though, were the reason that destruction had just seemed to shoot out around them. 2 long, impossibly long, light tan transitioning into dark russet red, tails waved behind from her behind. Lucilla's form powerful new assets raised and at the ready as the awakened being roared like the monster she'd become. Lucilla, she shouted to her sister in horror and pleading. Please, come back. The awakened being roared once more and Raphaela hadn't seen the tail coming that lashed across her face mere moments before she was dragged away by a grimacing Elizabeth. She held the left side of her face as she grimaced, blood leaking past her hand and fingers before they stopped by a familiar trio. Rafa, she heard Naruto's voice before seeing him in only half her vision. Naruto. Naruto, please, we need to stop her. We will but you're hurt. He said, touching her hand that hid the left side of her face but she only shook her head. Tisk. Damn it, Rubel. Naruto turned on the man who smiled shakily under Sistina's glare. What did you do? She hissed through clenched teeth before Lucilla's roaring got a grimace out of her. This isn't over, Rubel, Sistina turned before walking towards the others. We need to bring her down and make sure she can't move. The other single digits gathered around, carrying the elders. LMIT grimaced as he left the surprisingly there Uranus, Cassandra's form landing next to them with Odie in tow. What the hell happened? She asked as Sistina grimaced. For now, we don't know, something went wrong, she said as Raphaela's head dipped. It's not your fault, her yoki spasmed oddly, and that's the reason for this. So, we need to calm her down. Odie asked as Uranus grimaced and Elizabeth frowned. Those tails, though. They were a danger and, as they spoke, they watched as numerous mouths formed down their lengths. The awakened Lucila's eyes currently nothing but pure white, oculars, that saw nothing around them as of value. We need to bring her humanity back, Naruto said with a frown before Day's chuckling was heard. What, Day? The blonde growled at the man who grinned. It's like he's a monster in hiding, sadly not the case. You may be the key to solving this mess, he explained as the group blinked. What? Uranus kept eye on Lucila as she thrashed about, nearby rock structures shattered in seconds. You gotta speed this up, she'll destroy everything. NRK tilde. Riffles widened as Roxanne sat up with an explosive giggle and Doff choked. The project? She asked her newest underling who grinned. They fucked up, Roxanne said, naked as the day she was born and not a stigma in sight, her now normal yellow-colored hair set in its usual style still. Well, I think so, she frowned as Riffle did. There was something there, even for a mere second, something that resonated with Lucila and sent her controlled awakening into a chaotic one. Does someone at the organization know how to cause a resonance? Riffle frowned. Why? I wouldn't know. NRK tilde. Isley and Wriggledo blinked at the sheer density of the yoki from afar. That's that girl, wasn't it? The one with twin tails. Isley considered in surprise. And she's so strong. Did she get pushed up to the #1 spot? Wriggledo frowned. This isn't good, she's about as strong as Riffle and I. Yes, I can tell. NRK tilde. Naruto grimaced as Day explained the effects of his blood and energy. All right, he said with a frown. We still need to do what Sis said, regardless. Bring her down so I can pull her back, Naruto added with a determined nod. Dodge, one of the others shouted as a tail came around at them. They couldn't save everyone, unfortunately. Naruto even grabbed Ruble with a growl before they all jumped. Half the elders had died at that moment, as Day sat under Rafaela's arm, her other hand still covering the side of her face as wriggling was heard. Haha, I see, they can extend, he said as they all landed amongst the carnage and ichor. It's unfortunate, but taming her is now a priority. We've already lost not only half our men here but half the elders, not that he cared. That meant fewer possible disagreements with his efforts and methods. If anything, this was good for him if he survived. Tisk, Rafaela and the others carrying luggage ran back. We'll be back, she told the others as they nodded. Naruto locked eyes with the ravenous Lucila, whose gaze locked with him. Uh-oh, he realized with a nervous grin as she fell down onto all fours. She's gonna chase me. Sistina nodded, grabbing him and rushing off in another direction away from Rafaela's group, Lucila thankfully doing as he said and turning to look at them. Then she charged, four limbs allowing her speed to eclipse them in 2 seconds. Go under. Sistina stopped and lunged below Lucila, just barely dodging the cat-like awakened being. She's turning, she told him before her tails came down like large javelins. Sistina dodged them with a frown before spinning around the re-emergence of the tips from the ground below, Lucila watching them the entire way before she returned her tails and gave chase. They played this almost literal cat-and-mouse game for as long as they could before Naruto sensed the others' return. They're back. Let her over, Naruto said to Sistina, whose face throbbed before she ran at faster speeds that actually kept Lucila from catching up too quickly. There has to be something else. Was she attracted to him because of their relationship? Yoma had that component to them. It was part of knowing if one was pretending to be a family member. So, what if she wanted him because of their love? And maybe his sage mode, emphasizing how human he was, probably made her very hungry. That's the last resort, he told himself with flashing golden eyes. Sistina saw Elizabeth and Cassandra before passing between them, the 2 other single digits slipping past them and Lucila. Flashes of steel carved through the awakened being's fingers and toes, sending her into an uncontrolled tumble that she was skidding from, numbs for digits throbbing and growing back very slowly. Thank the goddesses, she's an offensive type, Cassandra said as she and Elizabeth chased the awakened Lucila with focused golden eyes. Keep hacking at her limbs. Her tails shot out at insane speed, the two skidding to a stop and shooting around them only to play, dodge, with the quickly turning appendages. They're fast. Elizabeth frowned as she skidded back before rotating low below one and lifting her weapon up, flat side against the tail's underside. A hop, quick shift of a blade, and flip brought that portion of the tail down as she landed on it. HMPH, she jumped onto the still attacking, beheaded, appendage. You were so much more graceful with Nidine's technique. Elizabeth frowned as she jumped off the flapping limb that crushed the earth beneath her feet. You're stronger than this, Lucilla. Is a monster what you'll become? Cassandra's eyes narrowed. Naruto was right, about a lot, she said as she tossed her body down in and brought it around for a sweep that cleaved through the tail bit. I do consider Odi my family. She lunged and stabbed into the flailing piece before cleaving off another chunk. But you all are. Are you really going to let this destroy everything you love? The awakened being roared and lashed out with her tails more, both single digits dodging with more difficulty. Uranus and Raphaela came around her front before two slashes had the whisker horns on Lucila's face coming off. You're Nidine's student, Lucilla. Uranus called out only to barely block a swipe of the awakened being's healing hand, sent flying even from just that force. Ah! Her sword planted itself into the ground, arresting her movement before she sent herself right back at the awakened Lucilla. Where's the grace? The technique? She swung for her shoulder blades, literally, only for a mouth to appear on it, locking her blade into place. What? Lucilla reached around with her other hand only for it to miss, Uranus breaking the teeth on her captured blade and disengaging. Eyes turned their gaze to the injured Raphaela, who removed her hand from her face, the other raised towards her sibling. We're on such a similar wavelength that this is easy, she said softly as Lucilla swiped out and missed, carving up the ground behind her. I know you. We're sisters, Raphaela said with a choke as she grit her teeth. This is all my fault, she stated, head down in front of the awakened being's face. If I'd been stronger, better, more powerful, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. Hot tears fell. Damn it. Hands came around the eighth, cupping the space around Raphaela, before the awakened being leaned in, flashes of what had to be eyes looking at her. Raphaela's eyes widened. I don't know what's wrong with me, Lucilla said as they stared at one another, the mental world of their shared mind around them. I'm so sorry, she whispered, tears falling as Raphaela lunged for her. They embraced without hesitation, Lucilla weeping into her sister's shoulder. I don't understand, what's wrong? I don't know, Raphaela admitted. But you need to come back from this. I can reach you, this has to mean we can still get you back to normal. I'm not sure if that's possible anymore. What? Lucilla looked at her body. Something, I'm not a Claymore anymore, I'm just another awakened being. So, Lucilla looked alarmed as Raphaela grinned. I thought you meant something else, we don't care. We'd rather you back as an awakened being if it means you come back. They gripped one another once more, before something went wrong. What? Raphaela and Lucilla looked out into the distance, to see something. What's that? The feeling is returning. Lucilla held her head after she pushed her sister away. Why you have to get away from me? She roared out, form, even in her mind, shifting, changing. Two tails sprung out from her rear end, covered in mouths, while her hands clawed up, Lucilla hyperventilating. Why you need to go? My body it's rebelling. She roared in sadness, eyes trembling. I'm so sorry. Raphaela flew out of the awakened being's arms, the others becoming alarmed as Lucilla's tails lashed out, tearing up the ground around her as she bellowed into the air. I'm rather surprised, Rubel said as he and Day watched from afar, the elders already gone. I'd have assumed she'd be easier to deal with, he offered Day, who chuckled. Her yoki's on a level all its own, only matched by her sibling in their normal forms. That said, with her power overtaking even Cassandra's, Rubel's head snapped around. What? He looked horrified as Day chuckled. You see, Rubel, the truth of the matter is, Lucilla has long since been capable of being the number one, the man in black's fists clenched. But she wished to hold on to the 8th position for a time and I simply smudged the numbers. Besides, I'd rather have 3 number 1s a generation than 2. This should have been told to us. Hadn't we planned for this to still work since she was weaker than Cassandra? And what would you have done? We'd still be doing this experiment, it wouldn't have mattered, would it, my spymaster? The air was silent as Day chuckled some more. When? For some time. You see, Ruble, Day faced him with a smiling glare. Lucilla should have been a success. It's nearly impossible for her to have fallen to her awakened urges, especially since I already gave her some of Uzumaki's blood. Ruble flinched. Her ability to focus, her sister's even greater Yoki levels, he grinned widely as Ruble grimaced. And their perfect control, they should have been perfect but something went awry. Why did Naruto tackle you? I'm curious. Then you know that now she's currently a 3rd Abyssal 1, Ruble said, adjusting his hat, regaining his confidence, but he frowned as Day chuckled once more. Do as you please, spy, I could honestly care less. Why? I only wish to see my hands create beings more powerful than any on this planet. Besides, Day hummed as Ruble frowned. You seem to be under the impression that this still isn't salvageable. You mean her cut-off portions? No, I mean Naruto. He can pull her back even now, but it'll require a bigger dosage, Day grinned. And I know he'll do everything to save either of the sisters. Ruble's head turned back to the rampaging awakened, Abyssal 1. She's not at full power yet, he realized in disbelief as Day nodded. Of course, Lucilla's mind is powerful and could easily hinder her current self to the point that there is a chance. Had she not, they'd all likely be dead already. NRK. Naruto grimaced at Lucilla's explosive Yoki, that spark, from earlier happening again. Ruble, you are dead. He shouted into the distance before recomposing himself, removing his kimono, leaving his torso in nothing but a tunic. I have to do this, Naruto thought solemnly as he filled his arm with natural energy. Lucilla rampaged about, the others going in and out of her body's appendages to bring them down, but they proved capable of regenerating faster than before, her tail's ability to extend even making chopping it up from anywhere but the base useless. Sistina looked at him curiously. What are you doing? She asked the man who grinned at her with a resigned look. Naruto, don't you dare. I'm not going to have her eat me, sis, but if she needs enough of my flesh and natural energy to go back, we don't have many options, he said as Sistina grimaced, sword going a bit limp. I'd not make you do it, sis, no, I need to do this fully attached. Are you insane? She'll eat you, you're asking for a miracle. Yep, he grinned as Sistina's eyebrow twitched fiercely. Hee, sorry, Nei-chan, she looked confused. It also means, sis. I need your help, you've got the same level of Yoki synchronization as Rafaela, or close enough. You need to help me get there and keep me alive. I'm killing you if this fails, Sistina groaned as he grinned once more. Thanks. Come on, he said as they walked towards Lucilla, the warrior sheathing her weapon as they broke into runs. I'm coming, Lucilla, Naruto thought with determined eyes, absorbing more and more natural energy, raising his spiritual strength to the highest he'd ever done before. They lunged into the distance, approaching Lucilla as she kept destroying the surrounding area with her tails and limbs. Tisk, you guys have a plan? Uranus asked as she skidded back by them, wounds covering her right arm and thigh, the woman shakily getting up. We're not liking our options, only Cassandra and Elizabeth can keep up and they've been pushing 30% for a while. We've got one, Naruto nodded as Uranus joined their run. I'll fix this. The three of them approached Lucilla's side, Rafaela dodging the feline awakened being's claws. Damn it, Lucy. It's me, she shouted, trying to regain that spark of consciousness, but each attempt left her with a muddled wall of bestial thought. Why can't I reach her? This wasn't normal, was it? She could always reach her before, why was now different? Then she felt the three behind her and Lucilla's head snapped to Naruto, who separated from Sistina and Uranus. No. The awakened being lunged for the human, who grit his teeth before he jumped over her swiping claws and landed in front of his older transformed lover. Her arms reached but went down, seemingly stuck in the ground by nothing and yet everything. Wii-u, Naruto grinned as he walked towards the hissing mouth of the awakened warrior. Hey, I can tell, I guess Day wanted this to go well, he said to her even as she kept chomping her teeth at him. I can feel it, Lucy, bits of my blood are inside of you, no wonder he wanted that last-second check-up. The monstrous woman's head twitched still. Hurry, Sistina said as she and Rafaela kept the awakened being's limbs and head pinned. Naruto. Wait, what's he doing? Rafaela asked but got no answer. Naruto. The man closed his eyes and lifted his arms. Eyes snapped into being in that instant as Sistina and Rafaela's control slipped when he expected it to. No. Her head snapped forward and Naruto simply held up his left side. Blood spilled as she bit down. Trapped in her own mind, Lucila's eyes shrunk as she hit her knees, hands trembling in that horridly dark field of growing red grass. No, 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 she cried out in horror, in anguish, at what she'd just done. And no, no more. I lost, streaming tears waterfall down her face as she gripped her head, on all fours. And Naruto, I. That feeling of the Yoma flesh encroaching on her, she just gave in. She stopped holding it back. Lucila blinked through the tears, the pain, and the burning self-hatred to see something small and gold. Insignificant as it was, even just a single blade of grass, she locked onto it with a focus she didn't understand. This one golden blade among millions shouldn't have meant much of anything. Her lover was gone, her sister was likely terrified of her, and she'd done it all to herself, so why? What was this warmth? Him. Was she tasting him? But if so, she didn't taste anything. All she felt was, hey. Lucila's world burned with colors, bright blue skies, golden grass, and a single person in front of it all. Silver eyes trembled as she stumbled to her feet before he caught her. She cried into his arms again and again, shame and relief mixing into one. I'm so sorry, she cried as Naruto held her close, chin on her crown. I ate you. What the fuck is wrong with me? Nothing, come on, please, he embraced her tighter as Lucila gripped back. She didn't want this to go, she didn't want him to go. This might very well be the last chance she got to see him again. Lucila couldn't. I know, you took a pretty decent bite out of me, but I'm still alive. Her form snapped up, eyes wide with hope and yet more terror. How can you want to see me at all? Oh, well, I literally wanted you to eat part of my body. What? Lucila looked ready to slap him but he held her cheek. Listen, I am alive but not for long, Naruto said quickly as she flinched. The thing is, with your new power, you could go and get me fixed, he grinned as she held his hand. We believe in you so, please, come back to us. He glowed softly and Lucila blinked. Her eyes opened in an instant in nude human form in the outside world, Naruto's hand still on her Naruto. Lucila choked at the sight of his half-eaten torso, oh goddess. Hey, got her, Naruto said weakly as Rafaela looked on in disbelief but the blood falling out Naruto's side needed attention. Lucy, the way that Rafaela's eyes watered snapped Lucila out of her miniature, way too long, funk. Shit. We need to get him to the medical bay. Lucila breathed in and out rapidly, dark red hair falling past her shoulders. You're back to normal. Thank the god, what the hell happened? Uranus began to say only to choke as she saw the state Naruto was in. Holy shit, we need to get him today. Tisk, Sistina grimaced. He doesn't have the time, she knew. If Naruto was to survive, he needed present medical expertise and Sistina wasn't even sure if that'd work. There weren't any options. Can we do anything? Cassandra grit her teeth as she saw the damage with a hiss while the others grimaced. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Lucila swallowed as she considered everything they could do, everything she could do. Rafaela, Lucila said with a determined look at her pale sister. We have to do this quickly, she added as she raised her arm. Powerful jaws opened up before she ripped it off, much to the horror of the others. Not from the rapid gore, that contained most of the shock, but it was obvious what Lucila planned to do to save Naruto's life. Turn him into a hybrid, into one of them. Naruto groaned softly, his head placed in Rafaela's lap. Naruto, I want to save you no matter what but we don't have, Lucila grimaced. Do it, he said as she flinched. He, I'm composed of 100% of me, if I could bring you back. Naruto let that statement float there even as he groaned. Besides, I'm not full of options. Raphaela swallowed. You want me to stabilize it into his body as you put it in. His sides open, Lucilla. I know, Lucilla said as she raised her still bleeding stump to his lips. We can do the Yoma insertion at the organization. All you need to do is help my blood's yoki circulate inside of him and heal, she stated as their eyes locked. Raphaela's glowed as she nodded, holding onto the sides of Naruto's head. Sorry, Naruto, this won't taste good, she winced. Why yeah. Lucilla held her stump to his lips and Naruto swallowed with a look of distaste but through sheer force of will. He didn't gag, wouldn't, and kept going as Lucilla and Raphaela locked eyes. They focused on their yoki as the man groaned a bit, stopping his drinking as Sestina came by his injured side, his blood on her greaves and knees ignored entirely. Focus, she said as she placed her hands on him with Lucilla, the three of them focusing. If we're going to save him, we need to, somehow, force the healing ability of yoki and Yoma blood. NRK. Yes, do it. Create something great. Day squealed like the madman he was as Rubel kept gripping his broken scale, the two's binoculars coming down. Nothing. What the hell had Uzumaki Naruto done? He cut off the connection, he destroyed the parasite. No, that shouldn't have been possible, unless mixing the flesh of that young man with the parasite destroyed the man-eating aspect. Had that been it? Had Naruto always been a miracle subject who could make the organization's true goals come true? NRK. Riffle, Roxanne, and Doph flinched as imagery reached their minds unbidden. The sight of the warriors in the organization, the current method they were using, and the immediate effects alarming beyond reason. His sensory skill reaches this far. Riffle's eyes widened in disbelief. If his flesh is truly perfect, they'll use it on the warriors, Roxanne thought with a frown even as her body begged to be satiated by his power. I can even feel it. She blinked in confusion. What is that? She asked the air softly. This energy, between the spiritual strength and yoki. What was that? NRK. Isley stared at the floor with Rigoldo. How is this imagery reaching us? Or is it reaching every Yoma on the continent? Rigoldo asked in confusion, hand to his head. His flesh was different. It seems so, Isley noted, closing his eyes. But that's not what has me more curious. He'd seen the previous moments before the current ones, somehow. Were the young man's abilities that great? Had he shown him the flow of Lucilla's energy at all times? Ever since she'd become an awakened being. The young man had done more than brought her back as well, Isley didn't know but his hunch was once more reaffirmed. I need to meet him, he said. Whether it's 1, 5, 10, or even 100 years from now. I need to meet this Naruto Uzumaki. NRK. Naruto blinked into unconsciousness. Why did he say that? Because he was definitely not in the waking world. He could sense anything. No plant life, animals, people, his family, nor even the abyssal ones. Nothing. Well, that wasn't fully true. There was something. So, you're the Yoma in me, huh? Naruto said, arms crossed in his nude soul state, as he looked at something far across from him. It throbbed, bulged, wriggled, undulated, and more of such squeamish-inducing actions as he looked at it. His Yoma half, he guessed. He didn't know. Was it his Yoma half, or his quarter? I'll just call you my Yoma side, and leave it at that, the blond man said as he finally looked around and found a familiar battlefield. I guess we would fight it out, he stated. That fleshy mass stilled before breaking down into nothing but energy. A massive amount of energy that Naruto had one guess on. My yoki. It thrummed before forming an animalistic shape. It was, for lack of a better word, vague. Well, it wasn't that vague, the three snake-like tails it had were very familiar compared to Lucilla's awakened form. It was feline in its claws while the back legs glowed a vibrant sickening yellow in the shape of clawed feet. The body, though, was where the vagueness hid because, well, it wasn't a body, so much as a mass of turbulent fleshy energy that kept moving. A vague beast of sorts. This is gonna take a while, isn't it? Naruto groaned as he looked down at his naked soul. I'm gonna need something, soul. He chuckled as his body was outfitted in a familiar orange and black tracksuit, ninja sandals, and headband. I guess if it fits, he said before looking down at his hands. It's my head, my power is in front of me, but as long as my will is strong, Naruto thought before forming his favorite cross-fingered hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Nothing, damn it, he was gonna fight it with just sage energy, wasn't he? Still, his eyes burned gold as he slapped his fist into his palm. I guess we're about to get to know each other pretty well. NRK. Lucilla blinked at the fully healed side of Naruto along with the others, blinking again to make sure she wasn't seeing things. The hell? She asked them, still nude and confused. I don't, it's not supposed to be that fast, right? The awakened woman looked up at the man's hair in more confusion. A small tuft at his forehead had turned silver, and that's it. No other part of him had changed besides that. If she lifted his eyelids, he did have silver eyes. So. Is he one of us now? Uranus asked, completely confused. Maybe one of you can tell me, but I think there's Yoki in him, right? You'd be correct, for his left arm, Sestina explained as Cassandra blinked in confusion, the other single digits also looking confused. Perhaps this does make sense. Naruto's will is the majority of his body, while it's made a bit of leeway. The Yoki in him is essentially put at bay by the greater majority, she said with a small frown. But what is that at the divide? There was something there. It didn't feel like Yoki nor spiritual strength. Not even his sage energy, which was just mixing his spiritual strength with natural energy. What was that odd occurrence at Naruto's shoulder? For now, let's go back, Cassandra said, rubbing the back of her head. Right now, we have no idea what's going on or what to do. Lucilla grumbled before Rafaela returned and covered her with a familiar kimono, the awakened being, right? The awakened being pulling it more around her body. NRK. I question if they succeeded or if something new happened, Day said, confused. His hair remains mostly blonde and his skin hasn't descended in tone. What exactly is going on with that one's body? Rubel wasn't sure, all he knew was that he'd need to be laying low for a long set of years if the other warriors got confrontational. Well, this isn't how I wanted things to go, but it is a change that will weaken this place, Rubel thought with a shrug. They now carry more camaraderie than before. I question how this will interfere with things. It's likely not an immediate effect. They already don't trust you, but I'd assume they'll be untrusting of even the elders. Rubel smirked at Day's words. Excellent. NRK. Returning to the organization had been full of more and more questions. Many of which were brought about by their fellow warriors. Visions of the current events. Elizabeth looked confused. I don't remember being hit with such a thing. Naruto's sensory abilities can mesh and enhance when his and others overlap, Sestina realized with a worried frown. And Lucilla didn't even implant Yoma flesh, just awakened being blood, she bit her lip. I don't know what will happen, Lucilla said, looking solemn as her sister hugged her from the side, the older sibling lifting Naruto on her two-tail controlling ability. Thanks, Rafa, I really need it, she sighed as Uranus pat her back. How are you, though? Naruto's plan apparently was to give you enough of his flesh so he could repel the Yoma's influence, right? She asked, looking at the younger woman's tails as Lucilla blinked. He did say something about that. And here, she tapped her noggin as the older woman rubbed the back of her head. Sorry, I know that sounds ridiculous, but Sestina and Rafaela know what it's like. It's true, Rafaela said. Interacting with Naruto's own mind over the years has helped us, well, see more of our own mental scapes, he calls it. Mindscapes I think would fit better. So, he spoke to Lucy in her head but through his sensing skill. Essentially. He reached me and helped me leave that prison of my own mind, Lucilla explained. I'd thought I ate him and I almost. We understand, Cassandra nodded, looking melancholic. I didn't like the idea of losing our home, either. Lucilla nodded as she looked back at Naruto. It feels like he's fighting, she said as Rafaela and Sestina nodded. Naruto's always had a strong will, I guess this might all be because it's that strong. If he stopped the progression of Yoki and Yoma flesh in his body, what exactly caused those changes? Elizabeth asked. Maybe it was the beginning effects that got stopped. But it got directed all towards his arm after we focused, I guess. The fourth shrugged and Lucilla sighed. Their trek back to the organization left her feeling guilt on a level that didn't reach when she thought she ate Naruto, but the loss of lives, people she killed. It took its toll as Sestina threw her arm around her shoulder. I promise, it's not your fault, Sestina sighed as she saw the downward expression on her face. Damn it, what does this mean? Was Rubel not a part of the organization? But if so, why would he want Lucilla to go berserk? What benefit was there? It's not like he'd stopped them before, right? So, why now? He wasn't connected to their happenings, he wasn't connected to their training, hell hadn't he been one of the few who suggested Naruto's effect on the trainees would be good? Was that a lie? Or was there a deeper motive? Damn it, this is all so absurd, and she was currently walking next to an awakened being, maybe. Lucilla, I am confused. Perhaps it's just me, but do you feel anything? Awakened being inferred. No, I'm hungry but I don't want guts, she whispered, and Sestina was left unsure of what effect Naruto truly had on her body. I want to check with Rafaela when we get the chance. All right. So, submissive and weak sounding, Sestina felt her heart ache. They all winced at the sight of the elders, men in black, and more of their fellow warriors standing at the front of the organization, not a hint of Rubel and Day around. LMIT looked surprised, coming forward to look at the downtrodden Lucilla and then the unconscious Naruto. What happened? He asked. The state of affairs their group came with completely unbelievable as he saw that Naruto was held in Lucilla's tails. He brought you back. Yeah, Lucilla grimaced, fists tight before her shoulders dropped. A bit too late before I hurt people. LMIT considered her before looking at the unconscious Naruto. What happened? Was Naruto Uzumaki's consciousness used as an exchange? Wait, now that he was looking at him. Why was his uniform in disarray and tattered? Was that a hint of silver in his hair? He blinked in confusion before stamping his cane. Come, we'll head back to the council chambers and discuss what happened. NRK. LMIT, the leftover elders, and the now revealed Day considered all the possible news that had come their way. Will the Abyssal Ones know? Did they get such visions? Or was it only those on a similar level as Lucilla's blood? Day considered. But even then, she's not as strong as those above her, while Naruto, perhaps, would his actual level with her flesh be above most single digits? He grinned at his own question while Rafaela frowned. Naruto currently laid out on the floor in front of her kneeling sister. The yoki inside of his arm isn't to be underestimated, true, Sestina said. But it's not remotely powerful enough to contend with the top 10, much less the 5 after. Though, I will say that with his previous abilities bolstered by the blood he received, he could stand against most of those in the mid-10s, which wasn't as ridiculous as saying he was greater than a single digit. You'd know more than we, Sestina. Still, I don't know what keeps him asleep and will need constant observation on him. I'm sure the sisters wouldn't mind handling this task. We don't, Lucilla and Rafaela answered. We'll look after him. Then we'll have to mind the areas surrounding the organization, LMIT said. Numbers 1 through 5 shall be switching areas. You'll all be placed closer to us in the case of an emergency while keeping an eye out for any approaching Yoma. The 5 chosen nodded. The others will be rearranged to apply more pressure to deter any awakened beings or Yoma who felt these visions. Following that, we'll have to monitor the lands and see if even the Abyssal Ones have changed their projected actions. He stamped his cane. Dismissed. NRK. Standing in the medical bay, Lucilla laid her hands on Naruto's foreheads, standing at the head of his gurney. She closed her eyes and focused. What are you up to? Lucilla spread out her senses while Rafaela watched from Naruto's side. They were 2 hazy phantoms in a landscape of cracked stone, high-rising sand, and large cliffs and pillars. Where is this? Lucilla wondered as she and Rafaela looked around. Then the ground rumbled as someone kept bouncing over to them before he recovered. Naruto! They shouted and he blinked, looking up at the two with a bloody lip. Girls. He balked and they rushed him before, slipping through him. Huh. Naruto blinked as they all got up, looking at one another. We can't touch him. Lucilla winced as Rafaela looked around. Naruto. What's going on? You haven't woken up, she said to him and he rubbed the back of his head. I need to fight my yoki down, he said. What? There was a rumble in the ground and all three turned to see the towering creature coming over the horizon. The hell is that? That's my yoki, Naruto said. I've been fighting it and, so far, I've only made a few small cuts on it, he added, pointing to the arms where tears and small craters sat. So, you can tell things are going great. What happens if you lose? Lucilla asked nervously. Probably not a good idea to think about that. I'm always full of energy here and I've been sharpening my skills with each fight with that thing, he said, sage mode immediately on. I guess you can say it's like I'm working things out with my body. This is all still me. Each time I break a piece off that thing, I get pieces of it. Rafaela tilted her head as she considered him. He's got a bit more yoki than before, I guess he's got a point, but, still, surely you have to rest eventually, right? She asked. Maybe. I've only been here for 30 minutes or so. I'll know in, I guess a couple of hours. We'll be here, you're in the medical bay and we're your supervisors, Lucilla said with a hand running through her hair. This is all one big mess. We'll get through it, I promise. We barely did it but we survived the test and I know we can help people with the new power we've gained. I guess I really wanted to hear you say it, Lucilla said, shoulders dropping as her sister smiled. I know, I have things to make up for, I killed people, I can't just let that lie down. I know, you're super honorable like that. So, what can it do? Lucilla said before Naruto jumped up from an extending claw from that creature, the sister jumping before all the uplifted sand and earth passed through them. Oh, right, she realized. Well, so far, it can only throw its limbs around, Naruto answered as he landed before shooting at it in a burst of wind. A glowing fist was brought up and around before he rocked its head to the side with that hit alone, leaving the two gaping at him as he landed only to be batted back towards them once one of its tails came lashing out towards him, the man's glowing cross-armed block nullifying the damage even as his feet dug into the ground the entire distance he was thrown back. So, I'm working on it, Naruto said with a thumbs up before going after the vague beast once more. The air rumbled, the earth shook, and the sounds filled their eardrums. It's his mind, I guess he'd be stronger here, Lucilla said as Rafaela nodded. Then there was a growl from her stomach. An actual growl. Lucilla's eyebrow twitched as she opened up Naruto's kimono to see a growling mouth on her skin. Rafaela choked off to the side with laughter as Lucilla's arms crossed. What the hell? NRK. Returning to the world of the living, the two blinked before Lucilla nodded. I'll go and grab us some food and you some clothes, Rafaela said as she left, leaving her big sister to nod. Finding a seat, Lucilla brought it up to Naruto's unmoving form before just waiting. 10 minutes passed by in a flash as she messed with her arms and the mouths that could appear on them. I get more hungry when I do that, she said as Rafaela returned with food, Sistina right behind her with Uranus and Odi carrying their own trays and her clothes. Oh, thanks, she admitted, looking embarrassed. And then they saw her growling stomach, and she facepalmed as Rafaela laughed again. Your stomach actually growls, Sistina's face couldn't have looked more befuddled. She shook her head. I don't think awakened beings do that but you're the only one I've ever seen with so many mouths. The awakened woman blushed before getting her food. Then the group watched her eat everything down to the last bit of bread. They'd even offered all of their bread to her and were left staring at her empty tray in only 5 minutes. Thanks, Lucilla blushed once more. I guess normal hunger works. But, why do awakened beings want to eat guts? Maybe it's Naruto's effects. Odi offered even as she looked at Lucilla's empty tray. She ate it without a hint of control, she sweated nervously. Did becoming more Yoma-like make your manners bad? What if Naruto's energy replaced the normal nature of your yoki? Uranus considered as she ate without too much disbelief. If he did that by using his own energy as, like, a core substitution, maybe that's it. She twirled her clean spoon before digging back into her potato. Sistina hummed as she gestured to Lucila's clothes. You can change when you need to. Though, I do notice that you don't have your stigma anymore, she observed as they all saw the top of Lucila's chest. Opening up Naruto's kimono more, they blinked as it wasn't a stigma anymore but a scar. Running her finger down it, Lucila looked at it with some melancholy. He's way too helpful sometimes. I know for a fact that awakened beings don't have the stigma, but they also didn't have scars like this. Then we can assume Naruto's effects had something to do with this, Sistina shrugged. For now, just rest. We've got a lot of odd interactions to have in the future, she frowned as they looked confused. Should I tell them? Right now, she really doesn't want to upset anyone, yet. She didn't want Lucila to be too aggressive right now, what with her still being in her tender state. For now, they just needed to rest and recover. Nothing, I'm just thinking about how your body is now that you're awakened, supposedly. That boy really does like making my life too confusing. They chuckled at that because it was true. Leave it to Naruto to make life interesting. The first 24 hours were just filled with observing. Honestly, Lucila found her mind far too apt for it. It felt like she could stare at Naruto for years and not be bored. Leaning on his table, chin down on her crossed arms, she reached out and messed with one of his birthmarks. Sliding her finger up and down the odd texture, she kept going. Going, and going, and going. When she felt a tap on her shoulder, she blinked, looking up to see Rafaela. What's wrong? Lucila, you've been rubbing Naruto's cheek for the past 4 hours, her little sister said as the awakened woman blinked, looking surprised. Really? She squeaked, looking embarrassed. How? Had she really spent 4 hours just looking at Naruto? You know, they say that awakening changes us on some level, Rafaela said as she sat down, Lucila wincing. I hope it's not something bad, she said as her sister nodded. Still, I don't feel any real negative emotions, you know. I don't. Maybe Naruto changed that, too. What if he made your tendencies less? We sadly don't know. We have to wait for him to wake up. Moments later, a familiar scientist came into the room, looking pleased and excited. Any changes? They asked the two who shook their heads. He's fighting in his mind, Lucila explained as the man blinked. Fighting his yoki, he said. So, you can speak with him. Curious. This will hopefully lead to good things, Day said as he went to a drawer. I'll need to get some of his blood again. Do you remember from before the experiment? When we injected you? Why yeah. I think that helped salvage your situation. Though, for now, I need to check if there have been any changes in his blood and to see if it's different in that arm compared to his body. The sisters blinked at the idea before looking at Naruto curiously. What would it show? Would it be the same? As they watched Day do it all, Rubel peeked into the room from a fake door in the wall. Drawing blood with 2 separate vials, Day and the 3 blinked at the difference. One of them looked like normal blood, surprisingly, but with a sort of golden sheen to it. Like red liquid gold. The yoki-filled arm was also odd. Red. Day checked again. Not a single change in color. All of your blood is usually a darker shade, but his blood is normal in this arm, he chuckled. Curious. He pulled both vials over to a microscope and checked them. It's as they said, it's like the Yoma cells, or would it be Lucila cells? He wrote it down mentally. The awakened cells are trying to overtake his own. The colors of each blood cell changed between the 2 colors slowly. Anything? Rafaela asked. Well, it's all the same down to the cell, they're fighting, Day hummed. I question, if he wins, will he still take over your blood's normal functions? Would he just become a human awakened being? Lucila looked at her arm with a sigh. By the way, I left an arm back in the battlefield, she blushed as Day perked up. Well, when we went to check, we didn't find one, he said and she winced. Did it blow away in the wind? Did something find it? Well, we'll keep searching, wouldn't want that out and about, Day lied as he breathed. With that arm, we've got more powerful material, he still wasn't sure about what to do with it. To use it on the Abyss Eaters would be a waste, while trying to implant it into trainees without knowing the full effects wouldn't be a good idea. He'd have to leave it in suspension for now. Well, his cells in his body are seemingly enhanced but still mostly human, he said. I'll see about making pills with his blood. Well, that's probably a good idea, Rafaela said with a hum. Maybe this will help the others if those times come. She asked hopefully. We'll see, I still have one from when he provided his previous blood samples. It's not easy making a pill out of human blood, but it's different with Iomas. The two just watched Naruto once more. And that's how they spent the next 20 years. The first year had been the worst, honestly. Oh, it'd come with some good news. Lucila's lack of degradation meant that she didn't need to eat humans. She was basically a normal, awakened being, but the oddities began to show. It had been small things, at first. For one, she didn't like hot showers, an odd change but not the worst. Next, she'd a slight preference for more raw meat, beef, pork, chicken, and so on. The rawer, not too raw though, the better. Third, her slight obsession with Naruto, which even she noticed, had become a daily thing, and they only had conjecture. Day's words had likely been the closest answer. As an awakened being, sometimes, they're attracted to previous connections. It's not odd to think that, with her change in affinities, this is what it looks like now due to Naruto's effects. They'd actually tried little experiments, slowly hiding out of view and watching how Lucila slowly obsessed over the man on the table. Caressing his cheek, fiddling with his actually growing hair, and/or intertwining her fingers with his often for hours on end without a hint of stopping unless broken out of her enchantment. In that same year, Rafaela had gotten in as much training as she could before she and Lucila would visit Naruto at least thrice a day. The changes internally weren't more beyond his Yoki being conquered more in that past year. So, that had been good. But the fact that Naruto hadn't awoken in that time had made them antsy, even though they could literally just slip into his mind and see him. Life in the organization hadn't even changed, really, but there was less energy, and Rafaela had never felt like the place was more lifeless than at that time. Though, many people came and went from the med bay. Sistina the most often, Cassandra, Uranus, Odie, Elizabeth, some of their numbered friends from their generation, and even LMIT. His visit had been the oddest, honestly, because he'd simply come, stared for 10 minutes, and would leave. It honestly could have been worse, Rafaela guessed, but she feared that things would degrade when they were asked to move Naruto to a cell below for safety reasons. With Lucila, obviously. _NRK_. Placing him down against the wall, LMIT nodded as Lucila's tails returned to their normal lengths. Make no mistake, you all aren't being punished, but there are members who don't know, new generations, new trainees, and more. We can't take the chance, the elder said. Especially if he births himself anew and can't be controlled. Oh, he'd been told what was going on, but LMIT couldn't take chances. Naruto had done them a service by making Lucila into a tame, awakened being. That was the absolute truth, but that didn't mean he wasn't a danger like this. In a coma for a year, LMIT needed to be cautious. If he awoke, two beings on the awakened being level could be on their side and provide insight and power the organization needed. As he left, the sisters sat next to the still unconscious blonde before leaning on his shoulders. Oh, hey, girls. Naruto said as they sat in a space that confused them. Where were they? It was like a large never-ending lake of still blue water, the sky, completely black, while Naruto and they just sat atop the water, causing the only ripples on its surface. I think this is my new headspace, if ya catch my drift, he said as Rafaela looked around curiously. I guess me constantly fighting that thing, getting bits and pieces back, I've been gaining more control over my body entirely. So, this is good? Lucila asked, looking hopeful as he nodded. Still, I've only broken off half its front right foot. Does it regenerate? Rafaela asked and Naruto hummed. I think that its main body got smaller, so I think it's like it's using its energy to improve its defense, obviously its attack, and that power is what I'm breaking down. He looked at his hand. I haven't noticed any changes, nothing like it, but I guess you could say my influence is growing. That thing is slowly gaining a shape. Wait, how is that a good thing? Lucilla asked, one of her tails coming around and looping around his shin without a thought. I mean, I guess it's not bad, she said unsurely. Naruto shrugged as Rafaela tilted her head. What can we do? They couldn't help. Naruto didn't look to be struggling, honestly. You need a haircut, Rafaela said as Naruto blinked before ruffling his hair and noticing that, yeah, it was longer. Or should we wait? She grinned as Lucilla perked up. We should let it get really long, she said as Naruto began to sweat. Gee girls, please, me with long hair. Think about it. They did, cupping their chins at the image. Long hair it is. Damn it. The sisters blinked into the waking world before nodding and getting up slowly, allowing Naruto to rest more comfortably before heading out. As they walked out of the area, they came to a stop as they blinked at someone. A young lady, really. She was of average height for her age and obviously a trainee, what with her wearing that particular uniform they hadn't really seen in a while. She had a slightly heart-shaped face with the usual silver eyes one would expect from a warrior of their flesh and ilk. Her hair was also the usual platinum blonde with it being wavy and in a ponytail with two bangs falling down the sides of her face. Lucilla tilted her head, crouching to her level. Are you lost? I'm pretty sure they usually don't let the trainees come down here. Are you guys different? The girl asked them, confusing the sisters. Rafaela blinked. I don't think I understand your question. Well, the girl rubbed the back of her head with a grin. Well, you two feel different from all the other Claymores here, so I thought you guys were different. It's a secret. Well, I and one other are, Lucilla said softly, eyes looking away from the girl as she smiled. It's not information that should be divulged yet. You can ask, I forget who typically handles the trainees, classes, Rafa, she added, looking embarrassed as her sister chuckled and the girl giggled. There's someone, I know, who should tell you. Well, no, they won't, not unless you're really strong. Eloquent, Rafaela grinned as her sister pouted. I'm Rafaela and this is my sister, Lucilla. We're on a private personal assignment of the organization of watching over our boyfriend. Yeah, it's a bit weird, Lucilla said with some red on her face but a grin that nearly lit up the room. But we've made it work for over 10 years, and no, wait, not boyfriend, he's our fiancé. She squeaked as Rafaela burned like a candle. The girl looked between them with squinty eyes. Boys are already weird, she said as they sweat dropped. I'm Teresa, though. Well, Teresa, we're still confused, how did you get allowed down here? Rafaela asked with a nervous grin. Like, seriously, there are supposed to be guards outside. I snuck in. I felt somebody down here, they seemed nice, Teresa said as the two blinked. Naruto. Could this girl have an amazing sensory ability? You probably mean Naruto. I don't think I've heard that name before. He's our fiancé, Lucilla said. He's different in a lot of ways, Teresa, he's not. Okay, so, Naruto's situation as a warrior, Rafaela could sense the air quotes. Is different. Oh, well, I think I need to leave, Teresa said with a nervous grin. I might get in trouble with my trainer. Alright, come with us and we'll tell him that we found you. Lucilla smiled brightly, Naruto's kimono over her form emphasized well as she put her hands on her hips. Teresa blinked. Why? Why not? Rafaela chuckled. There's nothing wrong with you just being a bit curious, you shouldn't be punished for that, she said, walking out with her sister and the girl with them. I'm curious, Teresa, what generation are you from? The 77th, she answered, surprising them. Wait, I thought there was a generation every year. Lucilla balked. Did I forget that? No, it's supposed to be once every year, they doubled it up. Rafaela blinked, confused. I mean, I kinda understand, what with everything. We're also not on the front lines anymore. Lucilla nodded slowly, wincing as she fiddled with her two pendants. Yeah, I remember. NRK. Teresa blinked as Lucilla ate 4 whole trays of food that consisted of a lot of potatoes and a third as much meat. Is that normal? She asked Rafaela who grinned. Nowadays, she said. Thankfully, the organization has its own farms and the like. That and Lucila's appetite isn't absurd, just a bit high, and she doesn't even eat every day. I mean, why? Teresa asked. Private information, Lucila said as she drank some water and nodded in relief. All right, I guess we'll see you around, maybe, Teresa. We do have our responsibilities to deal with. All right, she said, kicking her legs a bit. Could I visit? Teresa asked. Well, we wouldn't mind, but it's not us you have to contend with on that front. All right, so, if I sneak there, they chuckled. I can visit. If you can. NRK. A day later, Lucila wore a nervous grin as Teresa grinned in front of her. How? My trainer's not very good at keeping up with me, she grinned. Well, come on, it'd be nice of you to meet him, I suppose. Walking down the lines of empty cells, they came to the one in the middle and Teresa blinked as she saw Naruto for the first time. And the world pulsed as the man did, confusing both of them before it fell away to reveal a familiar scenery to Lucila but not Teresa. Teresa jumped as she looked down at the surface of the water beneath her feet. Whoa, she looked up before locking gaze with a curious man. Who's she? Naruto asked curiously as Lucila blinked at him. Did you do something, Naruto? She asked nervously as he frowned. No, why? We weren't trying to come in yet. Naruto looked alarmed while Teresa blinked at him. You're their fiancé, she said as Lucila blushed once more as Naruto chuckled. I am. I gave them engagement pendants, he smirked as Teresa grinned. I guess not everyone likes rings. I'm just more of a pendant guy. Lucila filed that away for further deliberation with Rafaela. So, what do you think caused it? She asked him, walking over and sitting next to him as Teresa looked around. And, Teresa, well, when you're good enough at sensing yoki, you can match wavelengths with others and come to places like this. The mental plane of someone's mind. Teresa tilted her head as she looked back at her before blinking as she looked down at her hands. My unconscious body, Naruto frowned. I'm worried that while we're fighting, me and that thing can interact with the outside world through my body. Lucila frowned. Worrying, still, it only pulled us into here. No it didn't, Teresa said as the two looked at her. It pulled our yoki and minds here, she stated matter-of-factly. Crap, Naruto said with a frown. But outside yoki, why? I can assume that it pulled you guys in by accident. Lucila closed her eyes before her form flashed in her mind. A tank, of sorts filled with yellow yoki, fuel. 10%, she grimaced. A tenth of my yoki, it took it. It got a third of mine. Teresa said with a raised hand as Naruto frowned. Is it trying to power up more? Naruto frowned. I don't know what you're talking about, but does that mean you've been beating it up? Basically, yeah, he cupped his chin. So, it's gotten desperate. Or is it because you're a powerful source of yoki? Naruto winced. I'm worried that it'll bring a copy of you in here to also fight me. Lucila's eyes narrowed. If that thing will bring me in here to siphon anything, I'll kick its ass. The black space around them fell away, leaving them on that battlefield once more, a familiar vague beast in front of them, with a small copy of Lucila's awakened form or a general outline of it, by its legs. The copy was maybe twice as tall as the woman herself. Actually, there was another one there. Teresa blinked as she saw a smaller figure with 4 wings and a pretty human shape. This one was barely there, more of a hazy image, but there it was. Naruto appeared in front of her. Teresa, please go and hide somewhere, alright? He asked her with a grin, ruffling her hair. We've got this, I think this is different, the man added as his eyes burned gold. Lucila's eyebrows furrowed further as her arms awakened and her tail slithered out. You think you can take from me and my fiancé and get away with it? She shouted at the beasts, all 3 crouching in preparation. Bastard. Yeah, Naruto chuckled. The 3 creatures lunged and Naruto picked up Teresa before he and Lucila jumped over them. Lucy. Yeah. Her tails shot out, one around him and Teresa while the other shot into the distance and latched onto the ground. They were pulled out of the way as the winged creature lunged through their previous location. HMPH, she's not that impressive, no offense, Teresa, Lucilla said as they landed, the flying being coming back towards them along with a quartet of extending limbs. Her tails extended themselves before lashing out, batting her copy's limbs away with ease while struggling with the vague beast's claws. Putting Teresa down, Naruto lunged at the flyer before grabbing her by the ankles. Here, he sent them into a spin before throwing the Teresa copy into the face of his yoki, the creature stumbling back as Lucilla lashed out at its limbs. Broken pieces fell from its limbs before slipping into Naruto as he landed. Alright, I guess because this thing brought you here, you can fight with me, whoa. Naruto leaned back as Lucilla's awakened clone lunged over him before he kicked out and sent it flying. Phew. He jumped back and landed next to Lucilla as they watched the entangling trio of beasts. Still, this might be really bad if it absorbs more yoki from other people. As soon as he said this, though, the two awakened copies' forms trembled, their solid nature breaking down at the tips of their limbs, leaving the trio confused. Huh. Teresa tilted her head. I guess it's because they're not native to your body, maybe, she said with an unsure grin as Naruto tapped his head. It feels like they're just burning away too fast, he told Teresa and Lucilla, the latter of whom blinked. I guess Teresa might have had the right idea. For now, they're not gonna be here for long and it's been, what, a few seconds. The vague beast stumbled to its feet as the copies fell away, breaking into particles that vanished into the sky. Naruto nodded. Lucy, Teresa, head on out. I've got this, he grinned as Lucilla nodded, pecking him on the lips and holding onto the blushing Teresa's shoulders. I'll be back, maybe even little Teresa, too, Lucilla grinned as he chuckled. Returning to the world of the conscious, the two hummed. We learned something new and worrying. I hope that doesn't mean something bad, Lucilla said to Teresa who nodded. Still, he was nice, she said as the older woman laughed. NRK. Not even 2 months later, Lucilla's jaw dropped along with Raphaela's as Cassandra rubbed the back of her head at the number ceremony. Why? Oh, only because someone else was the number one. The woman who'd taken the top spot smiled in front of LMIT, her long hair set in a partial ponytail and the bangs running down the sides of her face braided. With this, Cassandra will now be the number 2, LMIT explained to the group. No other changes are to be announced. Go to your handlers and make yourselves aware of your new areas, those whose numbers have changed. Raphaela rubbed the back of her head as she looked at the woman who'd originally been the 6th. So, she's not the first. That's crazy, she said as Cassandra considered it all before shrugging. She grinned as the taller woman smiled. It's just a number, I've realized. That doesn't mean I won't keep trying, she said, shooting the sisters a weird look. You said you had a new method. NRK. One large tub of water later and Cassandra, Elizabeth, Uranus, Sistina, and newly arrived Teresa balked at Raphaela's form standing on the water. Standing on the water. That was ridiculous. It took me the entire year to get this down, she explained as Teresa looked into the large wooden tub in disbelief. Do you all remember when Lucilla and I were working on constant flows? This is the idea Naruto had that helped us perfect it. Why you're standing on water. Teresa's jaw remained dropped as Lucilla chuckled, stepping up and onto the water's surface like it was the most normal thing in the world. I would try it with the baths we had, she admitted. It took longer for me since I was, well, this, but I also got it down. If we can, you guys could as well. Constant flow? Teresa asked. Yep, it wasn't easy, it's tough, Lil Teresa, but it's improved our control leaps and bounds, Lucilla grinned. There was a growl that Teresa jumped at before the awakened woman blushed as the others smirked. I might be a bit hungry. NRK. The next 4 years had passed so quickly, Lucilla wasn't sure where the time went. And here they were with Elizabeth and Uranus outside in a sort of temporary medical tent, they coming over with a tray of 4 pills. I hope this works, Uranus said as she took a calming breath, Raphaela looking a bit uneasy but determined. Hey, come on, we know how your guy helped. If it could help Lucilla, it could help us. You're right, she said with a nod, running a hand through her hair. I'm hoping for the best. Now, I've been testing and experimenting for a time, Day said with a grin. Naruto's blood's effect on normal Yoma flesh is rather powerful with enough refining, he explained as they saw one dark brown pill and a dark red one. But I'm not sure of one thing. If you were to use both the Yoki suppression pills and the energy control pills, I wonder what'd happen. Let's not test anything today, Sestina said with a look around. I haven't seen Rubel in the past 2 years, and every other time, she never saw him for more than a second. He's hiding from me. Someone had something to hide. She does have a point. Best to not push our luck. The 4th and 18th looked at their offered pills before taking the energy control pills. Now, there hasn't been any true trials about this on normal Claymore, Day said. So, that's why we're out here as a just-in-case with Lucilla on standby. Lucilla nodded from her seated position on a large flat stone, eyes closed as she sat on her knees with her hands in her lap. Back to back with her, Rafaela assumed a similar position, head lifting in interest. Their Yoki is shifting. Rafaela blinked, eyes opening. It's kind of like when Naruto did it for me, Lucilla said, eyes opening slowly as she looked at the two warriors who shivered. I don't really know how to explain it, but the feeling of their Yoki changed, but it feels temporary, she frowned as Rafaela nodded. Even now, their flesh is fighting off the effects, but you're both fine, aren't you? Elizabeth looked down at her hands, flexing them as Uranus chuckled. I certainly don't feel like I'm about to burst with energy anymore, honestly. It's weird, she said as Day wrote it all down. It's kinda crazy to say, but I feel like I could go 100% and not change. The group blinked at her in surprise save for Lucilla and Day who hummed and nodded, respectively. In a way, maybe it works by increasing their limits, Day considered. Or, temporarily, Naruto's cells rewrite the effects of Yoki, the scientist was hyperventilating. They weren't surprised, it was a ridiculous discovery that likely was so impossible it was hilarious. Still, we don't know how long it's active, if it's a one-time effect, or if, when it runs out, we'll immediately awaken, Elizabeth said as Cassandra crossed her arms. It's all new, she noted as Odie nodded and Day cupped his chin. Well, that's good, we'll be experimenting, he grinned as they looked nervous. Simple observation, if we're to find out the pills' true effects, there's an array of different things we'll need to register and document. That will require Lucila's, Sestina's, or Rafaela's help, though. If we can help them, I don't mind handling it, Rafaela said with a nod. Finding out the way Naruto's pills work will also be a way to help our fellow sister warriors. Cassandra nodded. It'd be nice to see if we couldn't get that worry out of our lives, she said with a smile. This would likely never happen, though, until their miracle man was awake, though. The next 3 years of observations of non-active warriors had been curious. For one, their only slight Yoki use had become oddly stable. The two had gone on record to state that they felt weaker but more stable without the odd effects of increasing their Yoki output. And, surprisingly, Day hadn't reported this to the elders yet, wanting more and more observations of the energy control pills' effects. It had been a rather peaceful trio of years for them before they reached a surprising change in events, very surprising. Teresa had become 16 and became one of the youngest ever single digits after completing her training. Teresa grinned as Lucila's eyebrows shot into her hairline, her hands on the young woman's shoulders. You're the 8th. Her mouth remained down as the younger woman giggled. How? Lucilla felt nothing but pride, really she did. But this was actually ridiculous. It's all pretty easy if you know how to control your Yoki, like you taught me. Teresa grinned as Rafaela rubbed the back of her head. Is she a genius? She asked Cassandra who blinked thrice. Yes. The tallest of them said unsurely. This beats out both of your records. The sisters shrugged. It was bound to happen eventually, sure, Lucilla said as she pat Teresa's shoulders with a nod. We just happened to know her, she smirked as Uranus chuckled. We happen to know a lot of people, she said as Elizabeth cupped her chin. We really do. From the back of the room, Hysteria's eyes twitched the slightest bit as she settled her eyes on Teresa. That's impossible, this has to be a mistake, she thought with a soft frown before schooling her expression. No, I'm sure it is. Let her deal with the responsibility of being a single digit, Hysteria smirked. Things corrected themselves in time, didn't they? NRK tilde. In an utterly irritating, laughable way, they had. Hysteria's eyes narrowed a mere year later when that upstart was ranked up to 7th. In a year, a single digit had increased their rank once more. A child. Her eyes snapped to Lucilla, the woman, that mythical one who was an awakened being but with tamed powers. Was she coaching her in methods Hysteria didn't know? That had to be it, right? There was no way this was all talent from a 17-year-old child who couldn't have fought that much in her career. The factors needed to even gain such rank shouldn't be possible. So how? Her forehead throbbed and Hysteria hissed quietly. NRK tilde. Naruto blinked as the vague beast still, its next attack missing him by a mile. Huh. He blinked as something hit their senses. Someone's angry. Naruto's eyes widened as the beast's energy slipped into the sky in a burst. No. He appeared in front of its vaguely fox-like head before kicking out, sending its head slamming into the ground, cutting off its power surge. But it was too late. He'd not acted fast enough. I need to tell them. Naruto grimaced as he looked up at the sky. Whoever's getting that energy, it's gonna be bad. He could sense their power, too. That wasn't a weak warrior. Focus. If what that thing did was true, they could reach those outside with their power here. Focus. He locked onto all his friends, and his fiancés' signatures before blinking at how clear they all were. You guys need to keep an eye out for this signature. He sent out like a wave of energy, the wavelengths of natural energy coiling at his command. I don't know who this is, but she just got a burst of energy from this thing and I feel like she'll awaken soon through her anger. NRK tilde. Outside, after the ceremony, the group had gone to the cafeteria to see what they could do for Teresa before they all stopped. What visions, words, and emotions passed along a connection Sestina hadn't known she had. Naruto. Her eyes widened. Then the message hit them and, that signature, was seemingly applied to their minds and their heads turned involuntarily to Hysteria at the far back of the cafeteria. The way the number one had frozen, her hands clenched and her body seemed to thrum with energy made them realize that, yes, this was real. And now they had another problem on the horizon. They turned around almost immediately, barely fast enough to not gain Hysteria's attention, but she looked at them anyway. At Teresa's back, her eyes glowing, the left gold, the right a powerful red. I see, this power, I can use this how I please, she thought while looking down at her hand, flexing it and feeling the thrum of energy that had entered her. NRK tilde. Roxanne grit her teeth as Riffle destroyed another set of her dagger fruit, as she called them. You've gotten faster but you're not fast enough, the small woman said. Roxanne hissed out a breath but pulled back her awakened limbs into her back, rolling her shoulders, body as bare as they stood in the shallow waters of a nearby waterfall. Tisk. It's not really fair to you to compare yourself to me, I've got what could be called the better version of your skill set, Riffle said with a smile, flipping some of her hair as Roxanne's eyes narrowed a bit. Besides, you're capable of breaking past Doff's powerful defense, that's honestly more than most can accomplish. That walking lump of muscle isn't fast to incite more effort, she said before hissing at a small rise in Yoki, Riffle's smile becoming a bit colder. Tisk, how you could have fallen for him, I'll never know. That's none of your business as you know. Only for now, you little bitch, Roxanne would get the power to fend off this woman and when she did, she'd go and find him. The one who drove her all these years and would truly satiate this body of hers. He'd finally pay his fare for leaving her like this, in every possible way. Then there was a flash of something against their senses, both women turning their heads in that direction as they had nearly a decade ago. That organization, why is it that they seem to keep failing with their warriors? Riffle considered with a raised brow. Despite my joy in this is honestly getting rather ridiculous. Roxanne sensed deeper than that. There he is again, that power wasn't normal, it wasn't from one being, was it? She closed her eyes and searched for that strength, following it down its path, from that on-the-edge warrior woman to, her eyes snapped open as Riffle shot her a look. She's a number one, Roxanne smirked as Riffle clapped her hands together. That could be good. Maybe she'll also run here and I can collect another high-value comrade, the West's monster grinned. Let's hope this plays out in a way that'll end in our favor. Or mine. What had that other power besides Naruto been? Had it increased that warrior's awakening potential? If I could gather it for myself, I could gain power greater than Riffle. But she'd need to observe, for now. She needed more time and examples. NRK. HMPH, another one, Isley said with a huff. Where did he go? It's been nearly a decade. He shrugged in his medium-sized cabin, in his office. Still, another strong awakening potential. If they could monopolize this one, it'd be good. Wait, that felt oddly powerful for just a number one. What was that? NRK. So, he can contact us. Uranus looked surprised while Teresa nodded. That's the first time it's ever happened. Along with whatever it's doing to Hysteria, Sistina said with a frown as they all followed suit sans Teresa. That vague beast as he calls it sent energy to her through her anger. That had been startling. But the more Sistina considered Naruto's state, the more she realized some things. Would Naruto's awakened being, skill, as she'd called them, be energy-related? Or, really, was it the power to transfer and alter Yoki he'd have once he awoke? So, if that was true, the vague beast had the same skill set and could do things that he could. Bad. Very bad. What do you think it did to her? Odie asked. If it really sent her a surge of energy and she was, apparently, already on the path to awakening. Then we'll need to either speak to her or use the energy control pills, Elizabeth said as they remembered that, yes, those were now a thing. HMPH, it's good to have such an option, she smiled as they all nodded. But what happens if she doesn't want to take them? Teresa asked the group who paused, looking at her in concern. And if she's angry, would she really stop before she can deal with that first? She offered with a tilt of the head. We don't know why she's angry, Lil. Risa is right, Lucilla frowned. And she's not only a number one warrior but also got a Naruto boost. She looked very concerned now. That's very bad. Then I'll go and handle it, Cassandra said to them. If nothing else, and she attacks me, I'll lead her here. Lead who? Came a voice that had them all grimacing as they turned their heads towards the approaching Hysteria who raised a brow at them. I think you'd be better off staying out of this, number two, she whispered in a way that sent all their senses off. HMPH, Rockwell Hill, she said to Teresa as she threw something at her. Catching it, the young warrior's eyes widened at a black card. Hysteria. Teresa blinked, looking back at nothing. When had she? All eyes widened save for Sistina's, Rafaela's, and Lucila's, the three grimacing. Her speed, it was always rather insane but this is ridiculous. The awakened being's eyes snapped open and turned to the side. She's already left the organization's boundaries. What? Elizabeth looked that way in horror. That's not her normal speed, that surpasses anything she's ever done before. What the hell was Teresa about to be up against? That creature, could it really increase her power this much? No, just her speed, Sistina said with narrowed eyes. Her Yoki may have increased a bit but it's focused. It applied itself to her legs, for the most part, enhancing her already incredible speed to something beyond even the speed of sound. All right, Teresa said with determined eyes. I mean, I'm sure I don't do it, she'll just awaken and attack people, right? I believe we should also tell the organization, both of Hysteria's soon-to-awaken state, Sistina began. And of the team we'll be sending to handle her, she said as they all considered her words before nodding. NRK. The elders choked while LMIT frowned. Sistina, Lucilla, Teresa, Rafaela, Elizabeth, and Cassandra nodded to their maid, team. She awakened to greater potential than expected. Dave frowned. How can you tell? Her speed, Lucilla said, confusing them. She left the organization's grounds in the time it took us to blink. From the training field's midpoint to outside the establishment's boundaries, she grimaced as they paled in disbelief. What? Her speeds become unparalleled. Tisk, LMIT hated the sound of this. If only Uzumaki was awake, they could have gained power that may very well have outstripped the abyssal ones. Should we use the Abyss Eaters? Was this the right time? And even then, they only had 15 in number now. That wouldn't be enough if Hysteria's speed was as ridiculous as they made it sound. And considering their eye was supporting the notion, that meant this was beyond even them. I'm confused, why would we not send more warriors? Day asked them, eyebrows raised. There'd be no point, Teresa said with a tilt of the head that had him smirking a bit. They'd simply die. The team we have here is composed of nothing but individuals who are single digits greater than the fifth, and most of us are good at Yoki sensing. It'll be vital to have all our senses aligned to keep her from controlling the field. Lucilla blinked. She always was well spoken, but this is rather incredible. How curious, but she knew that everything she said was right. Almost all of them were all above the No 5, Elizabeth being the weakest, and yet she was the fourth. Lucilla was sure that outside of her and Teresa, they all were beyond the level of a number 1, but if that was enough would be up for debate. She speaks the truth and has been learning under Lucilla, they might be our best options, Day chuckled. And you all are so interesting. A team being composed mostly of those who could sense Yoki was not something they'd ever had before. Then again, it was a team composed of curious individuals. Sistina the Miracle Eye, the strongest sensory warrior they'd had before Rafaela. Cassandra the Unknown Style, the former number 1 who'd retained her rank through a style unseen by others. Elizabeth the Beautiful, one who had the ability to go 100%. Rafaela the All-Seeing, a young woman with similar if not stronger sensory abilities to Sistina. Lucilla the Awakened, it was in the name, their awakened warrior who had full control over her form. And then there was their little helper, Teresa the youngest single digit. If this team failed, well, they could very well say that life as they knew it would be over in these lands. Having 3 abyssal ones was already worrisome, and now there was a 4th. Very well, leave once you're fully prepared, LMIT ordered. The 6 nodded. NRK tilde. Naruto balked as they all told him what the hell was going on. Damn it, I wish I'd been able to stop it before it did anything. He groaned as they spoke in his new mindscape. Still, you guys made the right choice for your members. If she's as fast as I felt, you'll need to stay connected, like this, Naruto said as he placed his hand into the water below them. Golden energy sprouted like roots, coiling out towards the 6 warriors before touching their feet. 6 pairs of eyes widened as their right pupils flashed gold with a horizontal pupil. There, if that thing can hand out power, he chuckled. So can I. What I just did was connect you guys and your sensory abilities. The only way to win this fight with Hysteria isn't going to be with pure speed, it's gonna need you all to coordinate on a level greater than even thinking at the same time. You'll need to always be watching each other's back like you were one being. I just hope this is what I needed to give you. About that, Sistina said as she blinked and the vertical pupil went away, the others doing the same. I've come to the possible conclusion that your powers as an awakened being might very well be energy related. You've literally just demonstrated, so I'm more certain than ever. Hee, yeah, I figured, Naruto said as something rose from behind him. Something dark blue in color and decently long. A tail. Cassandra smirked as Lucilla looked at it with interest. I want to say I'm surprised, she said, but looked more amused than ever. Hee, I'm hoping it stops at 1. I know that the vague beast lost one of them when I gained this bad boy, Naruto explained, uncrossing his arms so they could see his hands. Claw's digits sat on them, just normal hands with clawed ends but claws nonetheless. It's been, what, almost 10 years. God, time flies. Teresa looked at his new appendages before blinking as she looked up at his hair. She blinked as Lucilla shot her a look. Notice something? She asked her and she nodded. Naruto raised a brow as Teresa reached out into his hair. What is? Rub. The hell? His mouth dropped as she grinned, lifting a tuft of hair she'd been messing with to reveal ears, not just hair. Don't tell me I have fox ears. Now Sistina looked ready to start laughing at his new development. You have fox ears, by the goddesses. I didn't know. Naruto gasped as he looked at his reflection in disbelief. Oh, I'm getting made fun of for this when I get out, I can feel it." He placed his face in his hand and just shook it. Oy vey. NRK. They left the organization with Rafaela carrying a small pouch on her leg. Every bit of insurance counted, right? As they ran, Lucila led the way with closed eyes, nose twitching, as Teresa ran at her side. Right, you have a cat-like awakened form, right? She asked the older woman who smiled. I do, I only ever transformed, on purpose, twice in the 3 years before we met, she said softly. I didn't lose control like I thought I would, but that body is so big and unwieldy, Lucila frowned. If I have to use it, it's going to be dangerous for all of you. So, should that come to pass, you all need to vacate the area and provide me support with sensory information. I'll eat her if that's what this will take. Teresa saw the look of steel in her eyes and nodded as they kept going. The location they went to, Rockwell Hill, was on the edge of Suter, a relatively big area composed of fine stone, small rocks, and a large patch of land that sat on a small incline that had a river flowing around it. There Hysteria sat, blade in the ground atop that raised bit of land in the normal warrior seating pose. Her eyes opened and their eyes widened at the sight of her right eye's powerful color as the air around vibrated. A wave of energy spread out, her hair floating in the air for but a moment before it dispersed and her follicles dropped gently. She began to get up and their run didn't stop, instead every one of the team members' eyes burned gold as they zeroed in on Hysteria. The number one grinned before Teresa's right eye glowed with its horizontal pupil. The group barely dodged Hysteria's blade, the water beneath their feet carved through and not going back to normal for a second. Hysteria's eyes widened in confusion as she landed, turning around to look at the group of at-the-ready warriors. How did you dodge me? She asked them, eyebrows furrowed as her form crouched low. Her form was a blur and Lucila's eyes closed as her legs transformed. An explosion of air sent both one of her tail ends flying off and Hysteria skidding back. The awakened woman grimaced as her feline feet dug into the ground. Annoying, Hysteria was sure her new speed eclipsed even this so-called true awakened being, so how had she stopped her? Her form faded and a spark lit up the minds of the six before Teresa leaned back, blade coming up into the face of the attacking Hysteria. She vanished even in such a position, but Teresa had felt resistance. When Hysteria reappeared behind them, she grit her teeth, running her hand down the side of her bleeding cheek. How? She growled at them. How can you possibly keep up? HMPH, your power isn't your own, it's borrowed, Elizabeth stated. And it won't do you any good here. The number one growled before she circled them, form nearly impossible to see as she kicked up dust and powerful winds. She's coming, Rafaela declared, another spark of sensory information passed around. Sistina's eyes narrowed as she rolled forward, Cassandra's blade coming around to slam into Hysteria's own. The former number one was thrown back by the force, but Hysteria had been stopped and Elizabeth's form came down on her, blade flowing around her raised block to slice into her pauldron before the woman disappeared once more, gritting her teeth. How? My speed should outstrip even their mental speed. How? Her eyes narrowed, face throbbing with veins. Tisk. Her speed increased once more, but the group focused and kept their collective guards up. I can see her, with all our sensory abilities put together, Rafaela thought as she delved into their combined might. She absorbed the entirety of the information their Yoki ability could gather and saw more. Her form shifting around, Hysteria's impatience, her thoughts. Her next move. She grabbed that next possibility before their minds sparked. Hysteria landed far away before her legs bulged, mouth cracked and filled with sharp teeth. I can't kill all of you from here. Her form shot off from that 200-meter distance and she reappeared in front of Teresa, their eyes meeting before her vision was blocked. A blow from coiled-together tails nearly knocked her mind out of her body before the limbs grabbed her. Her rattled brain still sent enough signals to have her look down at the transformed teeth of Lucila, her body twice as big as it was before. Got you, she growled before her appendages brought Hysteria up, around, and down, cratering the floor beneath their feet. She clasped her claws together before raising them and bringing them down. The first hit cracked the small uplift of earth. The next split its base. and the third destroyed it in its entirety, the Hysteria hunting team, falling with all the stone and dust. Lucy, get back! Rafaela shouted as Lucila's eyes widened before she jumped back, tail shooting around in the air and gathering the others as she did. Just in time, her forearms down to her arms were gone, leaving bleeding stumps in their places. How? She did it, Sistina grimaced as the smoke and dust dispersed, leaving a lone figure within it. She awakened. Hysteria's head tilted. Lucila caught the flash of information almost too late, losing her right leg in exchange for Teresa being pushed back. Lucila. The young woman landed in the water in horror as the awakened woman grimaced, falling back onto her rear. Hysteria. Veins throbbed around Teresa's face as a chuckling monster skittered over to them. Of course, someone as persistent and annoying as you would be a bug, Teresa hissed. The awakened form of Hysteria the Elegant could have been summed up as such. Still having her bare naked torso with wings along her back, her lower half couldn't be defined as anything other than a steel spider's abdomen. The lower portions, legs, consisted of a septative blade, appendages with numerous spindly oddly angled legs that were reminiscent of the insect. Hysteria grinned as she looked down at the young single digit with a chuckle. A bug you say? Now, that's not nice, she whispered, head flopping to the side like a deflating rubber ball before she grinned at her, both eyes burning red. Especially when it's you who'll be rubbing your pathetic belly along the ground. A tail lunged in the space where her head was, where it was. Hysteria landed behind the half-awakened Lucila who grimaced. Rude, she said with a small smirk, metallic looks shifting in amusement as her body seemed to phase into nothingness, already across the river. Curious, I understand now, you all have also been blessed by that being below the organization, that's how you're able to keep up with me. You're cursed, at best, the feline monster said as, with Rafaela's assistance, her limbs grew back in record time. But we're still no closer to beating her like this, Lucila winced as her eyes and Rafaela's met. Unified thought flashed before they looked at Hysteria with frowns. We need to catch her. I know, but her speed is utterly insane, we can't catch up and can only attack when we stop her. That or keep her in the sky. Can we do that? Lucila let out a hissing breath before her form grew to its greatest height. No, but I can, she hissed out as the others jumped out of the way. We need to attack when I've got her in my hands, she told the others whose eyes narrowed. Her right arm raised before it swung down on Hysteria. The blow tore apart the ground and threw up dirt and sand as Rafaela rested on her sister's shoulder. Her eyes flashed to the side where Hysteria was currently floating in the air in annoyance. From below, Teresa, Sistina, and Elizabeth jumped into attack, blades held out. Hysteria's eyes narrowed before she threw down her hands. She disappeared just as their blades swung, leaving the six confused. Hysteria's spindly legs crushed the ground beneath her feet, prepared to lunge at the mid-air claymores only for something to flash past her back. What? She growled, head snapping to the side to see Cassandra disappearing into what remained of the forest. You cur! Her vision flashed as she tumbled onto her side, feet away from the hissing Cassandra who ran out of sight once more. Yoki manipulation. Hysteria hissed before pushing back onto her feet and circling the landing Teresa and Elizabeth, reappearing behind them. Got you. A blade cleaved across her right lower half, Hysteria's eyes widening in horror as she hissed and disappeared in a burst of wind, reappearing, tumbling on her side, a good distance away. You, she growled as Sistina's eyes narrowed, her form growing hazy in the abyssal one's sights. Your trick won't work again. She vanished, leaving Sistina hissing as Cassandra peeked out of the tree line. Up in the air, they balked as she shifted around with a frown, dodging in and out of Lucila's serpentine tails. She's occupied, Lucila thought as Teresa and Elizabeth ran up the length of one of them, speed doubling. Don't let her get away. They reached the very ends of Lucila's stilling appendages before Teresa jumped off, heading down towards the awakened being who looked up with a grin, mouth wide and full of teeth as she shot up. She balked as one of her wings was cleaved through, Elizabeth's form landing on Lucila's other tail. Hysteria grit her teeth as she caught Teresa's descending blade with both hands before she was tossed down towards the ground, the young woman landing next to Elizabeth before they jumped off Lucila's limb towards the Abyssal One. I can't do anything with my speed. That was ridiculous. How? When her main ability was conducive to the power she'd received, how was she losing? She landed upright in front of Sistina, eyes widening as her body stumbled at the feeling of two forces pressing down on her yoki. From above, Rafaela's eyes narrowed. We keep trapping her, but she's too fast. This chipping away nonsense would have worked well, great even, if Rafaela wasn't constantly concerned about Roxanne or an Abyssal One coming onto the scene. We need to remove her advantage completely. What did she know about Hysteria? She's not a defensive type, Lucila told her as their eyes chased Hysteria. Her speed's the greatest of every warrior in the organization, though. She's too fast to completely deal with, and we both know that she'll adjust to her body soon. It was true, Lucila had noted it in her first year as an awakened being. They didn't have it all set yet, they weren't at 100% despite breaking the barrier. They were still adjusting and were, as such, weaker despite the great power mass increase. So, she was at her weakest right now, and that meant, if Hysteria got any bit faster, they'd be screwed. That needed to be stopped before it advanced. Everything I know about awakened beings, something that'd seal this one down. Wait, hadn't Naruto said something when they were still training? Cut the flow. Rafaela asked him as Lucila dropped into the waterfall's pool again. I don't think you mean yoki manipulation. Not completely, no, Naruto said. But what if you could, even temporarily, cut the flow? Like, using a sharp spike of yoki to clog it. It's a flow, right? Well, it sounds good, but we do need to actually get this down, ya know. Sure, it's just an idea. Cut the flow of her yoki to her lower half. You have an idea? Lucila asked her sister, who nodded with determined eyes. Oh, right, those days. We need to seal her completely, Rafaela said as she looked at her blade. Not with this, she realized, putting it back onto her back, raising her hands. Apply a flow, sharpen it into corks, and use yoki manipulation at the same moment, she chanted to herself and Lucila. I know you can do it. Thanks, like always, Rafaela grinned before jumping down, hand buzzing with yoki. Focus on it, you've got perfect control, be creative. Thin it to the size of a bone fracture, make it sharp. She landed. Yoki manipulation, 50% yoki, but focus it towards your arms and follow Hysteria's flow. Rafaela needed this to be perfect. Sistina caught her intent in a flash of, just yoki. It's directive in her intent. She ran ahead of her, the two's yoki syncing in a line. Hysteria hissed at them before slipping around Teresa and Elizabeth's dual attacks, huffing at them on 2/3 of the legs she had before. NRK. Riffle's head tilted as Hysteria flinched. Were they about to kill her? What? How? Roxanne didn't understand. No, wait, of course. Lucila's perfectly awakened, she realized as Riffle and Doff's heads snapped to her. What? The older woman grimaced. Excuse me, what do you mean by that? The Soul Link project, didn't feel it, but there was something else that happened when Naruto brought Lucila back. He changed some core about her yoki, and now she's not at risk for awakening into a beast. Doff flinched. What's that mean? Riffle grimaced. It means we need to find more comrades eventually, especially if they're willing to awaken the rest of this group of awakened being hunters. Because if they succeeded, that was it. The organization had made their counters and would act soon after this event. NRK. What do we do? Rigaldo grimaced. I'm not an idiot who can't tell what this would mean. Isley folded his hands beneath his chin in thought. Isley. I'm considering a lot of things, especially one, he said with closed eyes before one cracked open. If it comes down to it, Rigaldo, isn't it obvious what we must do? The Silver Lion King flinched as his leader nodded. No. We can't possibly make a truce with Riffle. That would be the worst thing they could do. What happens if she backstabs us? Not if, but when, Isley corrected. There's no doubt in my mind that Riffle would turn on us in a heartbeat if she saw things about to end in our favor. She's a greedy woman, that one, had she not had a man, I might have actually tried to have her as my queen. There's a lot wrong with that sentence, focus on solutions, Isley. The man looked amused but nodded. Sadly, though, my earlier statement stands, we'd likely need to form a truce and attack the organization in full. Rigaldo blinked in surprise. Think about it, we keep waiting, we keep reacting, eventually that young man is going to wake up. Rigaldo, I can feel it, and if he does, we might very well lose regardless if he's well trained. So, to stop all this madness, Rigaldo crossed his arms with closed eyes. We need to remove the source. Well, that and get Riffle to agree to a truce. I don't think this plan is going to make it. I have my own reservations as well. NRK. Hysteria frowned as she saw the two coming at her. What's she planning? Rafaela was clearly going to do something and Hysteria didn't want any part in it. That feeling popped up in her core, burned in anger and disbelief. Should she leave? The question had been building for a while since they took away her wings. She was losing slowly. Hysteria knew a battle of attrition had already fallen into the team's favor and she was sure of one thing. They'd kill her. She hissed before jumping back. Another one of her 7 blade-like appendages shot back and she began to recede. Damn it. Her pride rebelled as she shot back before shooting forward. I won't let it end like this. Her lunge at the two couldn't be diverted while her speed will allow her to hit first, get rid of them before they could recover. Sistina's eyes widened as Hysteria tore through 2 of Lucila's tail ends, still going with a grin. Die. Lucila had made a horrid mistake, mind clouded by pride and vengeance. She'd made an oh-so-vital mistake. She'd been right, her speed would allow no sense of interception from the 2 running warriors, had she not torn through Lucila's tails. It was a minor, nearly impossible, hindrance, but it was all that mattered. Especially for Teresa, Cassandra, and Elizabeth, who came down from above, blade tips guided by Sistina's Yoki synchronization. They tore into the back of the mid-flight Abyssal One, her eyes widening as her chest was tailed to the ground. What? She choked on blood before a shadow came overhead. Rafaela's feline-like arms reared back before she brought them down into Hysteria's spider-like abdomen. And the Abyssal One's eyes shuddered as something cracked in her Yoki. A broken connection that had her gasping at the feeling of a loss of feeling in her legs. She barely got away from Sistina's beheading/tumbling barely a couple of meters away, gasping for air and scrambling in desperation. And no. She barely got to her feet before stumbling off, leaping into the distance even as her lower limbs felt like they were on fire. I have to leave, Hysteria thought urgently, high in the sky and already a good distance away. A large shadow formed over her and she couldn't react in time before it slammed down with her beneath, an explosion of rock, trees, and sand erupting from beneath Lucila's claw. Got her, she said as she clenched her hand around the hasty awakened being, eyes narrowed as the others gathered around the trapped woman. Teresa rolled her shoulders. That's an awakened hunt, she asked the others. This was likely a bit different, Cassandra said with a huff. Our skills and levels complemented, though you're rather good at this despite your number, she smirked as the younger woman grinned. I guess, it all feels pretty natural to me, she explained as Elizabeth tilted her head. The flow of Yoki helps me learn a lot. Wait, can Yoki teach you? She asked, alarmed along with the others. Yeah, I mean, I thought everyone could do that. Rafaela blinked in confusion. And no, at least, I've never heard of that. Sis and I mix sensory abilities often, I've never noticed. Sistina cupped her chin in thought. Curious, if that was true, that changed a lot of things, now that she thought about it. Later, for now, Hysteria needs to be put down. They made it to the struggling awakened being, looking at her with frowns all around. And Teresa stepped forward, blade in hand. I don't get it, why? You were apparently mad enough to awaken, she asked her. And yet I don't see what the point was. Your gifted mouth isn't what I'll hear, you upstart girl, Hysteria said with a huff and grimace. Upstart. Wait, did you honestly care that much? That's so stupid. Hysteria looked ready to break her own body in half just to rip out her throat, and Teresa sighed. Maybe you should have had friends, she said as Hysteria grew angrier. I don't know, I think I felt a lot less lonely when I did, Teresa said as Rafaela pat her shoulder. Are you really trying to die like this, Hysteria? She asked the woman who flinched. Like a monster. That's not the title I remember you having, Rafaela said somberly as the younger woman flinched once more. You wanted to kill us for your own ego, you didn't seem to think for a second about just dropping it, and that's why I can't forgive you. Naruto would have, he's different, but we're not. The awakened being's head fell. Her form reverted, shrinking back to her normal size as Lucilla did the same, hand still on her back. She nodded to Teresa, who came forward and raised her blade. Any last words? The young woman asked her, eyes full of some form of pity that Hysteria chuckled tiredly at. No. Teresa sighed before bringing her blade down and through the older woman's neck, Hysteria's head rolling to the side where it showed her neutral expression. All right, come on, Rafaela said as she walked to the side and used her blade to dig a trough. I think we can give her this much. The others looked surprised save for Lucilla, who nodded, going over and helping her dig. Teresa quickly followed suit and Sistina shrugged before the rest of them did so as well. They put both body and head inside the grave before filling it up and stabbing her sword at the head. I'm sure it'll get taken back, but, for now, this is her headstone, Sistina said as Lucilla and Rafaela nodded. Naruto nodded solemnly. I wish I could have done some more, maybe stop this whole thing from happening in the first place, he sighed, tail falling limp. We know, Sistina said. Still, she died a warrior, somewhat, at the very end. I guess, he said while crossing his arms. Though, I think you guys should know, Naruto frowned. Isley and Riffle, I'm sure they've been getting antsier since your fight ended, he added as they all frowned. I get it, Lucilla said. Think about what we really just did. They did, and it hit moments later. We killed an abyssal one. Elizabeth's eyes widened. I see, that would certainly send them into a fervor, she frowned deeply. Oh no. Exactly, I'm worried, Naruto grimaced. The more I think about it, I'm worried they'll try something real bold. If they were to attack the organization, Rafaela grimaced as the group flinched. No matter what, there'd be nothing we could do. We'd get destroyed. By the by, Isley has more than Rigoldo under him, Naruto said. That's not surprising, honestly, if he had someone as strong as Rigoldo under him and Riffle has been seen with Doff, it means they both might have armies, Cassandra hissed. All things considered, I never really thought about it, but they could come by and destroy the organization on their own, right? Why not do it? Did they even think we were a threat? Teresa asked and Naruto shook his head. Not even once, when you think about it. They knew they had the upper hand and focused on each other, but now that's not the case, he said. They know there's a chance you guys could beat them because Hysteria was on a similar level with the vague beast's help, anyway. For now, I think you guys really need to be on high alert, probably tell the old guys. We will, Uranus said as Odie hummed. Still, what happens if they want to attack him early? I mean, you guys did just beat someone faster than any of you could normally fight. Because of Naruto, Teresa said. Besides, despite knowing their powers, that doesn't mean we have an answer to beating them, right? I mean, Isley's easier to try than Riffle, Naruto said. If she can turn her body into ribbons, how do you kill someone like that? I might have something, Rafaela explained as Sistina nodded. That odd Yoki blocking technique, she said as Naruto perked up. Huh. Explaining her idea inspired by his, Naruto chuckled. I couldn't do it perfectly, I'd never done it before, but I think it worked somewhat, Rafaela said as she looked down at her hands. Cutting off their flow, that was the first time I tried. Then you've got something to work towards. Honestly, though, you'd still need to find her core, right? Most likely. Well, for now, just focusing on them is the best idea, Sistina said. Honestly, the past 10 years have been far more active for me than I've ever been since I was a trainee. Hey, Uranus chuckled. NRK. 3 years later, things had simmered down, well, save for one thing. Teresa becoming #1 had made life very odd. Of course, there was no bad blood between her and Cassandra, thankfully, and they'd even taken to sparring more often than not. 1 year later, Naruto's progress had become more pronounced, too, in the real world. NRK. Day hummed as he checked the blond man's vitals, took some blood samples from his body and left arm, and observed his changes. The new black markings around his eyes had been curious, even the ones lining his fox ears, but his tail had been curious along with the new black coloration going up the entirety of his left side and arm. I have to assume this is because it's the odd arm, Day said. And you two said it's the one that's currently emanating yoki. The sisters nodded. Yes, it's weird but it's like that arm awakened, Rafaela said and Day chuckled. Are we surprised? He did receive his transfusion from an awakened being. There's a high chance this is his awakened arm in its true form, Day explained even as he kept prodding it. What surprises me is that it's not malformed, odd, or anything. Comparatively, that is, when you consider both his hands have claws now. It is weird but Naruto's influence helps contain energy, Lucilla said as Day nodded. What if he's keeping it aligned to his general form? True but then I have to question what the general state of his body will be. Huh. I mean, is he already an awakened being? Or is it only his arm? Day clarified. When you think about it, it makes sense for our warriors to ascend into awakened beings, it's the truth to their evolution, but Naruto is different. He's got awakened blood in him and nothing else so one would assume his blood flow is the changed parts but it's his entire body. So, is it his arm that's awakened? Or his blood? And, if so, can awakening only one's blood be possible? It's got so many facets that I can't very well guess at. Especially because his body still allowed the creation of the energy-controlled pills. The fact that Uranus and Elizabeth kept going up to this point was rather absurd and yet mind-blowing. What would happen if they never approached 100%? Would they be alive until their lifespans fizzled out? Did they even have lifespans anymore? Would they live as long as the Asarakam would? Would it be half? More? There were too many unknowns but Day wasn't idle, he'd done more and more experiments with the young man's blood. Most of those making use of bits and pieces of Lucila's arm they still had. And the results had been curious. Lucila's blood mixed with Naruto's own awakened Yoma flesh and blood, oddly. What bits of flesh the mix worked on had been transformed, amazingly, but they'd not disfigured, confusingly. They'd changed in toughness, general vitality, and energy emanation but they hadn't changed in form too much. To this day, I'm not sure if this would work in the Abyss Eaters. Would they gain life, sentience? Honestly, Day had been considering an idea. What if one should mate with Naruto? He considered the experiment many times but each time, he turned away because, well, why ruin something that didn't need to change? Of course, he also knew that the Abyss Eaters weren't alive, they were basically undead beings who could be controlled via brain simulation to do a task with the full range of their mishmashed muscles. If one did, they have wombs, but they're as useful as a padded sock. It did not birth anything but they had working stomachs so he questioned if they wouldn't get something out of the man's seed. I'd need to get these two away somehow. That previous event with Hysteria had been an opportunity but Day hadn't been considering it at that time. For now, all he could do was work on all the other projects he had. NRK. 2 years later, 15 years after Naruto had fallen into this state, things had gone from peace to horror of the worst magnitudes. Because they'd made their moves. The Abyssal ones had decided to attack the organization. NRK. What? Lucila's head snapped up as Rafaela and Teresa froze. No, no. We need to tell everyone. She shouted as she lifted Naruto up into her tails. The surrounding area rumbled and they paled, rushing out of the area in horror, passing the guards outside. What? One of them shouted. The Abyssal ones are attacking. Lucila shouted at him as his skin drained of color. We need to go, she told him, ushering him forward and doing the same with his fellow guard. Shit. Naruto had said to be on guard and they had been, sure, but this went beyond what they could have planned for. Both Riffle and Isley were attacking. What had happened? NRK. Riffle hummed atop a transformed Doff's shoulders, the already monster-sized man's form being a large hulking mass that could very well have been made of metal and powerful muscles. His mouth had filled with sharp teeth and his head had slightly elongated, many metal poles of sorts coming out from the back of it along with both his elbows. You know, Riffle, we really should have destroyed them earlier in our Careers, she said as the man stood a bit away. His entire left side awakened into a fleshy steely crossbow that allowed him to help the awakened Roxanne launch projectiles from the very edge of the forest surrounding the organization. There was no point, though, even then, we should have, Isley said as the large structures of the organization were bombarded from above, the sides, and even where they were, awakened beings of all types attacking with a fervor. It'd be better to not let another of our level be born, right? HMPH, unlike someone, I didn't have an army, did I? Yes, and that lack of an army spoke about your character and intelligence. The two smiled despite the air growing tense, Rigoldo keeping Doff in his line of sight. HMPH, Riffle huffed. You have to ensure that they're not getting away. There's a high chance that at least a third of the organization will. As long as the ones who need to be dead are, I can care later, Isley said, notching another steel flesh bolt and releasing it, the power within his attacks easily showing more compared to the other awakened beings. NRK. Rubel smirked as Sistina grimaced at him, her, and the rest of her inner circle down below in the hidden pathways of the organization. Come along, now's not the time for infighting, we need to leave with the young man, he said as she hissed but grimaced. LMIT frowned. This is a horrid turn of events, he frowned as he faced Lucilla. Once we leave this cavern, you need to break everything, Lucilla, they can't find these pathways, he hissed. If the awakened beings did, it'd be over. There'd be no place safe on the continent, and they might need to leave with who was here. That's a worst-case scenario, but it was looking more and more likely that they might need to just leave. But the issue is calling the next shipment. We'd have to last for 3 more days and I fear that might not be possible. Of course, the abyssal ones weren't fools. They'd likely turn the humans into livestock and continue battling for supremacy before finding out the truth about these lands. Rafaela frowned as she looked up. They're waiting on the boundary of the forest, she winced, arms covered by clawed metal gauntlets. They're trying to box us in, that's for sure. Were there any holes in the forest? Of course, but we don't need to use it. For now, we'll be heading towards Pietà. The northern lab is a bit to the northeast, so we'll be walking for a while, they said with a huff, a couple of guards carrying their most useful objects on a pair of boats. I'd love to just let the Abyss Eaters go free, but they're not good enough, a damn shame. They'd have to just keep them for now until he could set up his next lab. As they went down a pair of tunnels, Day's equipment going down another tunnel towards the north, Lucilla turned back to the opening of the location. Her tails lashed out after she handed Naruto to Elizabeth, the two appendages tearing through the area, reaching all over with their never-ending range before crushing the cavern hub. When all was said and done, her tails slipped out easily and they continued on, leaving the location with frowns aplenty. Can we even send out our warriors anymore? Teresa asked Sistina, who blinked at her words. No, chances are high, they'll just attack again, possibly, she said. The fact remains, only the top 10 in our personal group is here, right now. We just lost out on over 2/3 of our warrior base and we have to be careful of the more active abyssal ones. Currently, we're on the clock as it were. They'll keep looking, Cassandra said as Uranus nodded. It's true, it's obvious Lucilla and Naruto aren't there, that's probably the biggest two they're looking for, she clarified. But that also leaves them with each to contend with, yay. It's not like they liked each other, what if this whole truce falls through? There's a high chance that's the case, LMIT said as Rubel nodded. The abyssal ones' egos are too large, they dislike each other and might very well collapse into infighting, they could only hope. Right now, all that we can do is bide our time and hope they kill one another, or the army, off, Rubel said. Being realistic, they likely can't stand each other for long, but long is relative to them and their tempers. It could be an hour to 1 year to 10. We don't know. For now, all we can hope for is either mutual destruction or for the two to wound one another's sides so much we could just send you all to finish the job, Day said as the other elders nodded. Sadly, we'll never know, at least until we can regain a power base and get more staff. Wait, there's something I'm realizing, Lucilla said as they all stopped, her face pale. Can't Roxanne sense us? The area was silent. We can't use the suppression pills, Sistina grimaced. We can't be helpless. It was never a case of hoping we could go that unnoticed, Rubel admitted. Sadly, we have to hope that all the rampant yoki is enough to cover our backs. So, we're still screwed afterward? Odie asked with a grimace. She could just sense us, couldn't she? Well, yes, but we left one last surprise for them, Day said with a smirk. Despite everything we just said, there is a little bit of hope ready to explode once the damage is too much. There was a heavy rumble in the tunnels mere moments before he could finish, the scientist grinning at the smell and taste of gunpowder. For you see, I've prepared for an occasion like this at least somewhat. NRK. Isley stared at his rampaging army in disbelief as Riffle snorted before laughing. The bastards were all either tearing one another apart, trying to get something out of Roxanne, or enraged beyond reason. SNFF, cover your noses. Rigaldo shouted as he hissed, body bulging as the others did the same, Isley jumping back with him held over his shoulder. It's some kind of chemical, the weakest of the five there hissed out, eyes dilating as he began to awaken involuntarily. Isley's eyes narrowed and Rigaldo froze before gritting his teeth, regaining his senses. Honestly, this is a good reason to not follow them, for now, Isley said as Riffle grimaced. It's moments like these that humans show their true cowardice and ingenuity. We can still chase them once Roxanne is finished with your men, she hissed. You're assuming Roxanne will survive. Hey, Isley frowned at Riffle's grin. Despite my own issues with my headstrong subordinate, she's stronger in ways those minions of yours wish they could be. She'll survive. Worrying, both Rigaldo and Isley thought in unison. How fast could we behead her from here? Isley knew that Rigaldo was fast, but could he behead Riffle before she awakened? HMPH, stand down, he whispered as Rigaldo's face became neutral. We'll have our day, for now, they needed to regroup elsewhere. As they ran, Isley did still frown. Where could they go? Maybe Mucha. Or would they be bold and do it in Riffle's territory? Would they even go into my own? He winced at the thought. I really need someone with a sensory ability. NRK. It was an entire day later that Isley grimaced at Roxanne's return, Riffle nodding at the result. My entire army. Of course, the woman looked like she'd die with a single flick of his human form fingers, but she beat all of them. What is it? How did she do it? Welcome back, finally get those chemicals out of your system. Riffle asked the other woman who hissed. Real, helpful, she groaned, limping to a corner and flopping down with a flinch. Your men were some of the most pathetic sons of bitches I've ever met, Roxanne spat at Isley who sighed while Rigaldo shrugged. What do we do now? Nothing, Isley said as she snarled. Unless you'd like another dosage of those chemicals. Roxanne's flinch got a grim grin out of him. We don't know what else they set up and what if they attack during the frenzy. We'll be sitting ducks. No, we need to find them again and attack once more. If we destroy more facilities, they're bound to attack us and not wait. But how long will that take? I don't know where the other areas are, Riffle said and Isley nodded. I'm of the same situation. Roxanne's eyes narrowed at the male number one, her own answer right on her lips before she grinned wickedly. I'm the same, she lied. I know I've heard of other locations but I don't remember. Annoying, but they're that way for a reason, Riffle said as Doff scratched his metallic head. So, we're waitin', he asked and Rigaldo hummed. We can't attack them and let them know without having destroyed another one of their locations and getting the next one from there, he said. So, we're waitin'. Yes, you big idiot, Rigaldo grumbled. Oh, wait, there's else, Roxanne said as the group blinked. Well, some of those gals who got away openly. Yeah, they awakened with a little nudging, she grinned slyly as Riffle perked up. Did you acquiesce any of them? She asked. Only one, a gal by the name of Octavia, she's a similar model of awakening to Isley, she answered as Isley's neutral expression grew a bit taut. Oh, a little pride. Why, for a tactician, you're quite emotional, that could be used. NRK. 3 days of walking, scavenging, and resting found the group at the northern lab of the organization. The news of the main location's destruction had easily spread and Naruto's unconscious form was very noticeable, especially with the elders at that location. LMIT and Day frowned at their confusion and displeasure. I understand your hesitance, but Naruto Uzumaki is useful, he said as Sestina stood in the room, frowning. His body is worth more than 5 generations, worth of warriors, and you wish to banish him. We don't know anything about him and you've kept this from all the branches. The main elder, Dogen, grimaced as Lmit kissed his teeth. Do remember your power is just as in contempt if the other location agrees with us. The man's a danger. They want him, do they not? Trade him for our safety for a time. Sestina grit her teeth. Stop, think logically. She understood, she did. Had she not known him, she likely would have thought the same, if not with a bit of curiosity. But she wasn't that hypothetical version of herself, she was who she was now because she knew Naruto and the others. Naruto Uzumaki is the only reason we were capable of defeating an awakened being on the level of the Abyssal Ones, she spoke out of turn, her gaze steely. I won't have them belittling him, all of our efforts for their fear. What? One of the North Elders gaped. Impossible. No, it's very true, Day chuckled. Why, he's quite the marvel in that regard. He gave them the power to fend off the awakened hysteria. We sent this missive, where is it? If it's the one I believe it is, that one was killed. Ah, of course, the scientist couldn't deny how possible that could be. Still, the point stands, Naruto, even not awake, is more useful to the idea of beating the Abyssal Ones than almost every other warrior in our ranks. The North Elders grimaced, debating between themselves as Sestina sighed. We'll need to test this if you're being truthful, Dogen said as she frowned seconds later. If that's the truth. Very well, for what occasion? Lmit asked. We also have another way to prove his worth, he smirked as they all frowned. Explaining the concept of the energy control pill, the 3 from the main organization location were relieved to have them considering their newest creation instead. Stop them from awakening. If that's true, what situation are we trying to have, Lmit? Another asked, confused. I'm sure you understand, but this would leave us with a surplus of warriors who might not even be capable of contending against an Abyssal One. It's a new technology with interesting effects, we need time, Day explained. We're not without individuals who'll eventually awaken, besides, we're not exactly hurting for more warriors either. They all winced at that, the sheer amount of lost numbers not small in the slightest. Fine, until he awakes, Dogen said with an annoyed expression. Are there any clues as to when he'll awaken? Honestly, I'm sure it will be within the next 6 years, Day said with a smirk. His mental signs are growing, his power has increased, and that is due to him taming his yoki more and more as the years passed, the elders nodded. I'd assume that has a part to play in the pills. Oh, most definitely, him fighting off energy and taming it, with the ability to interact with the outside world through energy says it all. He'll likely have some form of energy controlling ability that could change the nature of combat as we know it. When he awakens, Day. Of course, Day smirked. I do wonder what his first action will be. If he knew anything about him, Naruto would likely enjoy time with his lovers before training to conquer any new abilities he'd gain after awakening, in both senses of the word. Oh, I can't wait. And if he could have one of the Abyss Eaters perform the act of copulation with him, seeing the effects would be magnificent as well. NRK. Settling Naruto into a room instead of a cell, Lucilla and Rafaela looked behind them to the door where a woman looked in curiously. She was short and young-looking, almost looking like Teresa had around 3 years ago before the now 21-year-old woman had hit her final growth spurt. With short unruly bangs and long hair set in 2 long pigtails, she smiled for them, her lithe body coming into view. Lucilla raised a brow at her. Who are you? Europa, at your service, she bowed with one eye open. The number 5 of our organization. Rafaela looked surprised. Oh, pleased to meet you, she said as she shifted one of Naruto's bangs to the side. I didn't think we'd meet a single digit of the North Labs so fast. It is surprising, Lucilla said as Europa grinned. I's nothin', she said, her accent surprising them a little. I was from the countryside for a bit. Oh, man, the countryside, Lucilla sat down on the bed of their new quarters. Being honest, we always wanted to go there. Really? Yep, Rafaela chuckled. It sounds peaceful and we're strong enough to fend off random Yoma. We just wanted something peaceful and not work-oriented. Work-oriented. That was some kind of positivity from these main sector warriors. Then again, I already heard rumors about this one. Europa's eyes went to the sleeping man by the sisters. I'm curious, I know that there was the Soul Link project, but I heard its circumstances were odd. Well, it's thanks to him, the younger sister admitted, combing her fingers through Naruto's shorter-than-ever hair, Europa staring at the fox ears, and, now that she was looking, that black thing was a tail. Huh. She jumped as she saw the blonde man's odd appendages. He's got tails and ears. Lucilla blinked, looking at Naruto. Oh, right, that is weird, she said with a shaky grin as the single digit looked at her with a dropped jaw. We've lived with him like this for 4 years, okay. You just get used to it. Europa raised a brow at it all. Crazy. Well, welcome to our side of the world for however long you're here. I have to go and tell the girls. I'm sure Rosemary and Sophia will be fans. She left after that, leaving the sisters with nervous grins. I don't think that's going to end well. Same. _NRK. After ensuring that Naruto was alright, the two left to find something to eat, Lucila's growling stomach more than enough of a nudge to explore the North Labs. It's certainly colder up here, Rafaela said to her sister, who nodded, the older woman wrapping one of her tails around her younger sister's waist. Thanks, I can never tell if your tails have fur on them or not, she noted jokingly as Lucila smirked. Good to know they do. Lucila, Rafaela. They heard a familiar call and smiled as Teresa caught up to them, walking in time with the sisters. Already fending off the cold. Teresa grinned as Lucila offered a tail. As they walked, they noted, rather curiously, how some of the northern warriors looked at them oddly. Some with confusion and curiosity, others with some awesome, and others with, well, they didn't look happy to see them. I guess they're not fans, Rafaela said softly as Lucila nodded. Don't let them get to you. I won't, Lucila said, her two pendants bouncing gently off her rather generous chest. Do you think Naruto likes big chests? She asked out of nowhere, getting a blush out of Rafaela while Teresa tilted her head. Do boys like them? She asked, patting her own. I'm pretty good, the youngest of them said cheekily as Rafaela snorted. Well, actually, did yours get bigger now that we're talking about it? Rafaela asked with a twitching brow as Lucila rubbed the back of her head, kimono shifting with her chuckles. I thought the same thing, maybe awakening increases bust size. I mean, I am taller, too, she said as Rafaela actually noticed that, yes, she did look up more than she used to. What the heck, how didn't I notice? And now that I'm saying it, Teresa's taller than me, she whined as the younger woman chuckled. Sorry, she said. Reaching an odd area, they blinked at the sound of clashing metal, grunts, and yelps, the sight of a large bit of land covered in training women greeting them. Oh, this is the training area, Teresa noted with a finger tapping her lip. Will we have to get used to the cold quickly? She asked the sisters who crossed their arms with hums. I think so, Lucila said. Though, it honestly doesn't bother me as much. I remember Day said that I have a higher body temperature, so I guess that makes sense. Circulating yoki also warms you up, Rafaela explained, the two looking at her in surprise. Yeah, I used to do it a lot when we were in that waterfall pool. Didn't want to swim with everything showing, she whispered with red cheeks as Lucila blushed. Oh, she wheezed. I didn't even notice. Thankfully, we were doing it regardless. Teresa hummed as they walked off, the three ignoring the pair of eyes that landed on them. Traveling more around the area, they finally found the cafeteria, also finding a table full of their inner circle of comrades there. Uranus waved them down, nodding to the line of stew and hot meals. Hurrying over, they got their food before hurrying to the table, taking their seats with nods to everyone. You guys dealing with everything so far? Uranus asked them, confusing the three. I guess you haven't dealt with any weird looks yet. No, we did, Teresa said with a shrug. I mean, no offense to Lucila, she is an awakened woman, it's kinda weird to look at. At first, she smirked as the older woman rolled her eyes. Ignoring this youngster's gumption right here, she's got a point, I'm not normal by even Claymore standards. It was bound to happen, Lucila said. True, Sistina said. Though, you'd be surprised to know that it's not just you three, the three blinked. All of us are getting weird amounts of attention. I'm pretty sure some of those women called us traitors under their breath at some point. They did, Cassandra and Elizabeth said, their elf light years their claims. They're really not nice about it. Geez, Odie winced. I mean, yeah, I also got weird looks and I think some of them moved away from me sometimes. Same, Uranus nodded. She shrugged as she ate some more. It's only the first day, might as well see how this works out for the week first. They all nodded at that. NRK. Okay, as it turned out, a week later nothing had changed. Even now as she trained in her recently more controlled art, Rafaela could feel the intent of the yoki of those around her, her gauntlet-covered fingers digging into a tree's bark at high speeds, maybe 10 jabs a second with sharp yoki at the end. Dressed in a new insulated set of garments that simulated her usual warrior outfit, with no armor, Rafaela looked down at her hands and the yellow glow on them. Focus on each blow, she told herself. This feels like something I can do. Rafaela felt useful. Of course, she hadn't used these techniques on a Yoma yet, but she was honing her craft, a phrase that got a small excited giggle out of her enough times for her to know she liked it. Again, increase it to 15 hits per second. Rafaela perked up, eyes going behind her to find a young woman there, someone who had to be around Teresa's age, who shot her gauntlets odd looks of confusion. Having similar elf ears to Cassandra and platinum hair that seemed almost a slight shade paler than the kind most of them all shared. Her hip-length hair parted around her forehead, allowing her hair to trail down her back and down her front in two long bangs. Can I help you? She asked the young woman who looked down at her a bit. You know, I have a feeling you're younger than me and in a similar generation to a young woman I know, Rafaela said with a smile as the taller warrior blinked, looking down in thought. You don't use a sword? She asked, seeming a bit awkward as Rafaela hummed. No, well, I used to, 4 years ago. I was given an idea by my fiancé years before that and I brought it to fruition against an awakened being. She grinned, shocking the younger woman who blushed a bit, looking away while scratching her cheek a bit. Fiancé. Yeah, oh, right, I guess for most of us that's not really a thing. Well, how can I say this? I and my sister were probably some of the luckiest warriors in our organization when our fiancé, yes the both of us, the young woman burned as the shorter-haired one chuckled. It's worked out so far, continuing. When our fiancé, when we were kids, followed us all the way from our old village to the main sector organization. He was pretty strong even as a human kid and got into a lot of trouble, Rafaela grinned. But things worked out. She explained the story of her, Naruto, and Lucilla, at least up to when they turned 15. The younger female looked enraptured by the tale as Rafaela rubbed the back of her head. We kinda popped the question on him around that time, to be girlfriends and stuff. Man, time sure flew by, Rafaela chuckled. It's hard to believe I'm almost 40, she realized nervously. The one good thing about Yoma jeans, outside of the superpowers, was that she didn't age much. The last thing she wanted was for Naruto to come back to an old prune of a woman. Why you are. I didn't know there were warriors who got that old, the young woman explained as Rafaela chuckled nervously. Apologies. It's fine, it's not like I didn't just call myself out a second ago. Name's Rafaela, nice to meet you, youngster, she grinned cheekily as the younger warrior blinked before smiling a bit. Irene, the 8th. That's an important number, Rafaela said as Irene tilted her head. It might seem a bit weird but one of our most treasured mentors had that number, she smiled softly as Irene's eyes looked down. Hey, look, I know, it's rough but we'll always remember her and it's one of the big reasons we did our best, mostly Naruto, in figuring out a way to deal with that problem. Irene looked alarmed. Deal with that problem? What do you mean? Do you mean the Soul Link project? Well, Rafaela considered her next words. Okay, I'm sure that you'll be in the know about this but Naru's blood, hell, his existence is special. It's always been in day, the guy with half a face, made special pills out of it. We're experimenting with them right now but 2 more of our mentors who were close to using their black cards took them and haven't even been bothered in the past, I think it's 10 years now. Irene was floored by that information. Is that good? Well, I'd hope so. Sadly, we don't know, but we hope that when Naruto wakes up, he'll be able to tell us or even finalize it. We don't want to lose our mentors again. They should get to live until they've died a warrior's death or live to the end of their lives. Irene was in a slight bit of emotional turmoil, looking down in thought before noticing Rafaela's gauntlets again. They were what she knew of knights from the holy city of Rabona she'd seen in books, but sleeker, obviously, to fit her more slender frame and digits. There seemed to be some form of black covering beneath it, likely for the sake of lessening the friction between metal and skin, and they had bits between the knuckles and digits. So, you don't use a sword anymore? Irene asked, and Rafaela looked at her weapon currently placed on the ground a bit away. It's not that I don't, but I want to refine this new technique of mine to the utmost and then mix the two together. The thing is, I'm still trying to make it work in my head, Rafaela explained, and Irene nodded, humming. Thank you. No problem. Well, maybe not all was bad here, huh? NRK. Eating in the dining hall once more, the group noticed their new addition. Everyone, meet Irene, she's the 8th, Rafaela introduced the younger woman, who looked down in some embarrassment. This is Teresa, she's the number 1. Irene choked as her head snapped up to the waving young woman whose hair fell down her back and past her shoulders. What? She wheezed in disbelief. Yep, nice to meet ya, Irene. Teresa greeted her similar height individual. I guess you're not like everyone else. She means how everyone else treats us, Cassandra explained as Irene cupped her chin. We haven't exactly been welcomed with open arms. Well, that's because everyone thinks the main branch is partnering with an awakened being, she explained as the entire table gaped at her. I heard more of that as the week went by. Nobody understand how Mrs. Uzumaki is an awakened being. Watching the sisters blush light candles had Sistina rolling her eyes while the others snickered. Well, that was the first time they'd ever heard that title yet. NRK. After the last 5 years, 5 slightly rough years that went by with them trying to find their own little places in the lands of Alphonse, he awoke. Naruto Uzumaki had finally returned to the world of consciousness. NRK. It'd be an odd day. Teresa had been going out for the past 2 years into the middle sector towards Teo village, apparently her former home. Cassandra, Odi, and Uranus had taken to performing patrols with their yoki nearly becoming non-existent over the years, something that Sistina had told the group not to tell anyone for now. This same state was something Teresa had decidedly achieved in the past 3 years compared to them. Honestly, Lucilla knew the woman was a prodigy, really she did, but surely it stopped somewhere. Speaking Sistina, the eye of the organization had ended up needing to take the energy control pills this very year, the recent 2 decades abrupt spikes in activity for even her making her awakening arrive earlier than ever, even though the woman was 65, so she kinda still made it out with the least problems. Especially because Naruto's pills worked damn near instantly with those with powerful sensory skills, it seemed. The elderly woman had honestly been put on the backburner as a teacher by Day's own support. Next, Elizabeth and Rafaela had taken on pupils. Rafaela's being Irene and Elizabeth's being a younger trainee by the name of Noelle, a girl who had seemingly an affinity for the older warriors, beautiful swordsmanship. Lastly, Lucilla was here, looking after her fiancé, messing with his fox ears as she brushed her fingers over his forehead. I think we'll have to give him a bath again, her reddened something fierce. In an odd turn of events, Naruto, thankfully and efficiently, didn't make waste. Day had been the one who'd decided to help on that front, but he still needed to be cleaned and, well, Lucilla and Rafaela had taken turns doing so. And learned that maybe being warriors prepared them for a bit of below-the-waist trauma. She held her face. I'm such a perv, was she if it was her beloved? Or was it still perverted? I have no idea, Lucilla said as she got up before laying down next to the man, head on his chest, and feline, horn ears awakened to allow her to hear any change in his situation. Day said you'd wake up any day now, I hope it's soon, she whispered, eyes closing slowly. Their tails intertwined, her two actually holding his one down, her arms folded under her chin as his settled around her waist. And she giggled a bit as he chuckled. Silver eyes snapped open with the force of 1,000 hammers, locking onto a big grin with bright silver and blue eyes. Sup? Naruto greeted his older fiancée, trying to sit up with her in his arms. Lucilla was lucky she'd locked the door. The way she'd attacked Naruto couldn't have been misconstrued in any other way than a lonely woman ensuring her beloved knew just how lonely she was. She ground their hips together as her lips fought against his, their mouths clean and ready for all the action she was prepared to lay onto his. Their cheeks reddened as his hands settled around her waist, hers traveling through his hair as she pressed deeper, tongue fending off his own with all the pent-up frustration built over the years. 5 minutes later, they separated with quivering breaths, gasping for air. Lucilla was very close to deciding clothes were an afterthought before she was embraced, deeply, body humming in response as she tucked her head into his chest. That was quite the welcome home, Naruto said with a bright red face and thunderous heartbeat. Oh no, what's going to happen when Rafaela finds me? What had happened to him in a few minutes if Lucilla was as pent up as he thought? I'm back. We love you. Well, anything that happened after this was likely all his fault. All Naruto did was hold her for a time, considering his current situation. His awakening, his wives-to-be, and the mounting lust that was emanating off of Lucilla. Oh, shit, if she lets that out it'll be chaos, but Naruto, despite how embarrassing it was to think, wanted her to. He wanted to make up for missed time by fully and truly uniting with Lucilla on a primal level, but he also knew they were one open door away from being caught with their metaphorical, and most likely literal, pants down. So, one could imagine that the self-control for such a feat was downright godly. Hey, hun. Naruto tried. Lucilla nuzzled into him before the blonde's hips bucked a bit at the feeling of warmth grinding into his crotch. Lucy, please, I know, I want to, too, he said quickly, face bright red as she lifted her head off his chest. But, we gotta think about what'll happen if we do that now. The look on her face told him that she was very close to not caring. Oh no, if she didn't care, he wouldn't care and they'd likely make a big mess. Oh, only a bit, alright. Naruto begged his fiancée with a bright red face. And a gleam returned to her hazy eyes, her flushed skin darkening some more as she nodded. Hee. Lucilla giggled in embarrassment, but each shift of her chest attracted his attention. 1. To the pendants on it, a fact that warmed his heart. 2. To how they bounced. And 3. To how perky the nubs within were. Naruto burned like a lantern and Lucilla's eyes glowed in excitement as she stood up from the bed and smiled. Her clothing fell to the ground along with 2 hairbands, leaving Naruto staring at bare-naked Lucilla. Oh, sweet God. Naruto swallowed before shakily standing up and found a slightly distracting change had taken place in his sleep. Oh, he whispered with a bit of a chuckle as she looked up at him. I got taller, he realized almost hesitantly as his eyes went to Lucilla's own. Well. She tackled him back onto the bed, straddling his waist like a succubus, before crawling her hands up from his stomach to his chest to the sides of his neck. Naruto blushed the entire time but was transfixed by Lucilla's everything. And maybe the decently big, slightly waving knockers were a big part of that. By the time her hands slid up his neck, Lucilla had closed the distance between them and kissed him. The former shinobi reciprocated instantly, hands wrapping around her waist and pressing his body against hers. Their hormones reacted as expected. Oh. Lucilla jumped a bit in his lap and Naruto's entire soul hitched as she did, the feeling of the man downstairs, pressing between bare buttocks sending all kinds of perverted signals to his brain. I guess you're ready, she said smugly as they separated a bit, bringing her lover's bright red face into view. Oh, she was sure she was no better, but this was amazing and she'd be damned if she didn't want to look at him every second. Naruto pressed his fingers into her lower back and she grinned. She moaned a bit at the massaging digits while Naruto tried to focus on her body because man, those breasts were hard to look away from. Come on, why you can do this. He'd edited Jiraiya's books before, damn it. Just go with the flow. Well, he didn't want this to go all the way, so Naruto wanted to get Lucilla off and calm down so they could actually leave the room. And I guess, since there aren't any signatures near us, he swallowed. And Lucilla covered her mouth as he sucked on one of her breasts. Her hips ground down accidentally and she moaned behind her fingers as she rubbed his crotch with her lower half, Naruto's small bucks sending a jolt through her spine. That was. She blushed as much as he did at that moment. Naruto, though, was now focused, blush be damned, he was into this now. So, he shot her a look as she covered her mouth and suckled some more, sending her back into an arch that had him growing more eager. He let go of it before wrapping his arms around Lucilla's back, the woman's stifled moans sending a jolt through his lower half. Crap, wait, he didn't know how this went. Do I keep doing that or, now, the blonde was in hot water. And as he considered what he would do next, he bucked without a thought and with a hiss as Lucilla's crotch rubbed against his. His breath hitched as she flinched before he groaned as her shaky hands came around to his shoulders, pulling face in front of his. She led with her tongue, gripping his cheeks and basically slamming her tongue into his mouth in a fight that he lost almost immediately. He groaned into it as she kept grinding her hips against his, lips sucking on his tongue as they separated. They gasped constantly before those gasps turned into moans as Lucilla's hips pressed down deeply, the feeling of Naruto's member pressing against his pants and her bare sex. Lucilla pressed her forehead to her dazed lovers and took one of her hands from his face before grabbing one of his wrists. In his current state, Naruto's grip was both firm but weak, the awakened woman pulling his limb off with ease, gaining his attention. Huh, he said with a red face, Lucilla's grin coming into view. That was, whoa. Why yeah, she blushed brighter as she adjusted her grip and held the back of his hand. I need your touch right now, Naru, really be badly, Lucilla declared as she pushed the envelope. Pushing his hand right onto her crotch. Naruto's eyes shrunk as he mechanically looked down to see his digits on her bare hot, wet, pussy, the feeling of his fingers barely glancing over her lower lips sending his mind into oblivion. But he forced his sensibilities back on track. Lucilla, and Rafaela by full proxy, were missing him heavily. His time away likely had some effect on them despite the women having their group, their family, around. So while he hit neon red levels of embarrassment, Naruto nodded seriously as she covered her mouth with both hands. Well, this is it, he knew, from the rare adult magazines in the village, what it looked like in a drawing. This time, he was seeing it on one of the two people he loved rather dearly and it was currently pressing against the bulge in his pants. Ya know. I thought I'd be more embarrassed, Naruto told her with a bit of a chuckle, red on his face dying down only a bit. Why yeah, I mean, we kinda got past the more embarrassing parts of just deciding to do this, he told her and Lucilla, despite her similarly red features, nodded. Lucy. Honey. You're half awakened, Naruto snickered as she blinked, eyes wide, before they shot down and saw the sides of her hips and legs. Familiar red coloration greeted her and if she touched it, she felt the slightest feeling of fur while her feet now saw-clawed and bigger. I guess, sex kinda hits a nerve. She tried as Naruto blushed but laughed. Meanie. Naruto grinned before pecking her on the lips. She grabbed the back of his head and stopped him from receding, her mouth set into a feral grin full of teeth. Oh. She filled his mouth with her tongue and saliva, his, weaker, jaws molested and abused by her, more powerful, ones. Naruto's hands decided to be more daring and, moments into the abuse on his lips, they came around and gripped firmly. Lucilla jumped, heart thumping like a war drum as she looked at Naruto's grinning expression before his hands flexed around her rear end, causing her to jump again. Why you're certainly obsessed, she burned pleasantly as Naruto blushed in curiosity. Ya know, he began as he massaged her rear end, getting a bit of a moan out of Lucilla. I think I am, Naruto said in awe as she blushed but snickered. You like an awakened ass. Yes, he said after some thought, Lucilla laughing without remorse. Oh, my goddess, Naru, you're an ass man. It's weird that we're figuring this out right now. A bit, she grinned cheekily at him. But, now, you can make your dreams realities, she whispered huskily into his ears, likely her half-transformed state gave her voice a sort of rough gravelly tone when she was using this voice. And his reaction was immediate, the twitching rod in his pants jolting her as it did so right against her sex. She covered her mouth again as he groaned into her chest. Oh, Lucilla felt so sensitive that it nearly made her laugh. Why yeah, that felt amazing. Downright euphoric. Way too good. I don't think it's supposed to be so early before, ya know. The Naruto blushed as she grinned slyly. The what? The my thing in your thing part. She laughed again as he pouted. And then she nearly caved in his face with her chest as he bit a nipple, blanking her mind for a mere moment of revenge. Why you bastard. Hem. Naruto chuckled, suffocated by a glorious chest. So, basically, he was victorious on all fronts right now. NRK. Rafaela blinked as she and Irene sat in the tree of the training ground. She blinked in shock, looking hopeful, while Irene tilted her head. Is something wrong, mistress? The taller, but younger, woman asked as her mentor grinned. No, in fact, if I'm sensing them right, this is the complete opposite, Rafaela began to say, grin remaining for all of a few seconds, before she froze and blushed so hard her skin color had nearly become tomato. She clenched her legs together without a thought, not looking the frowning Irene in the eyes. It's good. Rafaela failed to explain. Is everything all right? Yep, she said in a higher octave as I trembled in horror. Lucilla, please, don't. If the woman were to obviously transform due to sexual liberation, Rafaela feared for her dignity if she just came in front of Irene out of nowhere. Irene looked unsure but accepted her mentor's words. It's not like she looked pained. No, the younger woman felt like Rafaela was feeling pleasant, but wasn't fully sure due to her master's ability to control her yoki so perfectly. Curious. NRK. Sistina facepalmed from atop the northern lab base. You two couldn't wait for one day, she asked the air, looking completely embarrassed, red face shining through the white lands of Alphonse. Thank the goddesses, I'm alone up here, she muttered in pure embarrassment, tucking legs in and reaching her hands, and fingers by proxy, down her abdomen. Quick relief from the madness of horny awakened beings was never something she imagined would happen in her line of work. Talk about miracles, huh? NRK. Lucila's pout came into view as Naruto removed his head from her chest. He chuckled a bit before cupping her cheek and bringing her in for a kiss she didn't immediately make into a contest he wasn't prepared for. Pulling back, he found a barely controlling her smile Lucila's face in view once more. Better. You're so hard to be mad at, she whined as Naruto smiled. I'm somewhere else, too, he said slowly, looking more embarrassed as the joke hung in the air. Lucilla burned while looking at him expectantly. Damn it, he said half-heartedly before taking in several controlling breaths. All right, Naruto began as she covered her mouth in anticipation. His hand flexed before it moved back around her sensitive sex, the redhead's breaths, heartbeat, and chest jumping more the further he got. Once he had his fingers over it, he blinked as powerful arms crossed around him, a mix between a feline's and a woman's. Naruto's eyes widened before he took energy-controlling breaths. His hand on Lucila's bigger awakened ass gripped intently, getting a coo out of the awakening Lucilla before she moaned in a way that almost sounded like a purr. Focus on it, he felt the flow of energy around Lucilla and saw the leaks coming off it, notably from the place where his hand was. Wow, that's kinda, he wasn't even embarrassed. Naruto was just in disbelief at the fact that her pussy was releasing the lust-filled intent of her energy like she was an actual cat in heat. Still, he had to make sure this never got out, literally, metaphorically, and erotically. So, with one hand on her back near the base of her tails, and the other by her sex, Naruto sealed the energy flow to her current size. Oh, that might have been a bad idea, he realized. Naruto looked up at what had to be the 8-foot-tall Lucilla in a sort of hybrid-like state between her human form and her awakened form. She had all the markings of her awakened form, the colors, and the like, while also bearing her tails, sharp claws and talons, whisker-like grooves on her cheeks, and the 2 horn ears atop her forehead, but that was it, really. Outside of her bigger size, she just looked like a cat woman. Her eyes, one gleaming silver and the other gold, stared at him in surprise. "What did you do?" she asked him before touching her throat in surprise. "My voice is so deep," she whispered, and Naruto flinched with a shaky grin, the hybrid awakened, perking up at the feeling below her. She giggled a bit. It was scarily hot and cute, so Naruto was left realizing he might be more of a pervert than he ever was before. How ya feeling?" he asked his older lover as his hands, "Whoa. You're certainly getting, God, it's so warm," Naruto whispered in shock as she actually purred, in delight at the feeling of his hand on her sex. Well, I mean, it's easier to try. He tried, and her amused expression told him he should get on with it. So, he did. Naruto minded his left hand on her powerful rear while his normal-looking one slowly dipped down a bit more before shifting her folds apart. Then, he was hit with a powerful scent of energy. His eyes dilated vertically before his middle finger circled her lower lip's boundaries. The grip on his shoulders and the breasts in his face sent his mind into an erotic panic as he gripped her sex a bit more while touching a bit deeper. The way Lucilla purred in his ears had his member twitching. More tilde. He went a bit deeper with his middle finger, prodding a slowly tightening cavern. Her increased purring had his eyes laser-focused on her energy and body. The feeling of her depths, her rear, and chest left the former shinobi with a sort of control of her form that he never wished to force on her. But she allowed him to, and he felt how much trust and love she had to give him. So, he pushed his finger in as deeply as he could, coating the tip in energy to blunt the end. She flinched. He pulled it out, fighting against tightening lips, as Lucilla put the entirety of her weight on him, arms wrapped around him completely as her face found itself into the crux of his neck. She growled into his neck and Naruto shivered. He repeated the action as many times as it took, time and time again, relentless as her hips kept rocking against his. By the time he was on the 15th, he felt her tight walls nearly rip off his finger as he plunged in. A muffled growl rocked his body as he felt a moist squish hit his crotch, finger, hand, and sense of smell. It was intoxicating to smell Lucilla in her entirety, her scent, weirdly in this form, smell like grapes. Grapes. He tried on her but only got a slight shuffle of her face at his neck. Naruto let out a soft moan at the feeling of her sex's moistness, warmth, and the feeling of her lips around his covered shaft. Fuck, he was nearly there. The blonde was pretty sure that the moment his pants came off, he wasn't gonna stop. Hell no, he was gonna pound Lucilla for all he and she were worth. The fact emboldened him and his foggy eyes focused for a mere moment of intense concentration. Meaning, one clawed finger to his pants later, his dick was free of its confines. All of them. His pants, his underwear, his hesitation, all of it. "Lucy," he whispered into the large woman's ears and her tails waved back and forth, coming into view at his side. "I'm gonna put it inside," Naruto told her. Her form flinched before he felt a thunderous heartbeat slamming into his chest as she adjusted on his bed, straddling him on her very weak-looking knees. Do it," she purred at him, shaky fingers coming down to barely part moist lips. Lining up as best he could from their current position, Naruto braced their energies together, a coiling silvery blue vapor leaving his right side to form over them like a film. He placed it a bit at her entrance as her knees sank a bit, slipping him in and getting a heavy growl out of the awakened man. His hands came out and gripped her ass with a sort of gentle strength, slapping both her rear mounds and finally breaking her legs' strength. Lucilla came down and plunged him into warmth the blonde male hadn't known ever existed. He moaned into her shoulder fur as another one of her growls rocked his chest, their heartbeats slamming into one another as they pressed against one another fully, completely. The feeling of being connected was almost indescribable. Naruto could only platonically compare this to being fully in sync with Kurama, this connection feeling almost as good due to knowing it was with one of his two beloveds, one of the most precious people in the world to him. So, as they sat there, absorbed in the warmth and scent of their sex, Naruto growled a bit into the surprised Lucilla's shoulder. Naru, she tried to say, her climax leaving her a bit more sensible. And all that sense of control went right out the window as Naruto's powerful grip lifted her rear a bit, the feeling of each pleasurable inch of his member sliding out sending her mind into a gurgling mess. Only for her mind to blank as he slammed his cock back in, sending a spike of euphoria into her core. Naruto held her there for an intense 3 seconds, the gurgling purrs that left Lucila's mouth like music to his ears. Then he slid out again, leaving her clamping around him as her pussy quaked around his shaft, getting barely controlled moans out of the blonde. He plunged back in and was rewarded with a jolt of pleasure and a growling cat woman. The next time, her arms went weak on him. Naruto slid out of her and felt the twitching mess that Lucila had become. He kept going with a rhythm, each slam getting a smack out of her ass and a purr and gurgle of pleasure. Each time, he felt his adrenaline spike and his muscle bulge, strength that hadn't been within him 20 years ago now coming to the forefront. So, since she was clearly in need of a more relaxed position, his tail came off the bed and pressed into the floor before pushing up. Lucila was too far gone in her euphoric pleasure stupor to notice being lifted, Naruto sliding back into that spot, causing another climax that had her blanking out again. Soon, Naruto was on his feet with this beauty giant woman in his arms, and on his dick, before he placed her gently on the bed, her legs still wrapped powerfully around his waist and back but her arms coming down onto the depressed sheets and mattress. I'll need to get a new bed, but that thought was fleeting and ignored moments later as he shifted his hips and got a moaning Lucila, and a tightening sex around his cock, for his troubles. He pressed back in, his new leaning position giving him leverage to place his hands down around Lucila's neck. The man in black kissed her, his awakened woman responding in kind, hands cradling his face. And then Lucila blinked, realizing what had happened. Her pupils thinned, skin and fur reddened, and her nipples perked up. Naruto grinned in a way that emphasized his animal-like traits before suckling on an enlarged teat. She screamed bloody murder as he did, hands clenching into his sheets and ripping up fabric and linen. Stop scream, she tried to tell herself but Naruto's rocking hips sent another scream rippling through the air. Oh, goddess, I don't think I care anymore, but, in her last few moments of non-sex-focused consciousness, she noted the film of energy around them with interest. And that interest, common sense, and thought was pounded out of her almost instantly, leaving the warrior to scream Naruto's name as his hips slammed into her own again. And again. And again. At some point, she felt like the weaker dominated individual and, threw herself into the role, the feeling of Naruto's control over her pleasure sending more of the chemical into her mind. At some point, she felt the thrust slow down but felt more full than before, the indescribable feeling coming to a climax as Naruto came off her breasts and kissed her again. Their tongues fought for dominance and he won out on this third attempt, pressing into her with all his might. And then he came. For the last time of that hour, she was hit with a feeling nearly indescribable even by awakening itself. The rush of fluids, his child-bearing seed, left her maternal side filled to the brim. Feeling her pussy bustling with, and leaking some of, his cum perfectly ravaged her sensual needs. And finishing their kiss with a forehead touch fulfilled every emotional need she'd had in that very moment. I love you, they both said in unison, laughing a bit at the fact afterward. Damn, that's a lot. Naruto had truly filled her up, every inch, nook, and cranny had been covered, conquered, and dominated by his seed all the way up into her womb. If it was possible now, Lucila giggled at the idea of being pregnant. Then she remembered a lot of the screaming she'd done. Sorry about basically outing us, Lucila admitted, still capable of looking bashful after everything they'd just done, especially in her current state. Naruto chuckled before holding up a half-ram hand sign. The film around them, that vapor of silvery blue, vanished, leaving her confused. I dampened the sounds, he told her before kissing her forehead. And let me undo this. Moments later, Lucila squeaked as she shrunk back to human form, Naruto's new height towering over her by a good half a foot and allowing him to nuzzle her with his body. Needless to say, she loved being Little Spoon. Of course, as they laid there, Naruto finding the power and finesse in him to roll them over onto his bed properly so he could sit up with her in his arms, Lucila considered something embarrassing. She stared at it for the longest time, slowly looking more and more red in the face and horrified. Naruto noticed. What's up? He asked her as he looked at what she was looking at. And was greeted by the sight of Teresa looking in from the crack in the door. The woman looked very embarrassed, breaking that normally easygoing facade of hers streak of 10 years and leaving a flustered woman there. She coughed into her fist and slowly slipped out of the doorway. I only came in at the end, so, Teresa wheezed out as she slowly closed the door. Naruto choked. And so did Naruto, she said quickly before slamming the door shut, leaving the man to gawk in pale horror while Lucilla, despite herself, laughed like an idiot. The man looked so white that you could have made chalk out of his skin. Oh no. YYEP, Lucilla snickered, droning out the word a bit. Well, nothing to it but to do it, come on, let's get, SNFF, she sniffed herself. Time for a shower. Naruto considered her easy recovery and just shook his head. I'll never understand women. Exactly. He rolled his eyes. 30 minutes later, after a purely platonic shower together, Naruto looked at himself in their full-body mirror. Wearing a pair of black pants with a hole for his tail, his ninja sandals that had been gratefully customized by Day and Lucilla for his new size, a sleeveless black tunic with bicep-length detachable sleeves that came down to his palms, a black turban for his head, and a similar black cloak that came down to his knees, he chuckled at his reflection, a giant 9 bronze bar-fused pendant around his neck. On each one, a familiar warrior number sat with their previous ones going down from the ones in the middle. At the center of it all, a bigger than the other bars sat with the 8 symbol carved into it. I'm about to get into a whole lot of trouble, ain't I? He asked the fully dressed Lucilla. And, might I say, my kimono looks great on you in the real world, too, Naruto said cheekily as she guffawed a bit. Your jokes are better out here as well, she smirked as he looked fake offended. Now, come on, hubby, Lucilla giggled as he blushed a bit while looking accomplished. You have a whole new base to get used to, she told him before hooking their elbows together and leading him to the door. Why you don't think Teresa would? Nope, I hope not, Naruto said instantly, fearing for the worst. Teresa's a good girl, she's not a gossip, now if Sis or Ura found us that'd be different, he added with emphasis. We'd never live it down. Nope, not at all. They shrugged before she opened the door and they walked out. Minding their surroundings, as in for anyone who looked like they heard them having rough animalistic sex, they simply found shocked if not downright curious gazes thrown their way. Thank God, they thought in unison. The door wasn't fully open, just unlocked. Still, Naruto hummed as he looked around, heterochromatic eyes gaining more attention than just his presence. I know you said things were a bit rough but they're all scared, he whispered to his beloved who nodded with a bit of a sigh. That bad? Well, I won't say, yes, we do have our little protégés, after all, she smirked as he snickered. Irene, Noelle, Teresa, I'm surprised Uranus didn't find one yet considering she seemed the most eager, Naruto began before noting Lucilla's grin. Oh, snap, who is it? A girl by the name of Sophia, Hehe, despite her looking like a flower, she's ridiculously strong for some reason, Lucilla's sweat dropped as he smirked. Hey now, we're all weird cases, maybe we'll just keep on attracting new ones. Then, maybe you'll find one. He considered the idea as she giggled a bit. Ya no. Naruto began, tail waving behind him casually and shocking the nearby Claymore. I kinda like it, maybe I'll even find a little kid who might take after this old man. You're not, I mean, we're all a bit old, it's kinda hard to believe that Sistina is damn near 70, she said with a hum. I know we won't age like that but I'd like to look that graceful into my 70s. Naruto snickered. Let's not have her hear you say that, he said as she paled. Exactly. Why yo, Lucille he's awake. Came the familiar voice of Europa as the two turned around to look at the odd younger warrior. Why you're, goddesses, you're tall, Europa said as Naruto rubbed the back of his head with his black hand. You're Europa, right? He asked with a nod as she blushed while shooting Lucilla a look the awakened woman snickered at. Oh, don't worry about her, she's a bit of a troublemaker but she's good at picking out good people, Naruto smirked as Lucilla looked completely innocent. Actually, looking at the awakened woman, Europa noted something pleasant about her. She looked so filled with energy, happy even, that the short warrior felt embarrassment at being in the presence of it. Lucilla looked damn near radiant, what the hell? Right, well, glad to finally meet you when you're awake, that joke isn't in bad taste, right? Europa's sweat dropped as Naruto chuckled. I thought it was in good taste and, well, he looked down at his black arm. I'm not fully sure on this yet but it's about alright. Naruto shrugged as the short woman made a curious sound. I'm sure I'm gonna go and meet up with Day about it, he is the scientist, after all. Sounds like a plan, Europa hummed before they all walked towards the cafeteria. Still, she looked a bit embarrassed. You realize he's in for it, right? Lucilla considered the question before huffing. If it's one of our old generation mates, it'll be different, but no one else here, she declared with narrowed eyes as Naruto looked confused. Huh? He asked and was rewarded with 2 shakes of the head. Oh man, not women-only communication, I hate when that happens, Naruto whined, tail going limp. It's fine, you'll just need to assert your stoicism, Lucilla snickered. Lucy. You'll get it eventually. _NRK. Navigating through the Northern Labs base had been curious, to say the least. Especially because of the attention he'd gotten all the way from his, Lucilla's, and Rafaela's room up till they reached the training ground. And the signature of his other beloved came into view the closer they got near a specific tree covered in pockmarks with a pair of swords by it. Naruto smiled at that vanishing from his spot next to Lucilla and Europa. And he reappeared next to a surprised but grinning Rafaela. You're back from your, she cleared her throat as he grinned very nervously. I knew you were awake but, busy, the younger of his fiancés said with a red face as he nodded rapidly. This is gonna be weird for a bit but I'm sure we'll work through it. He said quickly as Lucilla snickered from down below. Europa and Irene, along with many of the other snooping warriors, were still left a bit stunned. That speed wasn't, Europa, as the number 5, had seen some of her greater comrades work. She knew Teresa was a monster in and of herself but she was a warrior and the number 1, it wasn't wrong to say she expected that, but this man was far too fast. He was, faster than she was and Europa, while a bit lazy, was no slouch. How strong is he? From what Lucilla and Rafaela had been completely fine with divulging and from what she learned from her handler and their elders, Naruto Uzumaki was originally supposed to be as strong as a mid-30s warrior, maybe lower 20s if he was going, all out, whatever that meant. So, in 20 years, he acquired a speed that is greater than a single digit. Sure, in that kind of a vacuum, it wasn't as ridiculous as it sounded. 20 years was a long time but, still, all from sleeping. Goddesses, she wished she had such a power. Irene, meanwhile, was of a different mind. This is him, and he was fast. I don't know if I could beat his speed, which was kind of inspiring if not a bit self-disappointing. Teresa said that he gave her specialized tips on her yoki and enhancement skills, perhaps he and Mistress can do the same for me. It was certainly a thought. Though, considering the situation at hand, Irene felt embarrassed as Rafaela hugged the awakened man with a grin on her face and, Naruto Uzumaki, was of a similar mind and joy. Was this the lucky happiness that her mentor had said she'd attained? Because it seemed like it. And Irene felt happy for her while a bit envious. Mistress has been one of the best things to come into my life, she reminded herself. It was true, she'd been like, as much as Irene never said it. Like a mother to her. So, seeing her, mother, happy made her happy on a primal level and Irene chose to envelope herself in it instead of her envy. Then the two kissed and she was just embarrassed, hunching in on herself while the two showered one another in affection that she hid her face from like an embarrassed child. Revolutionary. Rafaela just bathed in Naruto's love like no tomorrow before he set her back down on the branch and she sweat dropped again at someone's height. Why is everyone getting taller than me? She asked nervously. Teresa, sis, Irene, soon I'll learn that Noelle and Sophia have become taller than me. Genetics. Naruto offered as she pouted. Yeah, I know, trust me, you girls knew how short I was as a kid. True, Lucilla grinned as she landed on their branch. So, she leaned in, tail bringing Rafaela into a huddle with the man in the middle. Irene raised a brow at how the average-height woman burned like a candle along with Naruto, but the man nodded before shooting her an embarrassed grin. Irene could feel the excitement and anxiety coming from her mentor. Alright, fine, I guess we'll pick a time and day. Rafaela said with a bright red face. Oh, sweet goddesses, I'm gonna be christened as a woman. But she had to do so much first. Hee, well, I'm here with you the whole way. Naruto grinned as she blushed but smiled all the same. Oh, Ura, Eliza, and Odi are back, he said after perking up. Wait, hold on, you can feel them. Yeah, why? Secret, Lucilla whispered to him with a couple pats on his shoulder. Right now, though, they're, what? A couple miles away. Yep, Naruto said before grinning nervously. And I think sis wants to talk about us, projecting, he whispered as Lucilla and Rafaela blushed. Why yeah, I can tell, she's kinda pissed. Well, I mean, when you think about it, Rafaela burned some more. Look, just know, we sensory types are very sensitive. Don't I know it, Naruto muttered as Lucilla grinned proudly. I guess the first thing to do, now, he appended, is to meet up with the others before meeting the old guys, they're good, right? Yes, Rafaela nodded. I haven't seen Rubel in a long time, he became Teresa's handler, she told him as Naruto frowned. Nothing, I just felt like I almost remembered something. Where is Lil, Risa? Irene stared at him in disbelief as Lucilla giggled. Lil, Risa. And if nothing else, I might as well meet all you guys and your protégés, he turned to Irene with a smile. You're Irene, right? Naruto asked the tall elf-eared woman who flinched but her head fell and she nodded. Hey, I know Rafa's been doing you a solid, she's dependable like that, you're a sensory and offensive type, right? Irene's eyes widened as her head snapped up to see a grinning slyly man before she huffed a bit, looking embarrassed as Rafaela chuckled. Yep, I guess energy sensing for you got increased to a level one can't imagine, Rafaela said to Naruto who hummed before focusing on her with a raised brow. Seeing anything different? Yep, think of it like this, the yoki flow in your body is downright perfect, he said as she crossed her arms while tilting her head. Your control's second only to me and I have, like, way more years on ya. Though, that might mean you can help with my yoki arm, Naruto grinned as she perked up. Oh, so that's how that's gonna work? Lucilla asked as Naruto nodded. I have far better control of it than anyone who just got yoki. Possibly even better than most double digits, but it's still not the same. I'm just glad I've got no extra influences in it. Europa asked as she landed. There, now, what are you talking about? Explaining the concept of yoki and its rules, she nodded before freezing. Hold on, what the hell are you implying? She whispered hotly. There's no way, right? There was no way this man was telling her he solved the whole awakening problem. Well, me being revealed probably had only you and other single digits knowing, right? About me being special, right? She nodded. So, why did ya think I was? Europa hesitated before swallowing. I can't, there'd be a total uproar, we would have heard about it. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, sorry. Well, that was two of them, still. So, what? You can do it on command. Naruto considered that for a moment, crossing his arms and tilting his head with his eyes closed. Can I? I mean, I kinda controlled Lucilla's energy earlier. He focused on the presences of those around him. His fiancés, their pupils. Teresa was coming with another small signature. Neat. Anyway, he focused on all of them, he felt Sestina, he felt the elders and other people. He felt all of the claymores, and the like. Oh, I'll need to get that back, Naruto said as those around him looked confused before Rafaela gasped. Your spear, right? She asked him and he nodded. I've told you about it, Irene, the only taller than Europa woman said as her student perked up. That odd weapon, that one that her mentor spoke of as on par with their claymores. Is it not broken by this point? Trampled by awakened beings? Naruto considered that as he looked out into the distance. No, it's still fine, he grinned as she shot him a weird look. My spiritual energy was in that weapon, eerie, she burned at the nickname as Rafaela snickered. I can sense it, I've fought with, trained with, and imbued that thing with my spiritual power and natural energy. Oh, wait, does she know about that? The hey are you talking about now? Europa asked flatly as he and the sisters chuckled nervously. They explained the concept quietly, Europa's jaw dropping while Irene looked hesitant to believe it. No, seriously, it's true, Naruto said as he raised his finger, on his black arm, to a branch. Watch me hit that. A hole crushed the center of the finger-length thick wood, allowing it to fall to the ground. Naruto's face contorted in confusion as he looked down at his finger. Yeah, it's never done that before, he began to sweat. I hope it's just this arm, he said nervously as he raised his other finger to a branch. Second time's the charm. And from the digit came a silvery blue energy that surprised Rafaela, Europa, and Irene, Lucilla observing the energy with interest since she was seeing it with normal, sex-sober, eyes. That's what you used to, she muttered with a hum as the energy reached out and hit the branch. I wonder, is it because that arm has yoki and this one is using your spiritual energy? Lucilla asked him as Naruto considered her words. I think you're right, he said as the wisps of energy fell away. The thing is, I could never see any of that energy. I didn't see my yoki but, then again, I can't control it that well. That said, my spiritual energy shouldn't be visible, it's never been. Irene was still staring at the man like he didn't make sense while Europa blinked thrice before wiping her eyes. What the hell did you bring to our nice, calm, normal base? She asked him as he chuckled nervously. Me, he offered. That's a horrible response, he slumped. What in the world? So, you're saying, there's energy all around us that we can't see, touch, or feel. Basically. You can feel this, Naruto demonstrated by allowing his right hand to glow with his energy's color and she cupped her chin. I do, she admitted. So, I usually mix in natural energy with my spiritual energy to be able to move it like that, I'm not supposed to be able to do it without it. Curious. I don't understand, so you confuse it with yoki? Irene asked quickly. Naruto opened his mouth before blinking. No. He said unsurely, raising his black arm to stare at it. I think, maybe it copied how I did it when it got chomped off. What? Irene asked as Lucilla burned and Rafaela rubbed the back of her head. Oh, she realized, looking at her teacher who nodded. If that's true, it follows the nature of your power with that odd energy mixed in. I guess. Naruto shrugged. Once again, I don't know how this works, he reminded them before humming. He hopped onto another branch before turning and placing his hand down on a space in front of him. Teresa appeared there with a grin before blinking at the hand on her head, finding a sagely, grinning man there, smirking at her. You're not that fast, Naruto chuckled as the woman gasped before grinning. Done, she asked him suggestively as he and Lucilla flinched, burning bright red. I'm never letting you live that down, you know that, right? Teresa giggled before throwing one arm around his waist in a side hug he reciprocated. HMPH, whippersnappers, her grin nearly split her face. You gotta show this old man respect. Would you like me to call you, old man? Kinda. Teresa rolled her eyes before patting the head of a child that Naruto crouched down to look at. The girl in question stared at him in shock, his small fox ears shifting and gaining her attention. She was a small, thin, frail-looking girl with fair skin, brown eyes, and long light brown hair set into a Heim cut around her forehead. Wearing a dark salmon-colored dress with a light brown leather belt with a pouch on the back, a comfy-looking collar, some knee-high black boots, and what looked like a short sword in a black sheath on her lower back. Him. The girl hid behind Teresa but her eyes were still on him and his ears before they snapped to his tail, Naruto's grinning form standing up much to her disbelief. He's so big, the child said in surprise. Huh, who's the girl? Europa asked as said child hid more behind Teresa. This is Claire, I picked her up from Teo village due to a Yoma attack, Teresa said with a sigh as she crossed her arms. Honestly, 10 Yoma, she told them as, Claire, flinched while Naruto frowned and the others gasped. That's a lot of Yoma, Rafaela said. In Teo village, though. Teresa nodded. I think this is more of Riffel's bad leadership. Over the years, Riffel and Isley had made more attempts on land grabbing. With the main organization location compromised, along with their long slumber, the two's forces had grown somewhat and they released more onto the populace of the lands. At present, the high Yoma counts, the number of villages bearing Yoma, and the numerous Yoma on side roads had increased exponentially to a worrying point. You guys told me about this, Naruto frowned. But would Isley go that far from his own territory? I get that it's, like, goons at best, but what's he hoping to gain? Likely, they're trying to find more locations of our bases, a voice said from behind the blonde man who grinned nervously before slowly turning to find Sistina standing there. Hello, Naruto. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's barely cutting it, Sistina smiled as he paled some more. Keep it down. We will. Naruto and Lucilla flinched as she huffed with red cheeks. Honestly, the former number one rolled her eyes. And, over the past 5 years, they've been searching for more of our bases and soldiers. Naruto frowned. How many? Thankfully, only one. Those same individuals we had to ferry elsewhere while leaving a similar bomb. Compared to last time, Naruto blinked. Oh, right. Explaining the entire situation to him, Naruto cupped his chin with a frown, eyes closed. Where are they? His senses expanded beyond their bases, their warriors, people, and elders to further beyond. The group raised some eyebrows as the black marks over his eyes extended to connect to his fox ears' black color while thick black whisker-like marks formed on his cheeks over his birthmarks. Found Isley, Naruto said with a deep frown. He's somewhere to the far northwest, he declared, eyes opening to reveal pure silver eyes. I think what are you guys looking at? He blinked twice as Teresa cupped her chin while looking at him. You've got smaller changes when you expand your senses, she told him as he blinked at her before she smiled. Claire, dear, can you pass me your sword? Claire, looking up at her in confusion, did so with some difficulty. Oh, she's not used to it, Naruto said as Teresa nodded. We've been on the road for a few months, following the safe routes we made back to the organization. Ah, thank you, Teresa smiled for the child who scuffed her feet nervously before latching onto her leg. Oh, right, we're in a tree, the woman realized like it was normal. She handed the weapon to her spiritual mentor and Naruto balked at his new looks. Whoa, he said in surprise, cupping his chin again. Huh, ya know, I didn't even notice. I guess so, old man. Yeah, I actually kinda. Ruin my fun, Teresa huffed as Irene chuckled a bit. Still, right now, the situation at large is just a mess. Alright, I think we should get out of the tree before something bad happens, Naruto said with a sweat drop, the sound of cracking reaching their ears. Probably quickly. Those in the branches jumped down and landed without issue, Claire being helped down by Teresa. Well, the first thing I wanted to do was get my weapon back, Naruto told her and she hummed. That might be difficult, she told him as he raised a brow. That area has officially been made into some kind of Yoma stalking ground, they really don't want anyone coming back for anything useful. Naruto considered that, looking up into the sky with interest. I'm gonna try something, he told the group as he sat down in a familiar meditative stance. It's been a while since I've hit a sit like this, Naruto declared as his eyes closed and he breathed out. The change in the area was immediate, as some kind of wave shot out and, soon enough, those near the tree were staring at an unbothered surface of brilliant blue water. What? Irene jumped, looking around in alarm, while Sistina wore a slightly serene expression. Ms. Sistina. Sistina smiled a bit. You're probably in here because you have above-average sensory skills, she told the younger woman who just looked lost. Trust me, it's a conversation that'll be had after this. Where are we? Europa asked as she looked down at the water's surface in shock and interest while Claire jumped into Teresa's arms. Ah, she screamed while the woman laughed. It's fine. Trust me, I've been here quite a few times, she grinned as Claire shot her a look of disbelief. I mean, look at us, we're fine, Teresa gestured to the others standing on the water's surface without issue. The human girl swallowed before slowly being put down and staring at the surface of the water. Sorry about this, I didn't think I could just drag you gals in here, Naruto told them as he stood up. Gold sprouted out from his feet, energy shifting across the surface of the water-like constellations that formed familiar, to him, animals and mythical creatures. Curious, Rafaela said as she looked down at those images. They're so unique, she blinked. A giant raccoon with an odd-looking texture to its body. A two-tailed cat composed of flames. A giant turtle, she thinks, with 3 tails. A big old monkey with the wickedest-looking set of eyebrows she'd ever seen with 4 tails. A horse, fish, something equine and aquatic mixed with 5 tails. A giant slug being the most normal, yes it was weird, with 6 tails. A bug, yeah, a bug, with 7 extensions coming out from beneath it. An octopus thing with 8 tentacles. And finally, beneath the very blonde himself, sitting opposite of him like a reflection in a familiar meditating stance, stood a giant fox with 9 tails. It stood out to her for some reason, perhaps it was because of Naruto's rather foxy looks at times. All right, the man himself declared as he looked up at the black space around them that was the sky. A single shining silvery light appeared in the distance. Don't freak when we get back, girls, Naruto told them as most of the group nodded. Yep, we're heading back, Teresa grinned as Irene blinked along with Europa. What? They asked. They blinked and the world had returned to normal, the group either still standing or sitting, in Naruto's case, where they'd been before they were, in there. What the fuck, Europa began as Naruto chuckled nervously. Easy, there are kids around, he told her before getting up and crossing his arms. I can't do it in front of everyone. Naruto knew it'd cause an insane amount of panic and disbelief if he could do what he was thinking. Alright, I guess we'll just wait for the others to get back but, his stomach growled and he chuckled. I'm hungry and I've not eaten for over 20 years. Let's eat. NRK. They watched him eat like a madman. Well, Naruto still retained some manners but with easily, scarfable, his words not theirs, items, Naruto could just eat with reckless abandon. Read. Like a barbarian. By the end of half an hour, he finished 15 trays of food while Lucilla stared along with the others. He eats more than I do, she whispered in disbelief and awe as Sestina snorted. He seems to be making up for lost time, she said. But I'm sure you know about that. Lucilla burned as Teresa did before the latter regained enough composure to snicker. Naruto cleared his throat. Ahem, yeah, let's not worry about that. He said weakly. I'm glad to be full. I'm glad I wasn't eating, Odie said nervously as Uranus ate without a care, her student next to her looking at the blonde man with such a look of disgust that she seemed ready to smack him. HMPH, Uranus swallowed. She shrugged as the woman next to her groaned. She was maybe a few inches shorter than her mentor with a heart-shaped face and short wavy hair that parted around the top of her forehead. Eat with some elegance, she demanded of the man who rubbed the back of his head. To be fair, I haven't eaten in 20 years, he told her and her eyebrow twitched. That doesn't mean you just deny common portions. To be fair, Lucilla admitted bashfully, her own 5 trays gaining the younger female's ire. It's different for us, she said quickly as Rafaela snickered while Irene and Teresa smiled. Claire was just left staring at the man next to her, the young girl looking at his stomach like it'd explode or do a funny trick. Where did it go? She asked Teresa who smirked. Into his endless metabolism. In fact, did you know Naruto has no body fat? I'm jealous, she smiled as the woman next to Uranus choked. And no, that's not fair, she said in horror as her mentor rolled her eyes. Haven't trained that part out of her, I think that's her personality, the rough attack warrior said. But, this is Sophia, she's a beauty queen and will make sure you know that. HMPH, the so-called Sophia, pouted with crossed arms. I'm simply minding the world around me, a beautiful world as one bereft of Yoma and grime. Ya see what I mean? Then, I'll introduce Noelle, Elizabeth said with a smile as her student grinned next to her. She's more free-spirited than Sophia, she smiled again as the woman at her side chuckled sheepishly. Hiya, she said Naruto a curious wave. Noelle was around the same height as Sophia and held a more boyish charm to her expressions and eyes, her short razor-cut hair not helping in that regard. So, what is the dealio with you? I mean, I'm in on the secret with Sophia over there, she whispered, surprising the man. Hee, you're looking at the most recent ninth warrior. Well, congrats, honestly. I've seen just how strong you have to be to even get into the single digits, Naruto praised her, the woman grinning in embarrassment. He considered something with a growing grin, Rafaela nodding. I knew this was coming, she said as Lucilla chuckled. So, what would you say to a spar? Naruto offered with a big grin as Noelle perked up. Sure, she answered immediately as Sophia shook her head in her hands. Oh, come on, Soph, this should be fun. How did I allow her to get above me? Sophia wondered in horror as Uranus' sweat dropped. Once again, beauty queen, she said to the chuckling others. NRK. Naruto hummed as he gave Rafaela his cloak, stretching out his arms, as Claire looked up at Teresa at his side. He's gonna fight them? She asked and the woman nodded. It'll be good for Naruto, and as Teresa grinned competitively as the girl giggled. To know how he fares. From what I learned over the years from Lucilla and Rafaela, Naruto was apparently quite a force to be reckoned with. So, was he always like you? Nope, and those are all the times I know about. This is Naruto with an additional skill set, and more power than he could ever handle before. Walking out into the middle of the training ground, Naruto hummed as he felt all the eyes on the three of them. This is them getting a read on me, it was fair, Naruto wasn't even sure what he was capable of. How should I start this? He considered his options. From the past hour and a half of consciousness, he'd learned some things about his powers. 1. The more human side of him had the ability to coat himself and other people in its power. It could muffle sounds and dampen blows. 2. His left arm and side, his Yoki energy-powered limb, had a weird ability to shoot out energy. Projection and protection of Yoki, that's kinda what he got, but he knew more than that, didn't he? His human half was powerful and allowed the destruction of the urge to eat guts while bringing his Yoki under control. That and his ability to seal energy to a certain point, like he had, earlier with Lucilla. Projection, extension, protection, senses, Yoki control, and sealing, kinda, he thought as Noelle grinned in front of him. I'm gonna be learning more about myself just as much as you two will be, Naruto chuckled sheepishly as Sophia raised a brow. I'm not used to this body of mine, Sophie, I don't really know my limits. She pouted at his nickname, getting another chuckle out of him. You'll learn in due time that single digits are majestic beings who aren't measuring tools, sir. The man's nervous grin got a chuckle out of Noelle. Come on. Let's see how strong the so-called awakened man is, she said with a bit of excitement, blade held aloft as Sophia grumbled before doing the same. So, will you be getting another spear or what? Naruto hummed, tail coming up and around his shoulder. No, like this, I think I'm good, he smiled. Come on, youngsters, don't leave this old man waiting, he said in amusement as Noelle laughed while Sophia rolled her eyes once more. Honestly. Mistress, would you be so kind? She asked the amused Uranus who nodded before coming up to the point between the two sides. I shall show her how well my training has gone. Sophia thought with only a slight apology to the man across from her. Sorry, Mr. Uzumaki, but I have to prove my worth to Uranus. No hard feelings. All right then, the fight will begin the moment my arm drops, Uranus said to both sides. Sophia nodded seriously while Noelle widened her stance and crouched low. Naruto meanwhile, came to a realization. Oh, now I kind of get it, he thought as Uranus hummed. Uranus's arm fell. And the two warriors appeared at the man's sides, borrowed blunt blades swung at his chest and head respectively. His right arm and knee lifted. And Lucilla blinked along with the others as the floor cracked, leaving Sophia and Noelle's shocked forms jumping back from Naruto's curious gaze. There were two flows to Yoki. One of offensive, known in certain warriors and making them offensive types, with the latter being true about the defensive flow, making some warriors defensive types. It was a rule of Yoki and it lived on even in the awakened beings and the abyssal ones beyond that level. Riffle had been an offensive type but lucked out with having an awakened body that could attack with a powerful defensive hint to it. Isley was also of the same variant, being an offensive type that gained long range in addition to increased physical prowess. With offensive types, they gained more powerful attacks and physically aligned bodies. Even if they'd gotten tougher due to having stronger yoki and muscles, they were still easier to deal with in comparison to a defensive type awakened being. Looking at his glowing limbs, Naruto nodded. "That's how it is with me," he chuckled. So, he looked at his left arm. And vanished before the two single digits eyes. What? Noelle looked around before jumping away from a feeling of intensive yoki with Sophia. That sheer amount of yoki is unreal. She stared at the black arm of the oddest being to ever live in the organization. And its distorted-looking visage. It's yoki, Sophia realized in an instant. That's pure yoki coming from his arm, but it's different, less vile, less sickening to feel and look at. What the hell had become of this human's body? All right, Naruto crossed his arms with a nod. So, I figured it's kinda like this. He held up a finger with a chuckle. I'm both an offensive type, in my left arm, and a defensive type warrior in my body, he explained with a nod as they looked at him in surprise. What? How? Noelle blinked while Sophia frowned. I mean, I don't get it. Well, I've always been good at being able to separate the powers, when I sensed them, anyway, he began as she nodded attentively while Sophia shot her a flat look. But, as single digits, you know more than that. You know how I came to be like this, so if my senses understood the difference. The sides separated inside of you based on your awakening? Noelle asked in disbelief as he shrugged. Best bet I can come up with. So, my more defensive powers are able to use energy to enhance my limbs so I can block your blades, while my offensive side is something I'm still figuring out. Sistina cupped her chin at that. Curious, but she felt like Naruto wasn't fully correct. Claire, she asked the girl softly. Claire jumped before looking embarrassed, Sistina chuckling at her bashful head down. Why yes. Can I see your weapon for a moment? The girl and Teresa looked confused before the older female ushered her student forward. Doing as she was asked, Claire blinked as Sistina nodded. Naruto, she called out to the awakened man, throwing the blade at him. Use your powers on this, Sistina told him as he caught the blade with his normal skin color hand. I feel like your understanding needs a bit more experimentation, she explained as she got closer before widening her senses. Naruto's eyes widened before he nodded. I guess this makes sense, he said to his opponents who blinked. He held out the blade by his chest with his black hand and held his more normal-looking hand over it. Sophia's eyes widened as a bluish glow formed along the length of the blade before forming a haze-like energy around it. So, I was right, Sistina said, confusing Noelle. What do you mean? She asked. Naruto's explanation wasn't wrong, but it's lacking, the man's sweat dropped. Due to previous experience with it, I know he can imbue certain qualities of yoki to things and people. So, right now, that blade's properties should be partially defensive. Well, you heard, sis, Naruto grinned. I'm Wizard Tilda, he said with an ominous tone as Noelle snickered. Sophia huffed. Can you please stop changing the meaning of things? Sorry, Naruto smiled. And her head barely tilted to the side as the energy on the blade shot past her cheek, cutting it a bit. Noelle and she jumped back in shock as the man's grin turned playful before he gave chase, disappearing before reappearing in front of Noelle. The younger warrior's eyes narrowed as she grinned before her form turned midair in an act of flexibility and core strength that brought her blade up towards his armpit from her now upside-down position. Naruto's form was above her before she swung, her eyes wide. Before I could swing. How? Sophia grit her teeth before thrusting her weapon at the airborne Naruto's midsection before he blocked the weapon with the side of his own. He was flying for a moment, her strength much to her satisfaction, before he touched ground. Oh, no wonder you're Ura's student, the woman in question looked proud. Yep, he shot her a thumbs up. His left arm then raised before his forearm caught the edge of Sophia's blade, the floor crushed beneath his feet. Irene was simply too surprised by his energy blocking. It's like it clumps together at the point of contact, and she wasn't too sure of this, but It wasn't all voluntary effort, the man's energy itself reacted to danger like a crumpling rag, softening, absorbing, and/or nullifying the blow by using excess energy. But he's not feeling the strain at all, the amount of energy was almost absurd. And, wait. Her eyes widened. You can feel it, can't you? Rafaela asked her tall student who jumped before swallowing and nodding. Naru's energy is damn near limitless from over here. Teresa nodded to that. It's so vast and deep that it almost seems unlimited, she told Irene, Elizabeth, Odie, and Cassandra. The former number one nodded to that. And it's slowly becoming more controlled, she told them as Teresa grinned. Naruto's arm flashed before Noelle was sent flying. Her feet touched ground before dragging through it, bracing her body as she came to a harsh stop by Sophia, the tens of meters between her and Naruto not small. What the hell? Spiritual energy, Naruto said with a smile. My energy's pretty dense, ya know. He told them before widening his stance, blade held back by his right hand while his black hand clawed over the blade's flat side. His eyes narrowed, silver orbs glowing with an ethereal light. The ground around him cracked as the air distorted, alarming Noelle while Sophia felt some sweat drip down her brow. The amount of yoki is ridiculous, it was nearly incomprehensible. And he's going too. Ha! The attack tore between them, just fast enough to shock them before the two jumped apart. And then they stared along with their fellow warriors at the trough that carved through the ground all the way from the man to the space behind them. The yoki arm can project energy, Naruto chuckled as he stood up properly and walked towards the two, flipping the blade end of his weapon in between his fingers. Sis. Sistina caught the thrown blade with a nod. Is that as far as you can reach? She asked him as Naruto hummed. I mean, I'm only kinda good at controlling my yoki side so probably not. I figured, Sistina said as Naruto smacked his fist into his palm. That said, Sophia and Noelle might be disheartened. I'm kinda all for this, Noelle admitted with an embarrassed grin as the much older warrior raised her brow. It's like fighting a friendly awakened being. I could totally get stronger like this, ma'am, she said quickly as Sistina rolled her eyes. All except the, ma'am, comment, young'un, Noelle grinned cheekily as the old woman huffed. Honestly, still, what of you, young Sophia? Sistina kinda saw what Naruto did about this. It was kind of fun being the oldest there. Sophia frowned before observing the damage again and making her decision. I won't stand down, not until I'm beaten and bloodied, she declared to Naruto who smiled. We don't need to go that far but I accept your resolve, the blonde man said as he crossed his arms. Then, I'll hit you with everything I've got. If we're gonna use this session to the fullest, let's not hold back. Come at me with 30%, I'll ensure it doesn't do any actual damage to you while giving it my all. Sophia looked surprised while Noelle nodded eagerly. I'm hitting 30%, teach, she said to Elizabeth who nodded. Very well, don't go beyond but fight to your heart's extent, the religious warrior smiled. Then, mistress, Sophia began but Uranus's smile said it all. 30%, at your leisure. Go a bit crazy, the gruff woman grinned. And the air around the two distorted, cracking the ground around their feet while veins popped up around their faces. Golden eyes with slit pupils burned with power as their owners prepared to attack. Naruto closed his eyes. I can feel it, he thought as he felt, that point, between his body's two energies. I'm gonna run into it with all my heart. That point created by feeding his two sides together expanded. Lucila's eyes widened at the sight of burning red while Rafaela felt nothing. What was that energy? Is this how he awakens? Teresa wondered as the sister's eyes widened while she nodded. There, at the point where both his energies would meet, there's been something building for all these years, she told the others who stared at her. Really? Odie asked as her eyes went back to the glowing blonde. Does it really do all of this? The man's form glowed with a vibrant red power that came from his left arm and tail, the normally black flesh now a powerful red as his eye and cheek marks returned in full force while with his hair glowing bright yellow. It seems almost impossible, Elizabeth said with her eyes closed. I don't feel his energy, even with how obvious it is, I don't feel that form signature. It's true, Lucilla said, eyes alight with her lover's red glow. Whatever this formed as, it's not using yoki, spiritual strength, or natural energy mixing in with both, it's something different. What does it do? Rafaela wondered with her senses pushed to their utmost limits. No, wait, I do feel something, it was faint, she almost couldn't feel it. But as the warrior toted to hold the greatest of sensory skills, she felt it. The energy was like being in a vat of heat, it coiled in the body and released so much within him. Limits. That power wasn't sense-able because it wasn't energy. It's his limits, she realized as the others looked at her. That red form, it's dangerous, Rafaela said as Naruto's eyes opened. Brilliant, clear, red orbs stared back at the two warriors across from him. The power of yoki that unleashes one's full bodily abilities and his heightened spiritual strength's power to keep his yoki's powers under control, it's a fusion of the two. Likely, right now, Naruto's entire body and soul is at his disposal to fight with. The feeling within him was indescribable. Naruto wasn't even sure of his own power, at first. But he realized what this feeling was moments later. Freedom, in one word, that's what he could call it. His body wasn't limited, his energy wasn't limited, and his mind was clear. This power of true awakening had brought him up to his true potential. He grinned. Noelle hadn't been able to react, not consciously, the man's speed had become something she couldn't follow, something her body only reacted to on instinct. The fist to the side of her sword had crushed to the ground beneath her before she saw his true, reared back, threat. Sophia's blade swung around, slamming into the side of the man's red limb but was rewarded with no movement, not even a shake. Like trying to cut a brick wall with a butter knife, the toughness of his skin had become something she couldn't get through, not like this. Her eyes narrowed and her arm throbbed. The man was sent flying, for a second, form flipping through the air and landing without a hint of effort, the smile on his face nearly euphoric but it was barely controlled and likely was hard too. Then Naruto reared back his red arm again. Sophia's first instinct had been to grab Noelle. The second was to run. The two of them were already out of the way before it struck. An enormous amount of wind pressure that still beat against their backs but wasn't a direct hit. By the time they were a fair distance away to look, she found her heart dropping as they turned around. Naruto shook his fist as a path of destruction shot away from him and seemed to stop unnaturally several meters away from any onlookers. Sestina was left blinking in surprise as she landed a bit away, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank the goddess, I thought we'd have to wake you up, she told him even as she surveyed the damage. That technique would likely cow most regular awakened beings. Good, very good, still, how are you feeling? Naruto considered his left arm with a controlled breath, the red fading away before he groaned and hit his rear end. Hot as hell, he told her with a huff. Yeah, okay, that doesn't last long enough to be useful, he whined as she blinked before jogging over to him, Lucilla and the others following suit. Uranus walked towards her protégé who dropped her raised yoki levels, looking embarrassed and defeated. Uranus chuckled, ruffling her hair. You did well, it's good to know when you're up against stupid-looking odds and retreat, she chuckled nervously as they surveyed the damage again. Wow, he's gonna be a beast when he actually gets all his power under control. That man is obscene. Sophia pouted as her mentor chuckled some more while Elizabeth made it over. Noelle, are you well? The religious woman asked her student who sighed. I literally got saved by Sophia way too many times, Noelle whined as her teammate rubbed the back of her head. I'd barely call it saving if we still felt it, she mumbled before Uranus threw an arm around her shoulder. Ya did well, at least, this master of yours thinks so, she told her as Elizabeth smiled. And, remember, Naruto's fought for far longer, has similar energy control and sensing ability to Rafaela, the two choked. And, clearly, has strength and energy reserves that overtook even Sophia's once he had that form. It's not wrong for you to feel defeated but it wasn't a fair fight in the first place. Ma'am, we're single digits, Sophia said weakly as Uranus nodded. Yep. So, she was just going to say that. That Naruto Uzumaki could handle the two of them on his own without any explanation. Yes, okay then, Sophia felt like she needed to sit down. You know some ridiculous people, mistress, Noelle chuckled bashfully as her master smiled. I do, I wouldn't trade them for the world, Elizabeth stated. She hummed on the water's surface, eyes closed and long blonde hair shining in the sunlight. I've mastered it, she thought with a slowly widening grin. And just in time, the naked woman thought with a chuckle, shining gray eyes opening to peer into the sky. He awakens, the words sent a tremble through the air. And the water around her cratered, the liquid shooting down into a dent in its surface in a ring around her. She closed her eyes again and let out a breath before sitting up, dry locks straightened out before she was standing, feet sending small ripples through the river's surface. It won't be long until we meet again, she said to the air as she walked over to a trembling trio of figures at the side of the riverbank. Come along, now, you three, I won't find more useful Yoma fitting for this task, she grinned as she came to stand in front of those towering, pathetic, awakened beings. Their forms froze as if grabbed by some invisible force before she raised one of her hands towards them. And no, they bellowed in unison before their forms twisted and bulged. They melted into a sort of goo before flowing towards her hand and forming a familiar but different shape. Ah, a bastard sword is rather fitting for you lot, she grinned, feet crushing the ground just by being there before she walked off, brandishing a sickening, 6-foot, dark blue blade of flesh, eyes, and a tremendous amount of yoki. Roxanne the Master was now in business. And in perfectly controlled form. NRK. Day had hurried to see the results of Naruto's new abilities and hadn't been disappointed. Marvelous, he declared as the blonde man chuckled nervously, looking at the damage he'd caused. And you attained some form of awakened state. Well, I mean, I don't think it'd be like that. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as the scientist grinned. It's more that I released all my limits. My energies, my body, my control, all of it. You weren't wrong to say I was in an awakened form, but I'd call it more of an awakened mindset. Day understood completely. Hey, magnificent. Come along, I'm sure we can give you a medical checkup before the elders inevitably call for you, he said as Naruto grinned shakily. Oh, come now, as if it wasn't obvious with the noise you were making. Well, I mean, Naruto's sweat dropped. Yeah, you have a point. And then there was the reaction from the Alabaster Abyss Eaters. That project had finally provided some fruit, though it was one that had long since been limited in scope due to their loss of a base. 3 of them, all of my resources went into those 3, sad to say as it is. He'd likely not get another chance to create Abyss Eaters on the level of the 3 here, much less making more Abyss Eaters as is. As he took Naruto and Lucilla with interest to the medical bay, his thoughts went to those experiments. Those oh-so-odd beings he'd created that were starting to confuse even himself. The brain stimulation is working, but there was something off about those 3. With their eyes being open, they'd gained a powerful yellow glow. Their bodies had increased past the original human-sized height he'd originally made them in. And their bodies moved. Almost fluidly at that, in small ways. Whether it be turning wrists, flexing hands, or, more shocking, bobbing heads. It was odd at first, the 3 years since he'd applied Lucilla's arm to them after they'd been forced to move. They hadn't been sure of what they were doing until he'd noted Lucilla one day. One day where the awakened woman had been obviously showing signs of a heatedness, her lust for her loved one having entranced the Alabaster Abyss Eaters and turned their bodies into heated messes that they seemed incapable of solving. Until they had. And that single fact made all his work useless as he realized it wasn't in his hands anymore, back then. The 3 enhanced by Lucilla's flesh and blood had become her puppets, in a sense, following her will, body, and yoki signature like happy dogs. They moved in a rhythm that almost seemed like they were moving to the sounds of an impossible song. And when the woman had obviously gotten release, after so long, they'd evolved. From Abyss Eaters into Alabaster Abyss Eaters as of some few hours ago. His fluids changed something within Lucilla, that was the truth of the matter, and neither of the 2 seemed to know it. I question, what is it? Had the man's fluids finished a change in her? Endorsed more? Created newer cells that transferred to the Abyss Eaters? It was all so fascinating. Why? Day was excited by what he'd find. NRK. Naruto shot Day a weird look as the man giggled at his microscope. So, he hasn't changed in so long. Actually, he hadn't. What kind of weird effects had the energy that he felt inside Day, Rubel, and all the elders, had on them? Yeah, he's never changed, Lucilla whispered back as Naruto's sweat dropped. Still, he's helped a lot. Your pills have nearly been distributed to all handlers, she smiled as he blinked before grinning. I'm glad. I see, the control has been finished. In Naruto's cells, there was an idea here. If he'd truly released all his limits, he's truly not bothered by the parasite, not that they hadn't known. With Lucilla's parasite's destruction, any blood or flesh she'd pass on wouldn't be tinged with that urge to devour. Naruto likely pushed his flesh and blood to a level that hers couldn't reach, even if only temporarily. Your technique, as you call it, is quite marvelous, Naruto, Day said as the blonde man nodded. Your blood, on both sides, is also harmonized. I'm not as surprised, we knew your influence was odd and powerful, I'm just stating facts. He turned away from his microscope and 4 vials of the blonde's blood. For now, I believe you'll need more physical and energy-based tests soon. Possibly tomorrow. Yeah, sure, I don't mind, Naruto nodded as Day smirked. Now, go, shoo, the half-faced man waved him off as he sweat dropped before shrugging and taking his leave with Lucilla. Don't forget your weekly checkups, it'll be good to monitor you again. It's like I never left, the awakened man muttered as Lucilla smirked. Almost, but you being awake is better, she teased as he rolled his eyes before bumping shoulders with her. Let's just relax and focus, training comes later, Lucilla said in a tone that brokered no arguments. All right, later, Day. Good afternoon. The awakened ones left after that, leaving the scientist to hypothesize and observe Naruto's samples again. I question if, should it be possible and the time comes, what would a child between two monsters be? It left him giddy and speculating. Naruto's Yoki neutralization, his limiter release, Lucilla's full awakened flesh, and her similar large energy reserves. Such a child would be beyond recognition in these lands. He was sure those fools on the mainland would salivate over a being who'd likely be more than a match for any Asarakam. That's why this was so interesting. NRK. Naruto walked around the north base with a hum, Rafaela, Lucilla, and the others moving along with him. All of this is gonna need some getting used to, he said as Sistina nodded. So, sis, have you taken on? Actually, as a matter of fact, I have, Sistina revealed with a smirk as the entire group turned to her in shock. She's the latest in training of the organization by the name of Galatea. Actually, she's honestly a bit older than Claire, here. That weird girl, Noelle asked as Sistina smirked. Not to say anything, ma'am, but Galatea is so different, she said, eloquently. Truly, you're a poet, Sophia snarked as the similar-aged woman rubbed the back of her head. Galatea is rather arrogant for her age, she huffed, looking embarrassed but pleased. But she recognizes beauty, so I can't very well admonish her for that. I've created a monster, Uranus's jaw dropped as her student's eyebrow twitched. Young lady, you can't pass on that trait. We'll be ruined. Mistress. Sophia burned as the others' laughter smirked. He, Naruto snickered as her eyes twitched dangerously once they turned to him. It's fine, nothing wrong with being a bit weird, we all are, he told her with a grin as she looked at him like he'd slapped her. Wow, she is that bad. Why you? Claire tilted her head at them all, eyes alight with interest as she looked at this man among claymores. I wonder how he got like this. Claire never got along well with other kids, but she always wanted to. But she couldn't. Whether it was her family's rough state, the following Yoma ownership, or even now where she knew no other girls her age, she was just bad at it. So, seeing this man amongst these powerful women joke, chuckle, advise, be friendly with, or, in the most astounding case, be in a relationship with them made her curious and odd. Oh, her eyes widened and she put her hand on her sword. The feeling was immediate as she jumped a bit, gaining Teresa's attention. She looked down at her human student in surprise, eyes going to the girl's eyes as she held her blade. Silvery blue gazes met her own before Claire blushed and let go of her weapon, those odd eyes fading away before she turned her head in embarrassment. Oh, well, Naruto might have had an interesting lasting effect if she was right. I'll ask him when we're in a more private space. The eyes of every damn warrior was on them at nearly every turn. It did get annoying at times. NRK. Naruto and the sisters stood in front of the elder chambers some minutes later, the guards at the side of the doorway looking on in shock and alarm as the man grinned sheepishly for them. Hiya, he greeted them before pushing the doors open. Time to get this over with, not to say he disliked the elders. But he'd been informed by Sestina of their odd temperament when it came to himself, and they'd likely have some kind of scheme coming. We'll be here, Lucilla smiled as he nodded, grinning as Rafaela shot one his way. I'm sure we'll all be able to deal with whatever's next, she chuckled as he nodded. I'll be back. The doors opened fully, allowing him to see 9 men within the room. 3 of which were from their base's elders, LMIT sitting on a throne of his own right next to Dogen, the man looking neutral but feeling displeased. So, you're the one, the main base elders, and our warrior's finest, speak of. Dogen spoke in simple tones, there wasn't a hint of praise or acceptance in his voice. Just factoids. I'm glad my friends think so highly of me, along with the elders and Day, I'm sure, Naruto smiled. So, with how my slumber has been, how's the status of the world? He asked simply. Dogen huffed while LMIT nodded. Things are a lot worse than they used to be, he said. At present, the Abyssal One's power base and forces have expanded, their soldier Yoma becoming more keen, especially Riffles. LMIT frowned as Naruto did. It's the oddest, most worrisome thing to have happened in your slumber outside of our base's destruction. I'd heard about both those things, Naruto grimaced. They're not playing anymore and are on the lookout for us, aren't they? The warriors have informed you, Dogen uttered. Yes, that is the situation at hand, and we need to start making movements since you seem to hold some mystical power over Yoma and our warriors, the man said, the slightest hint of a suspicious tone reaching his voice. Naruto didn't give it too much thought, understanding where the man was, assumably on the former shinobi's part, coming from. He, essentially an awakened warrior, had been unknown to them until 5 years back, and they were suspicious. Hell, his relationship with his fiancés and friends like bothered them somewhat, too. Still, that wouldn't become an issue, not for them, and not by him, no matter what. Any ideas? Yes, the first would be to ascertain the locations of the Abyssal Ones, LMIT said with a hint of a smirk. Naruto's eyes closed and a drip-like sound reached the elder's ears. What is he doing? Dogen asked LMIT with some alarm. And then the two along with the other elders felt a scanning sensation flow over them in an instant, a flash of a large brilliant blue waters below their feet alarmed them before it vanished. What? LMIT was also surprised. His sensory abilities, had they grown that much? It was a stupendous but still shocking thing for him to learn. Humans could be scanned by this man before him, humans, Yoma, warriors, awakened beings. Abyssal Ones. Found them, Naruto told the elders as his eyes opened to reveal toad-like orbs that startled the humans. Oh, sorry, he chuckled in a bit of embarrassment, eyes changing back to those heterochromatic orbs. So, Isley, Rigoldo, and a large number of decent awakened beings are holed up in the mountains by Pieta, he frowned. How? Dogen was very alarmed. How? Our older eye has no ability to extend her range that far. Naruto Uzumaki's ability to sense has always been that powerful, LMIT said with a bit of smug in his voice, the native elder gripping his chair's armrest in annoyance. And Riffle. Her and that Doff guy's signature are by a number of their army. Naruto's eyes narrowed. That's weird, I don't feel, Roxanne. The former ninth. One of the other elders asked in confusion. Yes, she awakened, as you all know, LMIT stated with a soft frown. And you can't sense her. I don't know what happened in her case, Naruto sighed. The thing is, I'm gonna assume that if she's working for Riffle like I still think she is, she'll be nearby. Concerning. If she's dead it'd be to our benefit. But what shall we do with this information? Naruto nodded simply as the elders discussed amongst themselves. Dogen frowned at the man in black's casual attitude. He's no reverence for us, likely because of Elmet's lacking leadership. You fool, you didn't tame him, you didn't control him, and now he stands greater than some of our single digits. Never mind the man's relationship with the soul awakened being on their side, their greatest yoki sensory warrior, the previous generations, numbers noteworthy individuals, and their most powerful number one in all of history. He was too powerful, connections too strong, and powers too unknown. And he knows of our tunnels, that particular group of his did. More and more troublesome information, what could he do? Right now, the man needed training from Day's own words. The scientist's biggest project currently going well if not better than before. If we can truly control the Abyss Eaters like a machine, it'd probably be a good countermeasure, but Dogen didn't like single backup plans. We need a warrior of Teresa's caliber under our control, and she will do nicely. That newest warrior from a year back, the young one who'd broken even Teresa's records and had become the number 2 of their organization, well, to be announced, anyway. Priscilla. For now, rest, train, become more in control of your powers, LMIT told Naruto with a nod. Perform your weekly checkups with Day and I believe it would be to all our benefit if you should either finish your energy control pills, efforts on your fellow warriors and or their states. Those pills remain hard to harness and they need full completion. Naruto nodded. All right. NRK. Sitting in his room, Naruto blinked as he, Rafaela, Lucilla, Teresa, and Claire sat witness to the odd phenomenon happening to Claire. I believe it's your energy, Teresa smiled. Your powers changed that sort on a fundamental level. I'd thought it was weird at first, how its sheen seemed so strong, but now I know, your powers to imbue were a bit more than we thought, Mr. Wizard, she teased as Naruto huffed. He considered the embarrassed Claire's eyes. Well, Claire, you might as well see how different you are right now, Naruto smiled for the girl who blinked. What should I do? She asked. Well, I guess just tell us how you feel, Naruto said. The girl looked at her hand on her weapon's handle before nodding and pulling more of the weapon out of its sheath. The sheen Teresa spoke of became clear once they saw it. Your spiritual energy, I wonder if that's it, Rafaela said, arms around Naruto's neck as she placed her chin on his head of hair. We know your powers affected your weapon before all of this, Naruto, what if that same ability is a stronger now? Naruto considered it. In that case, I really need to get my spear back, he said. I'm planning on seeing about doing that in a month. That thing's been with me almost my entire tenure here, it's been enhanced for years and I'm wondering what'll happen to it once I infuse it with my stronger powers. Lucilla blinked as she laid her head on his lap. If you consider it, that'll probably be the strongest weapon you'll likely ever have, she told the room. Naruto's wooden spear has always been impossible to break and was enhanced by his powers to the point he could parry human-sized daggers from an awakened Roxanne. Claire tilted her head in confusion while Teresa nodded with a cupped chin. Then, you'll likely need to come up with a reason for going out that far, she told him as Naruto nodded. I can only think of a few ideas, but one might be that you're surveying the land and sneaking around. I think that'd work, Naruto agreed. Right now, the situation is messed up and we have to make sure it doesn't get worse. Agreed, the sisters said. Still, that's not in our immediate future, Naruto chuckled. So, let's take it easy, God knows we're likely in for it once the other shoe drops. They considered his words before nodding with nervous grins. With his awakening, there was likely something to counterbalance it. And that something would most likely never be on their side. NRK. The following morning, Naruto awoke in between a pair of familiar bodies. One of whom he was laying on, a familiar, 9-foot-tall Lucilla in her half-transformed state with her arms around the two stop her, while Rafaela laid on top of him, arms around his neck. I've missed this, waking up to them in the real world and being able to hug them physically. Speaking of physicality, Lucilla's current form was odd. How had she done it without his interference? Not to say he knew what she was capable of in the past 20 years, but she'd never spoke about this. Hardened claws, enhanced defenses, and physical senses, yeah, but she'd never spoken about this mid-transformation ability. That said, He was happy to find out with her. The male blonde was sure there was an explanation for this. 30 minutes later, he got it. I don't know, she told him, sitting up with her sister and Naruto held in her arms. I've never been able to do this before, Naru, Lucilla told him, silver eyes shining in her current state. Rafaela blinked in confusion before blushing. Why you guys didn't happen to do something during sex, alright. She burned up as the two blushed before Naruto's eyes widened in mortified horror. He burned. I might have, sort of, locked Luce's energy to her current size during, Naruto admitted as the sisters balked at him. I mean, God knows what'd happen if she kept growing so. Lucilla's face went red. Oh, she somehow squeaked in her current state, a factoid that got a snort out of her sister. She looked at her tails. It's weird, I feel so condensed right now. If Naruto did what he thinks he did, Rafaela considered with a smirk. Since he locked your form in, your energy had to compensate. You got an entirely new state from sex. She turned a nice pink once more as Naruto's jaw dropped. Maybe. I don't understand my powers anymore, the man said flatly as Lucilla snickered before putting the two of them down. Well, in that case, Naruto considered an idea. Rafa. Yes. Don't mind me for a moment, this isn't perverted, Naruto said as he placed his hand on the center of her chest, his younger lover blushing but realizing what he was doing. I know how you guys feel about that stigmata. I'll likely try and do this with all the warriors when I get the chance, he grinned a bit as she nodded eagerly, looking hopeful. Focus on it. He felt out her yoki with one hand before doing something a bit more embarrassing. He instead placed both his hands on her shoulders before hugging her. I figured, ya know. Yoki arm, spiritual arm, Naruto shot her a shrug as she sweat dropped. Just get on with it, lover boy, Rafaela rolled her eyes as he grinned. Love ya. We do 1,000,000 times over, now on with it. Well, if the ladies of his house would be so blunt, he'd do his best. So, as he focused on her energy, Naruto first spread his spiritual power around her body, the effect immediate. Rafaela blinked as she was covered in the familiar silvery blue energy before a hot surge shot through her that boiled her yoki. The feeling of something being destroyed made her feel odd. Is this what it's like? It was like Naruto was replacing the intent in her powers to be human. It was an odd sensation to recognize in her yoki of all things, but it was nice. Like, on a deeper level, she wasn't that monster anymore. There was so much more in this change that had her very spiritual strength tightened, tempered, enhanced, and heightened. She was a creature of good, still neither Yoma nor human, but that was okay, weird. Her senses spun in on the feeling, embracing it on that conceptual level before reveling in it. Lucilla's mouth dropped as she reverted back to normal, nightclothes left destroyed on Naruto's bed. Rafa. She nearly squealed as her sister's eyes opened from their involuntary close. The awakened woman hurried about in all her naked glory before grabbing a hand mirror and shoving it in her sister's face. What is? Rafaela began to say, already feeling that she knew, but still found her breath taken as she saw an odd reflection. The first word that came to her mind was, normal. Normal reddish-brown locks that brushed her cheeks and settled kindly around her head. The second word was, mud hair, a term that wasn't used often but colloquially said to define a warrior with weak strength and abilities. Those warriors weren't common, likely a once every 20 or so generations situation, but they were often enough occurrences that they had that term. Naruto's eyes opened and he grinned as Rafaela touched her hair in awe. There ya go, he chuckled as he let go of her shoulders. In a way, I guess you can look at this like me enhancing your human side and changing your yoki's intent, by copying my own kinda situation. Naruto cupped his chin as he looked at the fair skin of his younger fiancé. Though, it's kind of different for you. Rafaela knew what he meant, feeling the oddity at that very moment. Looking down at her arm with interest. It's odd. A small distortion formed over her arm, confusing her sister and fiancé. Trying something? Lucilla asked as she leaned over Naruto's shoulder, the man's cheeks reddening something fierce. Ooh, I wonder what you can do now, she said before grinning viciously at Naruto, arms coming around his waist and pressing her sizable chest into his back. Oh no, Naruto was all of a sudden very aware of Lucila's nakedness right now. Why yeah, how's it looking? He asked shakily as Rafaela blushed at them. Honestly, it's like you're not even embarrassed, the younger sister said with a red face as her sister grinned. Is it that different from before and after? Yep, Lucila snickered. Well, Rafaela just hoped she didn't become some kind of sex deviant. The last thing she needed was to be worried about constantly pulsing sexual intent and tension. She did her best to ignore them for now, knowing that her time was coming and she'd simply focus on her current idea. I think my control might have adapted some of Naruto's concepts, Rafaela said, surprising the two. She clenched her hands and the distortion thrummed. A rough pattern, she said as she took a calming breath. The distortion essentially vanished, but the two didn't let that deceive them. Invisible Yoki, Lucila wondered as Naruto considered it. You changed how it's coming out, he realized as Rafaela grinned, sharp teeth on display. Oh, well, that's new, Naruto said as she nodded, ignorant to his true meaning. So, what's your idea? Nothing yet, but I'm certainly considering something invasive, she nodded, dropping her energy. Hee, you keep on giving us stuff, it's getting hard to try and keep up. Hey, I don't think of it as a trait of some sort, Naruto grinned as he touched Lucila's cheek, the feline-based awakened being smiling as she leaned into it. I love you guys a lot, it's more like, to me, trying to throw it at ya. We know, the sisters grinned with rosy cheeks. _NRK. An hour and a half later had Naruto and the others in the training ground after a full breakfast and enough time to stretch in Claire's case. So, they all got to see Rafaela's change, with curious results. Wait, so, what did ya do? Uranus asked as Noelle's jaw remained dropped with Sophia's. I mean, I can still feel her powerful Yoki, ya know. But it's like she's muted it, made it harder to feel if I wasn't trying to feel it, she squinted her eyes in interest as Elizabeth nodded. And she has sharp teeth, she noted as Rafaela looked sheepish, said teeth showing her grin. There they are, Elizabeth smiled in amusement as the younger woman blushed some more. Well, I think it's because Naruto also has sharp teeth, Rafaela stated as Naruto demonstrated his chompers. Weirder enough, Lucila in her current form doesn't have those, Lucila followed up with a show of her pearly whites. So, I'm assuming it's from him and not because I and Lucy share similar Yoki patterns. Well, Teresa cupped her chin with interest. I mean, you might as well try out your powers, she smiled as Rafaela chuckled. I'm guessing you're trying to be my sparring partner. Why, I thought you'd never ask. Rafaela rolled her eyes but nodded. She lifted her hand and considered it. That idea I had, I think I can do it, she thought with interest but caution. I'm gonna be trying some really odd stuff, Teresa, you'll have to bear with me. Just from how the ritual of gaining this power had gone, Rafaela had so many ideas. But, for now, she had to focus on two concepts. Naruto, meanwhile, offered his services. Well, damn, don't threaten us with a good time, Noelle said in awe and some excitement. So, ya think we can, like, grow our hair and stuff. Because having one hairstyle for forever isn't exactly appealing, she admitted with a sheepish laugh. I expected that out of Sophia, Naruto said with a raised brow as said warrior was off to the side pacing with her hand on her chin. Speaking of, what the hell is she doing? Oh, don't worry, Uranus chuckled. I'm sure she's just considering some crazy change in her hair routine, trust me, it's better not to know. Well, alright, let me handle your masters first, Naruto chuckled as Noelle nodded. So, I did this like this. Reproducing similar actions like he had to Rafaela, minus the hugging lest he cause problems, the others looked on in awe as Uranus's jagged locks shifted from platinum blonde to a light brown. Oh, that's surprising, Teresa chuckled. I always thought you'd have white hair for some reason. Hey, I remembered, the fixed woman grinned, hazel eyes glinting with excitement. Naru, seriously, you don't understand what having our normal hair color back does for gals like us. I'm guessing you girls can't personalize, the man teased as she laughed. Very well. Like you couldn't imagine, goddesses, sometimes I look at Irene and Elizabeth and get confused, Uranus said as the religious warrior and the tall warrior blinked in surprise, looking at one another in confusion. And can you imagine how many long-haired women are in this place? I'm starting to see it, he sweat dropped as Uranus nodded sagely. So, how do you feel? Rafaela and Lucilla were different, as ya know. Uranus closed her eyes in thought, nodding a bit. Well, it's likely gonna be a real show to see what happens when me and Eliza actually use our yoki for real again. Elizabeth perked up. Oh, right, we haven't really used yoki in over 10 years. The religious one said in consideration as Noelle balked. Wait, what? Elizabeth's protégé said as her master nodded. Ah, yes, I never told you, but since coming close to being at my awakening, the pills Naruto's body helps create saved us, she smiled as the man in question chuckled. We didn't know if the pills were permanent or not, so we were basically on inactive duty. With recent events, obviously, this changed. Yeah, before that, we weren't really using any of it, Uranus explained as Sophia scrutinized her. Wait, Thea, please, I don't need. We'll talk about this later, her student grinned as Uranus felt a cold sweat form at her nape. I'd like to thank you for helping my master, Sophia said, surprising Naruto with a bit of a bow. Well, I'm glad Uranus had such a polite student, Naruto chuckled as the younger hybrid pouted. Alright, I know, I'm just messing with you, he chuckled some more, walking past her while ruffling her hair. This old man's been around the block, ya know. He's seen some crazy gals, he said in a fake old voice that even got a smirk out of the usually uptight beauty queen. Lucila's grin couldn't get bigger as Teresa smirked. Yeah, he's liking the old man thing, they said in unison, not even bothered. Claire tilted her head. So, he's helping them? She asked the two women who smiled before nodding. Though, this will require a lot of trials, Lucilla said as one of her tails came out and pat Claire on the head, shocking her. Why you have a tail? The girl squeaked in shock before curiously touching it. It's got fur on it, Claire observed as Rafaela snickered. Yeah, Sis's awakened form is like that of a giant cat woman, she said before perking up. Actually, Lucy, you should show them your newest reward. Rafaela burned up but smirked as her sister blushed, gaining Teresa's attention. Hold on now, what exactly does that mean? Sistina asked with the squintiest of stares, Lucilla looking away from her. Well, Lucilla looked around and noted those not in the know about her and Naruto's sexual relations were currently absorbed with the man's act of getting their bodies back to some kind of normal. Okay, remember when you felt us? She shot the older woman the shakiest of grins. Sistina's eyes went so flat, her stare was apathetic and disbelieving at the same time. Teresa. Give us a few seconds of adult talk, Claire, Teresa grinned for her student, covering her ears. So, you had sex and got new powers, is that what you're trying to say? Well, okay, so maybe. Sistina's look told her she better explain. So, right, Naru said during it I was mid-awakening and that wouldn't have been great. I doubt a crushed pelvis is all that wonderful. See, come on. Lucilla burned as the elderly woman smirked. Anyway, he said he kinda sorta locked my energy into the size I was at when I was growing. Teresa, rosy-cheeked and all that, looked confused. Wait, hold on, why you were, and he just, she burned as Lucilla covered her face. Lil Risa, please, I know, don't freak out. It's kinda hard not to consider you were just doubled his height and size before. Yes, thank you, Lucilla said immediately as her student blushed some more. Anyway, when he did, Rafa considered that since I was still reaching max potential, she twitched her fingers. And stuck at that size, my body adapted and instead made a new condensed form for my awakening. Naruto calls it true hybrid form, Rafaela said, amused. It's honestly not wrong, in that state, she's the perfect blend between her current humanoid form and her awakened form. Also, she only hits 10 feet tall. Oh, thank the goddess, Sistina said in relief as Lucilla pouted. Hey now, while I'm sure you were enjoying it, I doubt he would want to be smothered that much by, say, 20-foot-tall Lucilla. And, considering you can make mouths all over you, the awakened woman's face hit critical, red, levels. I don't want to think about what you did to that man. Teresa snickered as she released Claire's ears, the girl pouting. Adult talk seems pretty funny, she pouted some more as her mentor smirked. It's hilarious, you'll get it when you're older. Huh, Naruto's voice gained their attention, allowing them to see, normal Elizabeth. Ya no, I'm not surprised you have blonde hair. The woman looked serene, rolling some of her fingers through her, familiar to her, blonde hair. It's been some time since I saw these colors, she grinned, dark blue eyes closing as she did. Thank you, again, Naruto, Uranus is right, uniformity is nice at times but having these bits of our humanity back is more than we ever expected, Elizabeth bowed to him as he grinned. No problem, family sticks together, he chuckled as she nodded. Alright, who's next? Naruto asked the group, Odi looking at the blushing Cassandra with a grin. Maybe you should, she teased as her mentor and friend burned brighter. I guess. Cassandra said embarrassedly. I don't know, I know I'm gonna look weird with black hair again, she muttered. We can wait if you want, weird as that is to say, Naruto's sweat dropped as Cassandra swallowed. Oh Odi. I got it, her student grinned. Gals, I think we need to give Sandra a new hairstyle. Sophia stalked on over before circling the former number one like a predator, much to the others' amusement and Cassandra's embarrassment. I think I can do something, I'll have to see how long it really is but we should be able to do something, alright, she clapped her hands professionally. Alright, Cassandra looked nervous but hopeful. I guess. Excellent. Teresa rolled her eyes as Sophia waved her off. Alright, who's next? She asked, getting this show on the road. Sistina cupped her chin before shrugging and stepping forward. You make a crack at my hair color and I'll crack your skull, she threatened Naruto casually and without the slightest change in expression. The man looked nervous all of a sudden, knowing he could survive that kind of beating now. Oh, gee gotcha, sis, he shot her a shaky thumbs up as the others smirked or laughed. The process had been of similar note to modified Raphaela's, the older woman's lesser but no less impressive sensory skills giving her an understanding of this change. By the end of it all, she hummed as orange hair now sat on her head, freckles sat on her cheeks, and tanned skin greeted the group. Whoa! Raphaela's jaw dropped. Freckles. Sistina rolled her yellow eyes. My freckles simply got lighter with my skin, you usually can't see them, she huffed before pulling on some russet locks with a smile. Despite the crap I give you, I truly am grateful, Naruto, this hair color used to run in my family as a rarity. Well, it's an awesome color, he said sagely as she rolled her eyes. Hey now, that's a compliment. I can sense your amusement, shove it. Who's next? With the other warriors all around looking on in shock, disbelief, and hope, the stampeding should have been expected. Naruto just felt very nervous. You one at a time. He asked nicely. He hid, that was the best way to state it. Naruto hid from the large crowd of normal-looking women, hiding behind the transformed Lucila's back and tails, the other sweat dropping at his current situation. Do you think they forgot about me? He asked the group in a whisper, peeking his head out. I don't think I ever want that many women chasing me, ever, in my lifetime and whatever comes next, Naruto said flatly as Claire giggled a bit. Claire, your side of our species is something to be feared. That's so. Teresa smirked. Don't let your age get to you, old man. I'll have you know, women almost never change as the years go by, Claire grinned. See, you're infecting her with your tease gene, next thing I know, she'll be asking me if I need to be given walks. Not yet, Teresa smiled, innocently. Quiet you, Naruto huffed before getting off Lucila's back. So, how do you gals like Lucila's newest form? Well, the having to be nude part will forever be a downside, Uranus said as Sophia nodded in embarrassment. I know that we usually don't care at some point, she grumbled. But there has to be something to do here. Maybe stretchy clothes. I think we could ask Day, Lucilla said, shocking the group again. Oh, right, I can talk like this, she said while scratching her noggin. I don't know why, but I guess it's because I'm smaller, maybe. I don't necessarily understand awakening as is, Sistina said with a raised brow. You can talk like this, I wonder if it's the condensation of your power. Perhaps it's because Naruto's energy helped give more, human, attributes to you. She threw out there and the group shrugged. For now, Luce's new form is simply not well understood, Naruto said. She's gonna need training, but the fact remains, we pushed too hard and we're kinda screwed. Is there really nothing we can do? Lucilla asked. Like, can't we cover the organization in your energy? Naruto blinked before cupping his chin at an idea. Lucy, I think I might have an idea for that, but it's gonna be different, he said, considering it some more. Let me guess, Rafaela said. Using parts of your flesh around the perimeter, you're gonna connect them. She asked and he nodded. The thing is, I'll need help from all the good sensory types to synchronize them. Once we do that, I can just fill it with spiritual energy and see what happens. I think that might require some time, Sistina said. The northern lab isn't small, Naruto, quite the opposite. Walking the perimeter can take an hour if you're taking it casually. Me, Irene, Sistina, Lucilla, Rafaela began. Elizabeth and Teresa, that's honestly not a lot. Including me is 7, at least, Naruto winced. Yeah, I see what you mean. Damn, I guess that won't work. It's a good idea, but we'd need more proficient warriors, Lucilla said. Besides, there's not really an occasion where I can even go out. I'd be a beacon to Roxanne and any of the others if I had to go full strength. Well, that's not fully true, Elizabeth said. If Naruto is actually able to do it, he can just coat you in his spiritual energy so you can fight without issue, correct? She asked the man who hummed. Well, I mean, it should work, Naruto nodded. I can sort of set my energy around any one of us and it should keep going for as long as it has energy. I can hide our presence, too. Wait, that sounds incredible, Teresa said with a grin. Maybe, we can get your weapon back without anyone noticing. It was true, it might even be a good way of surveying the Yoma around the lands without tipping off the abyssal ones. Then, I'll tell the elders, Naruto said. ~NRK~. The information had been met with a lot of scrutiny from the North Base elder head before LMIT came up with something. I see, the main base leader smirked. We can use that, he chuckled. LMIT, Dogen frowned. Well, since most Yoma are on the lookout for more silver-eyed blonde warriors, the man stressed as the other's eyes widened while Naruto laughed a bit. Perhaps, it's time for a change of uniform, he offered the others whose eyes widened at the idea. Dogen's knuckles went white as he kept his face neutral. That bastard, and all because of the man before them. Priscilla needs to be kept away from him, the elder couldn't risk the girl's mind being swayed by the awakened man's odd charisma. She should still be at the other base, and he assumed they were all still fine due to not hearing any news on its destruction. Tisk, perhaps, he began. Naruto shrugged. I mean, it ain't a bad idea, but what happens if people just consider them warriors, still? He asked with a tilt of the head. I mean, it'd be pretty obvious if people kept seeing oddly powerful women fighting the monsters when, usually, it'd be Claymores dealing with Yoma. True, Dogen latched onto any reasoning to doubt Elmet's credibility, even if he was agreeing with this damn awakened being. What then? LMIT considered his words before looking at Naruto's grin. You've an idea, he smirked as Dogen's eyes widened and he looked back at Naruto. Make another group, Naruto said, surprising them. Right now, the people need help. Yoma are roaming the lands like they own the damn place and someone needs to rise up and fight them off while keeping off the abyssal one's senses, he nodded. If you don't want the organization to look like they're moving about, it'd be for the best. I do see your idea, but what's to stop them from just assuming it's us? Sadly, I don't have all the answers, but it's better than having our gals ratherly all over, right? Besides, I think it'd be for the best that if we do it, we move the base for that idea to Mucha and out of any nearby lands. The other elders murmured as they considered the idea. I don't suppose you have an idea of how to do this. You seem to have some ideas, one said. As much as I want my family to stick together, we can't have all our toughest members away from here, Naruto frowned. If Isley ever figures out where this place is, we're basically done and that can't happen. So, I think me, Lucilla, Rafaela, at a minimum, need to go. We need deterrence. Having the three of us out there leading that group wouldn't be a bad idea, and it takes most of their focus away from you guys. He's not wrong, LMIT considered with a frown. They do want Naruto, at least, Isley does. He seeks you for some reason. Naruto blinked in surprise. I don't know why, but he's intrigued by you. I wonder. He looked speculative while Naruto rubbed the back of his head. If you're thinking what I think you're thinking about, maybe it'd be an idea. I'm simply considering it. Trust me, I don't like the very notion of it as much as you do. What are you talking of, LMIT? Dogen said with a trembling brow. What idea? The man was getting on his nerves. He needed to rein in these fools lest he be powered out of his own base. I considered having Naruto and Lucilla to go and speak with Isley, LMIT said with a hand holding his chin as the others gasped. At ease, it's nothing I'm happy to consider, but Isley wants him for some reason. Perhaps we could make a deal with this one. Right now, Riffle is too unpredictable. She's conniving and holds one of our previous best Yoki users as an awakened being. I doubt our earlier conversation, Naruto. I fear that Roxanne may have learned how to hide her signature. Naruto crossed his arms with a nod and sigh. It's likely the worst-case scenario, he said as LMIT grimaced. If that is the case, Riffle is the most dangerous right now. Should her army slip in without our notice, it'll be too late. That said, I don't know Isley's temperament. He's a curious one who was always as level-headed as he was vicious. From the first time we met, Naruto began. He was strong even when he was weakened. He reined in Rigoldo pretty easily, but he even warned us of Riffle coming to Alphonse. I don't get him, but he seems like he cares a lot about his own goals and needs to the point he'd leave me and Rafaela alive because of his interest. That's true, LMIT agreed. For now, we'll consider the Splinter Cell concept. We'll need to vote on whether it's viable, and then we'll need to send a team as the starters, so to speak. No problem, I can just wait and train. Naruto nodded before bowing and taking his leave. Hopefully, we can do something about all of this, he smiled. Seconds later, the doors closed, leaving the elders with their thoughts. What does everyone think of the idea? Dogen huffed as the others murmured. His words aren't without value, another elder said. And, in all fairness, having him taking their attention away from us would be good. We might even be able to having them think he's where the base is. Mucha has never been well populated by our members or bases. It might very well be the best option. Having a new group not in abyssal territory would be rather fortunate, Dogen agreed with a reluctant frown. Still, we'll need to send over elders. Someone has to be there to distribute the pills. They'll need handlers, and then we need to talk of how many warriors we'll be expending for this experiment. LMIT nodded. Still, he's right in that they need deterrence. He isn't strong enough to be one. Lucilla, working as an abyssal one, for Mucha, would be a good amount of power. Add on Rafaela as their and it'd be a powerful trio of leader, abyssal one, and leader. Dogen barked in horror. LMIT. That's foolish. Is it? Another of the elders considered as Dogen growled. Naruto Uzumaki clearly has a hold over that group of our warriors. He has connections with some of our number ones. If he was to be given specific instructions, we'd have more certified control of them. True, LMIT smiled. Yet, Dogen's words aren't for naught. Handlers aren't going to just fly off the walls, he frowned. They won't need guards. Goddesses above that sounds ignorant, but we need to ensure we have information passing between them and the bases. I doubt he'll have an issue with us holding onto Teresa, but one warrior does not work as a deterrent even if it's her. We need a team on both ends. Dogen was nearly comatose with the agreeing elders. No, this hadn't happened. A boy has made them so agreeable. It was a horrible turnout for him. Think. Dogen contemplated his options. Right now, isn't Teresa training a child? Another elder asked. If she can bring this girl of hers into a warrior of her own, that'd be quite fortuitous. Ah, that one, Claire, I think is her name. She's near Galatia's age range. They considered the idea pleasantly, already considering numbers and the like for such a human being trained by their best. For now, let's consider the other things surrounding this group, agreed. Agreed. Dagon's eyes narrowed. NRK tilde. The next 2 weeks were spent training when it came to Naruto's group, with interesting results. So, we know your film works, Sestina nodded, looking refreshed, while Lucilla stood across from her with a nod in her hybrid state covered by familiar energy. Within 2 weeks, Lucilla's control and attacks are getting sharper. It'll be good to make sure she's a threat to any abyssal one. It's good to find my niche, the cat woman smiled. Still, I'm not the one with the most interesting stuff right now, she said as the two of them looked to the side where a pair of figures clashed time and time again. Teresa flowed around Rafaela's numerous gauntlet-enhanced pokes with her Claymore, the two's weapons clashing with sparks of yellow light. Rafaela's form skipped forward a mere foot, already inside of Teresa's guard, before coiling in only to unleash a forearm into the younger woman's stomach a moment later. A burst of yoki sent the number one flying, the sight of her weapon hissing like it had been burned. Your heated yoki is getting better. Teresa grinned as Rafaela smirked right back, form covered in distortions. Thanks. The older woman's voice distorted from the haze around her. How's your yoki? Teresa blinked before looking down in surprise at her body. She did something odd. When could she do that? My levels dropped. The number one gaped as Rafaela grinned. Burning away yoki, she explained as Teresa grew intrigued. Less talking, though. They went at it again, forms blurring about like phantoms as the sound of clashing reached the other's ears. I guess Lil Risa isn't ready to get her old hair color back yet, Uranus said, hair now flatter with a pair of curls coming down from 2 longer bunches of her hair down the back of her head. Fia, she called out to her student who was currently in the middle of washing Cassandra's hair in a basin a bit away with Odie and Noelle. The 10th's hair had returned to a darker, but light, blonde color while Noelle ruffled her head of brown hair. Odie grinned, hair a sharp white color, much to most of their surprise when she'd gotten it back, while helping do Cassandra's hair with Sophia. All right, just about done, she told her mentor, older sister figure. Honestly, Cassandra, your hair's not that short, Odie said with a smile as the former number one blushed and muttered a bit. It isn't, she asked. Surprisingly, yeah, Noelle said. Your hair just naturally sticks together and flattens out, hee, you got some more locks, there, sista. Cassandra looked intrigued. A bit away from them, Naruto nodded to Claire and another young girl who stared at him in confusion. She was tall for her age, while being 3 years older than Claire, putting her at 14 years old. Her skin, like the others, was pale, but hers seemed a starker shade and her silver eyes were almost almond-like in shape. With long platinum blonde hair that also seemed to be a starker white compared to her fellow warriors and an oddly serious expression on her face, she seemed as different as the others would divulge. Wearing the trainee-insulated leotard, she cupped her chin as she observed Claire while Elizabeth smiled patiently. Pleased to meet ya, Galatea, Naruto grinned as the girl shot him another weird look. Fox, she stated simply, nodding to her own assessment. I see, Galatea smirked as Naruto raised a brow. You're the foxy one our comrades speak about. Well, you're that strong-minded kid I keep hearing about, he shot back with a chuckle as she pouted in her own, arrogant, way. What can I do ya for, kid? With Lil Claire here, we're trying to teach her how to fight. Galatea's eyes went to the human in their midst, the younger girl jumping before looking embarrassed. HMPH, you can do better, she said simply as Claire squawked. Rude, she said as Galatea rolled her eyes. Humans can't best warriors, you'd work better as one, she stated like it was fact before Naruto laughed and Elizabeth smirked. Galatea shot them both a frown. Was it funny? I wasn't trying, really, but I can give it another shot. Easy there, no one out here is laughing at anyone but your sentence, Naruto said as he kneeled down to her height, the man's recent height making such an act bring his kneeling form a bit above her eye level. God, I got tall, he said in disbelief as she raised a brow. I don't understand. Oh, well, you might be looking at a former human who could have bested a lot of your lower digits 20 years ago. Excuse you. Naruto is correct, Elizabeth said with a smile as the younger female turned her head to her in disbelief. Naruto even found the organization on his own when he was around 10. Huh. Galatea pat her ears. I believe I misheard you, there's no possible way that's true. But it is, Claire asserted as Galatea's eyebrow twitched. Teresa said it was true and everything. And she's the strongest, she said with her hands on her hips and a pout on her lips. Galatea flinched, head slowly turning to the sparring number 1 and, greater eye, as her mistress had begun calling Rafaela. I find that hard to believe. Well, it's true. Naruto chuckled, sitting down cross-legged. I used to be human before an event happened that turned me into what I am today, he said, pointing at Lucilla and Sestina's sitting forms chatting about something. It was the same event that turned Lucilla into an awakened being and had my powers becoming more obvious. Really? Galatea was now intrigued. If this is true, how? That doesn't make sense. It's why this, he raised his arm and spiritual energy slipped out, is so important. It's how I can help the others and give them back enough humanity in their looks. What happens when you do it? I feel like I know where this is going. Elizabeth smiled as Galatea's head turned to see the smiling hair in a ponytail warrior. Yes, our stigmata are gone. The girl's eyes widened. Really? Yes, it's a lot easier to look at ourselves without constantly seeing it. It did leave a scar, though, but I'm sure we all prefer to see that instead of the usual. Galatea swallowed in awe. Yeah, I'd know. Naruto grinned shakily as Elizabeth blushed but giggled a bit. They really prefer to not have them, trust me on that. The girl cupped her chin in awe of him. I see, you're more impressive than I thought, she smiled even as his sweat dropped. Claire tilted her head. I wonder what it looks like, she muttered as Naruto ruffled her hair. Come on, we're supposed to be teaching Lil Claire here how to fight. We can chat in our downtime, Naruto grinned. Now, Claire, I'd like to know, what's your training like with Teresa? The girl hummed. We do a lot of running, Claire shivered. She said endurance would be good no matter what. True, Yoma are known to have increased stamina, Elizabeth nodded. And we do tons of sword swings, the girl whined as Naruto chuckled some more. My arms hurt a lot when we do those. And then she makes me dodge a lot. Oh, well, those are good for you to know, Claire, he said. Knowing how to dodge, move, and attack are the very basics. Alright, come at me, Naruto said with a smile, jumping to his feet and depositing his cloak next to him. Huh. Claire, it'll be fine, don't you remember when I fought Sophia and Noelle? Claire blinked, her surprise and worry falling away as she did remember that fight. Oh, she blushed. How would it be fair? Claire fiddled with her weapon's handle. I'm not gonna honestly fight you. I know Lil Risa might have a different training idea, but I trust in her to not just throw the floor, sink, ceiling, and whatever else at you. Naruto's sweat dropped as she nodded with a pout. Besides, you'll be trying to string together all those things you learned. I'm gonna take a couple swipes at you, nothing serious, but I want you to keep your mind clear and focused. You need to be able to read people. Okay, she said, hand on her blade and that glow, reaching her eyes again. I feel so different with this, Claire said, removing her weapon with more ease than before and looking at it to see her eyes reflecting in its side. Huh, Galatea blinked. What? Did you teach her how to use your spiritual strength? Was it teachable? Galatea was rather curious. Day was more than willing to excuse them. On an excursion a couple weeks later, the man's face at seeing Lucila's new transformation would forever be locked away in their minds as one thing, unfortunately. Climaxing euphoria. So, you can imagine, none of them wanted to remember such a thing. Especially on a guy with half a face, no offense to him. So, after being coated in spiritual suppression energy, they took off, a group composed of Naruto, Rafaela, Teresa, Lucilla, and Irene. Irene blinked at the feeling around and yet in her body, white hair shifting in the wind. My humanity, enhanced, she considered as the group braved the harsh cold, the pleasant warmth of the lands of Alphonse. Your power comes with warmth. She looked at the chuckling Naruto in confusion. To be fair, my power seems to have more heat to it, he said as Lucilla nodded and Rafaela hummed. It's true. she told Irene as they crested a cliff before jumping down it with a grin. Naruto's power has some temperature to it. Rafaela declared as they landed on a set of outcroppings, the slightest dispersals of snow echoing their quick departure. Still, for now, we need to keep to mental conversations, we're coming up on the first set of awakened beings. Naruto's eyes closed before a flash of presence filled the energy-covered group's minds. Like this, Irene, Naruto said, as the woman's head snapped to him, surprised. My energy connects people on principle, this is just one way I can imbue someone, he grinned as she blinked with some awe. I, she blushed as Teresa grinned in amusement. I understand, she thought, surprised ever more by agreements from the others. See, can I even think to myself like this? Irene blushed some more. You can. Lucilla grinned. You have to be trying to contact us, it's as simple as that. If you're keeping your thoughts to yourself, you do, if you're thinking with the need to speak with us, you can. Irene considered her words before nodding as the group's forms blurred across the snowy landscape only to stop once they came across the first pair of enemies of the lands. Hiding above a tall hill, they looked over it to see the awakened beings walking about with grunts between them. They're so blatant about it, Naruto frowned as Teresa nodded. They're bolder these days, most caravans have to be more mindful, she sighed. Honestly, we've started a small bit of business by trying to be bodyguards for far travel, especially the kind which takes us out of all phones but it comes and goes. We have to be careful. Naruto nodded to that as they watched the monsters leave. Let's go. ~NRK. Breaking past the border between Alphonse and Sudafu, Naruto realized just how bad it was. They're minding the border. He gawked as the others nodded, the group already on the other side of it but watching the Yoma work. This is ridiculous. They have patterns, thankfully, Lucilla said. From what I've been told, they still sleep. And all of them aren't exactly powerful, Irene said. If you're fast enough, we usually just get by and mind our backs. Naruto understood, but this situation made him angry. If he'd been awake earlier, this might have been different, but he knew better, especially after 2 whole lifetimes. Let's go, Rafaela said, hugging him a bit before they all took off. For now, we're about to enter one of the most Yoma-populated areas. Sudafu, they all thought in unison. ~NRK. 4 hours in total was all it took for the group to reach some form of perimeter of their old base. And the sheer mass of awakened beings nearly made Naruto's energy flare. Lucilla leaned on one shoulder while Rafaela held his opposite side's hand before giving it a good squeeze. His tension dropped and he sighed, Teresa shooting him a smile. All right, I'm sorry, I know, this isn't what I ever wanted to see become of our old home, Naruto thought sadly as they all nodded. I only have myths about the main base, Irene said as he chuckled a bit. But it's been said to be the strongest bastion of our bases, it was no small army that did this. They needed all the forces they could, she encouraged as Rafaela grinned while Naruto smirked. Not wrong, he, she, and Lucilla nodded as Teresa giggled a bit. So, what's the plan? She asked the group who considered the question. Right now, we're on the edge of the perimeter of Yoma's own senses. If we drop Naruto's energy even for a moment, we'll be outed.